excellence where there is equality. For every diversity higher, there is a diversity fire. It is not the similarities that make us the same. It is the differences that make us different. The truth is hate to those who hate the truth. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. In a world of collectivism, individualism is suicide. Hollywood isn't history. Hollywood isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history.
And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you. Very serious times, but we're having very serious successes. Can everybody hear me okay? First, let me make sure that that is the case, since there have been major changes over at YouTube to interfere with the way that we stream and the way that everyone streams technically, although I'm sure the anti-whites are reaching out to all of their anti-white buddies across the world to make sure that they can stream without issue. But with us, we have to follow their ignorant directions because we have this equality thing. We can't have excellence, and eventually we can't have competence. If you don't know that MC, you need to look into it. You need to start going free. We're going to have some going free education today, and we're going to be talking about a lot of the different things going on in the world right now, specifically, of course, the United States, which is in a state of bedlam and increasing on that front every single day. But it is good to be with all of you. I want to let you know right from the very start that you can comment here. You can make comments. You can ask questions. You can do so on the No White Guilt channel. And those will be displayed on my monitors to my right, your left. You can write in there as tagging me as the @ symbol No White Guilt. It will appear orange, as some of you are already doing, and it will highlight for me there. You can do the same thing over on the Discipline channel at Discipline with NWG, tagging me there. And I can see the great Yiz is over there right now saying no white guilt and go free. Great to see you, dear lady, over there. And if you do that, you'll be on those monitors to my left, your right. You can also hop on over to Entropy, where you can pose questions and make comments. You can do so in the question widget, also known as the Tall Kevin widget, one of our great heroes. When you write them there, they will not disappear unless you or I delete them. You can also vote on questions or comments that you see there to elevate them to the top. We cover all comments and questions because that's the kind of people we are. We want to make sure that everybody's questions or everybody's statements, everybody's thoughts gets read either and addressed either on the stream that we're in or in a subsequent stream. You can also financially gift White Wellbeing. You could do so on Entropy, as the great Sakis has already done, and I'll be reading that in just a moment. And you could also, if Entropy is not going to work for you, you can also hop on over to Cash App. The descriptions of both are down in the addresses of both are down in the description, and I'll hop over here just to see if we have any that have come in prior to the start of the show. We'll refresh that screen. Actually, looks like Yiz has already jumped in over there, and we'll say hello to her and that financial gift as soon as we work through saying hello to some of the folks that have been chatting before the beginning of the show. And let's see, I see Art Acrobats here, Red Eagles, Sakis is here as well. What is this? Clump Sauce? I don't know, but we'll just call you Mr. Sauce. And let's see, the great DF is here. Wonderful to see you, dear lady. I think we have a letter in the mailbag from you. Like Comedies is here. Ryan, hello to you. Let's see. Frexus is here. Great to see you. Donning Armor, great to see you, brother. We're going to have calls, of course, today, ladies and gentlemen. If you'd like to get in on that, it'll be toward the end of the show. We're not going to be here as long as the 7 or 8 hour streams that we have been wont to do in the past, but We will be here for several hours at a bare minimum. We do have to get back to work on Crucible, and we'll be talking about that as well as a lot of the big news items that are going on today, not the least of which, of course, is the opening in the Supreme Court of the United States. We have the great Brent Danger is here, and big Promethean hails to you, one of our greatest heroes. Great to see you, brother. So is Raymond, another one of our greatest heroes, is with us. Hello to you. Anglo-Saxon is here. Jarl is here. Great to see you. Mantis, hello to you. I think we have a comment from you that I'll be reading here toward the beginning of the show. There's the dear Shauna Shaw. Hello, dear lady. And Artist Life. Bodkin is here. Jack is here. So many of the heroes. Southern Bloom, wonderful to see you, dear lady. Vic is here. Hello, hello. And Eric, so is our wonderful Laurel. Great to see you, dear lady, as well as Susie Penguin. Yonash, almost on the other side of the world. Great to see you, brother. Nancy Drew. Hello, dear lady. Welcome. And we're going to be covering quite a few of the biggest topics. If you all have something that you specifically want to address, make sure you ask it. Something going on in your life, something that's concerning you about the news right now, something that's concerning you about the government in the United States right now, something that's concerning you about the parties right now, something that's concerning you about what do you do? There are plenty of things for you to do, and you need to get to doing them. And we'll be talking about that as well. I'm going to take a quick look at my audio, make sure that everything is coming through the right microphones and at the right settings, and it appears to be the case. We know how the anti-whites like to mess with us in the background. Machiavelli Sucks is here. Great to see you, and so is the wonderful Promethean Promulgation is here. Hello to you. So What is here? I don't know, but thank you for being here. Dan is here. Hello to you. And so is Bob White. Bonnie Blue Lass, dear lady, welcome, welcome to Going Free at last. Matthew is here. Sound is great. Well, thank you for sharing that. So is Jesse. No offense. Thank you for being here. Susie Penguin saying, nice flag. I'm glad that you think so. Got the balloon still up. We're still celebrating. In fact, I would like to produce a little video of my surprise when I read for the first time that President Donald Trump had retweeted the word anti-white and legitimizing it from the office of the presidency of the United States of America. And just days before that, our community discovered that that we actually have Final Blossom, discovering that both of these words, people reluctant to use, specifically though, reluctant to use anti-whiteism, I noticed, many folks. And now we find that it was in the dictionary, ripped from those pages by the anti-whites. And so now you don't have to take my word for it, as I've been fighting this uphill Sisyphean battle for all of these years, 2 decades now, against folks who just refuse to use the verbiage that empowered them. And so many of you, though, have not had that problem. So many of you have not suffered from that. We need to not be doing the things that continue to lose, and instead do the things that work, do the things that have been scientifically proven to work. And that is what we will continue to push, we will continue to encourage, and we will continue to change lives. And not only that, not only the lives that are our own life and those immediately around us, but the life of our people, body politic as a whole. So let's see. Artist Life, as mentioned earlier, saying hail, big Promethean hails to you. Mr. Kanazi is here. Great to see you, Mr. Kanazi. And let's see. Who else did I see? I saw a name go by that I wanted to mention, and it seems to be gone now, but maybe I'll find it. Rubber Dub is here. Hello to you. Welcome, welcome. Simon JJ. Everybody ready to go free. The Great Reptile is here, ladies and gentlemen. Promethean hails to you too, brother. Always something intelligent to say, this great man here. And the wonderful Misty is with us. Hello. Brought me coffee as an emoji last time we were together. Thank you for that, Misty. And let's see. Lucid is here as well. And we had the chat jump on me. The great Nordic Iron and the wonderful Carlisle Cockatoo is with us. Hello, my dear sweet lady. Welcome to you. And we have another all-star in the building, ladies and gentlemen. I saw the fireworks going off. I thought it might have been the anti-whites with the balaclavas outside setting some fireworks off. You know how they've been acting up here in Washington, D.C., nation's capital, White House, orange man living inside. But instead, it wasn't fireworks. It was Groundhog Fury. So it was just like fireworks. It was just scintillation that shot through the room when the great hero came in, and really he and others making Crucible something that is truly going to bridge the gap. It suddenly came to mind when you have Groundhog Fury and you have others participating in the standalone version, and we'll be talking about that over the course of the evening, night, morning, wherever you are on planet Earth, going free. We'll be talking about that. And I had this vision in the military. Perhaps if you all were, if somebody here was in maybe the Marine Corps or the Army, and you know of or operate those, what do they refer to? They're the bridge layer. It's the track-driven vehicle that the bridge is folded in half and lays back on top of it. It drives up to the crossing, and then it opens like this and then lays the bridge down. Does anybody know what that's called? It's a fantastic piece of the white man's technology. And Elaine Sabatino is here. We're gonna celebrate Elaine. We're gonna celebrate a lot of people today. I'm gonna actually have to pick my phone up. Elaine has been so busy, but I was gonna just to finish what I was thinking about there, and that is that having others, having Groundhog Fury participate in the creation of standalone version of Crucible is just like having this track device coming up, laying the bridge down, so that all of our brothers and sisters, the folks in the MAGA crowd, the conservatives that have been just heads in the ground or in other orifices, the nationalists of the old school type that fails and loses all the times, and the patriots and all, so that they can finally come over to something that works, so that they can finally come over to being inoculated, so that they can finally come over and receive the antibodies that will enable them to fight off anti-whiteism once and for all, no matter how lame some of the ideas have been from the past, that some of these different quadrants have been, some of these different spheres have been interested in, some of these different spheres have lauded, some of them have villainy signaled because they thought that it would make them acceptable to the anti-whites. And of course, we know that it won't. They will know soon as well, because of the work of Groundhog Fury, because of the work of others. And thank God for them. This book is ending up being something far more powerful than it used to be. And together, all of us in a sprint until this election, and perhaps sometime after, we are going to make sure that this book gets in front of the faces of every single one of our brothers and sisters out there, so that they too can be empowered as we are empowered. Just the verbiage in that book alone is going to empower them in ways that heretofore they could not even imagine. The kind of ways that you all are constantly writing me about with these splendid testimonies about how your life has been changed, about how the conversations you have completely changed, about how you come away from arguments as the moral one, as the winner, the anti-whites deleting their threads, the anti-whites running away from the conversation. This is not what happens ever for our brothers and sisters across the United States and indeed around the world, but it can for them if they are empowered as you all have been empowered. It is a practice, ladies and gentlemen, going free. It is not a book that you pick up one time, read, and then put down and never revisit. It is something that you do for the rest of your life. It is practical. It is pragmatic. The kinds of things that are talked about it are easy to follow, easy to implement. You just have to dedicate yourself, and you have to do it on a regular basis. It is a lifestyle decision, just like being in shape and eating right and being healthy. It's something that you have to do. And if you do it, you will reflect it. It will shine through every single pore of your body until your eyes glow like the gods and all of those memes that people share. And you walk through your life as a victor for the first time. I don't know if we want to say winner. So much of that winning from 4 years ago ended up being just a new reimagined way of losing. We are victors here, and it'll be victory after victory as everyone else is having in your life, in the lives of those around you, changing the minds of those children that have been recalcitrant, who have been brainwashed to be anti-white. They're infected as you're infected, but you can exercise going free. You can make the change in your life. You can make the change in their life. Maybe you're the child. Maybe it's your parent. I think we have a testimony about that. And your parent is the one that's anti-white, and you need to bring over to something far healthier, far less destructive. Make no mistake about it, ladies and gentlemen. This is not just about an election. This is not just about an ideology. This is not just about parties. This is not just about another turn of the cycle of the seats in Washington, D.C., and in any country, Western country around the world. Indeed, this is about an ideology that is called anti-whiteism. It was something that I thought I was coining for the first time ever because it was nowhere in the world around me. I talk about that in these videos. I talk about that in iteration 2 of Going Free that is coming up in the next couple months or so. And this is something that, again, I thought I was coining because the anti-whites had torn it out of our dictionaries, had torn it out of our mouths, the tongues, the very tongues from our mouths. Because if you don't have the words to think in your own defense, speak in your own defense, you cannot think in your own defense, and you end up using the language that they demand that you use, all the way to the point that you have these absolute losers that crawl out of their holes and claim to be white positive. And they say, look at this the verbiage that he's using over there. He's got this strange verbiage using anti-white, anti-whiteism. How dare he use words that anti-whites haven't sanctioned for him? How dare he use a language and dialectics that the anti-whites didn't say is acceptable to use? Can you actually believe that these dank, dark, dim, backward individuals crawling out of their holes try to criticize us? And it's from them all the way up to people who are most educated from the best institutions saying you can't use those words. Don't you see I'm an academic peacock and I have all of these degrees. You cannot speak that way. You can't talk about mean pathogens. You cannot talk about mean curatives. You cannot talk about potential to power. All things very simple. There's jargon that is very complex in every single trade. In the trade that you're in the profession that you're in, you learn complex, deep jargon that is far deeper, far more complex, far more unnecessary than the jargon you need to know to save your ass, to save your life, to save the lives of your children, to save the countries that we create that only exist because they exist inside of us. So we'll be talking about that today as well. So great to see so many of you. It is a splendid day here in the once great state of Virginia, 68 degrees Fahrenheit. I believe that's 20 degrees Celsius. For all of you with weird measurements around the world, you'll know exactly how lovely it is. Blue skies, white puffy clouds, butterflies, and birds. The bird song is just absolutely majestic outside the window. I look over here at my screens over to my left, and I see Brant Danger is over there as well. So is the great Raymond Van Buskirk joining Yiz. Let's take a quick look here. If you financially gift on Cash App or you financially gift on Entropy, you receive priority. Makes sense. Your questions and comments will come first. Although we do get to everyone's questions and comments, and we may change the verbiage to protect the channel or may change the verbiage to educate you on a way of speaking and therefore a way of thinking that will change your life. Why does this seem so odd to so many people? Why is it that when people totally accept that when you decide to get in shape, when you decide to go to the gym, when you decide to work out, you have to accept a new way of living. You have to learn the names of the exercises. You have to learn the names of the machines. You have to learn the types of reps and the types of sets. And that is going to do nothing for you compared to what Going Free will do for you. This should not be something that is seen as mystical or odd or out there or bizarre when all of it is absolutely tenable. The only thing that is untenable are the arguments that are made against doing the thing that has proven again and again to work. You're asked in business all the time, what is the difference between saying you have a great product or service or the people who buy or use your service saying that it's great? In the former, it is you bragging. It is you potentially using reason, logic, and evidence to make a case to the public. In the latter, it is a fact. So we have a fact that has been proven now for decades in my efforts here for White Wellbeing, and now online now for half a decade with all of you coming forward and sharing your testimonies brilliantly and reaching others as a consequence of it. You have no idea how powerful you are until you share the changes in your life. And those changes are heard or read by others, and then they implement Going Free in their lives, and they make a difference. The reason why there are people out there in this world who would look at this and try to act snarky, who try to act like they are, they want to joke around, they want to just mock or something, it's because they have not a single shred bone, not a single shred of essence in their spirit or sinew in their body that is able to be courageous. They are children. The only thing they're able to be courageous about and feel brave about is something on a movie screen or comments they are going to make in some sort of a live chat somewhere, or sitting on some broken lawn chair behind a trailer somewhere. Nothing wrong with broken lawn chairs or trailers, but sitting in such a place and making big comments about how they're going to do something one of these days. We have already changed the world here in Going Free with the small number of people that we have and the money that we are able to get together to make things happen. We have done more than all of the rest of the white positive sphere over the past 50 plus years, ladies and gentlemen. We have made changes, and we continue to make changes far bigger than they ever have. So let them continue to say nay about the success that we have. We are going to ignore them and move forward to greater mountain peaks. And we have more such successes to talk about, both in the foreground and in the background. And my God, let this party continue so that we can recapture this destiny before the days are too few to capture anything other than ourselves in cells by the anti-whites. Let me go ahead and we'll get started with what we have here. Let's get a huge round of applause for Elaine Sabatino. She's with us today. I want to recognize this wonderful lady for the work that she is doing. And let's see. This lady is just absolutely amazing. Every time I turn around, I don't have the opportunity to save all of these different things that she is doing. She finds messages. She finds messages and rocks by the score everywhere she is going, ladies and gentlemen. Every time I turn around, this lady is lit. She is absolutely lit with passion for white well-being. The spirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen, is inside of every single one of you. It is inside, even when you think it isn't, even when you think you can't access it. The spirit of the West is inside of you. And when we come together like this, when community begins to congeal, when it begins to form, the spirit of the West is ever more present, and you can feel it ever stronger than at any other point in your life. And know this as well, as you treat the meme pathogens. And if you're new to this, what's a meme pathogen? It's merely an idea that the anti-whites have given to you over the course of your life, and you have imbibed it without realizing it. It has become part of who and what you are, such as the anti-white idea that diversity is strength. And then that continues to circulate in your subconscious mind. You cannot escape it, no more than you can escape how you learn, knowing how to drive once you learn how to drive, or riding that bicycle once you have learned to ride that bicycle. You can learn all about that in Going Free. You can get that book as, you can get it from Amazon. You can acquire it at nowhitecollectibles.com. You can get it as an ebook right now. I've made all of this very inexpensive so that folks can acquire these things when they need it. Now is the time. And you can see that this lady, did I show this one? That this lady has absolutely gotten in touch with the spirit of the West. She has a passion moving through her that is unstoppable. This is what it's like. This is what it feels like, ladies and gentlemen, when you begin to change the world. I got messages coming in. I got messages coming in right now of folks celebrating the successes that they're having, live messages. I just want to try to share these as best I can. And let me just see, some of these messages are coming in. And wow, look at this. I can't even, maybe during one of the songs, I'll try to share this. More successes. Not about putting all of our focus on some other group. Not about putting our focus on some ideology and then talking about how that ideology or that group of people or whatever it might be harms some abstraction. It harms society. It harms the family. It harms womanhood. It harms manhood. And if only we can talk about all of the harm it does, enumerate all of the things that it does to this different group or that different abstraction, talk about the proponents of it, talk about the people that are funding it, talk about the people who started it, talk about debate what are going to be the outcomes of it, and then take all of that information and then push it out to the general population. If we can just do that, then this threat, this thing will somehow be defeated. And then as an afterthought, somehow we will be benefited by it. Bullshit. That is what I have to say to everybody who thinks like that. Bravo, Sierra. Pardon my French. Bravo, Sierra, to everybody who thinks like that. The focus is on us. This is about love. This is about redemption. It doesn't matter where you went wrong in your past. It doesn't matter the kind of things you're still struggling with. We will help you get there. It is about coming to our people, becoming a people again, coming together and fighting for and struggling for our well-being in every way that it is possible, recapturing that destiny in every way that it is possible. Is it the drink? Is it the bottle? Is it video gaming? Is it pornography? Is it a drug abuse? Is it marring your flesh? Is it the school board that pushes endlessly anti-white ideology on your children, causing them to hate themselves as we have hated ourselves for decades? This isn't new, for God's sake. They've been teaching us this nonsense, this anti-whiteism for decade after decade after decade. And every single one of you know that this is the case. You've just either been afraid to say it, or you've been one of our heroes and you've been out there like the rest of us saying it, like the great Elaine Sabatino. I wish these could be seen a little bit more clearly on the camera. I don't know how clearly all of them are coming through. I want a great big round of applause for this woman, Elaine, the great Elaine Sabatino. Every single time, several times a day, I turn around and there is more that she has done for our people. Look, from it's just, I can't even, I would love to share all of this, all of these different things. And every time I turn around and I see something else that has found its way, let's see, how can I show this one? Okay, I can show this. That has found its way. You all might recognize that leaflet. She obviously recognized it when she saw it out there, decided to take a picture, some brave person placing it out somewhere that's perfectly legal, of course. And finding these things all over the place and spreading. People are going to see this. They're going to come to White Wellbeing, and their lives are going to be changed as a consequence. I see this. I see stuff coming up from Elaine Sabatino, and then I turn around, and then there's something new from Raymond Foster on the other side of the planet, spreading White Wellbeing, spreading going free, going free. I see it happening in Australia. I see it happening in New Zealand. I see people in Poland. I see people in Estonia. I see people in Sweden. I see people in Iceland. I see people in Greenland. I see people in Italy. I saw messages from Spain, people putting out this information. It is global, ladies and gentlemen. This is a voice that the entire world, the entire Western world can speak with. Absolutely no stopping us. Look at this, is absolutely magnificent. Let's see if we can get that. Came in there for a second. Absolutely fantastic. Happening everywhere around the world. Good people doing good things. Nobody part of an organization. Nobody being forced to do any of this. Nobody being shamed into doing it if they don't do it. Nobody being told they have to put up a banner somewhere. Nobody being told that they have to hike somewhere up to a highway overpass. We've got pictures of that. We've got, I just have to get to them. I've got so many coming in. Why are they doing it, ladies and gentlemen? Why are we celebrating every single one of these people who are doing magnificent things? What is motivating them to do it? Success. Finally, by God in heaven, success. We are making a difference in the world. We are making a difference that people can see in the smallest of their, by their own estimation, the smallest of lives. People think they have no power whatsoever on anyone else in the world. We are making success from that point all the way up to genuine Patrick Henrys who are watching the program right now, or who'll be watching in replay, ladies and gentlemen. That is the message that is spreading around the world. No pressure, no group from top down saying they have to do it. Grassroots up from the very bottom saying this works. And as a consequence, and I care enough about my people. I love my people. I'm here for the love of Western civilization. I too will spread this. And not only that, but a message that unapologetically is saying that we are in service to white well-being and that we accept everybody to serve with us, white well-being, irrespective of their immutable characteristics. And as a consequence, people of all backgrounds stepping up and throwing their hat into the ring as supporters and endorsers of white well-being, saying it's got to come to an end. We don't want to lose Western civilization. We don't want to lose law and order. We don't want to have a banana republic. We don't want to have what the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats want in the United States, or whatever they might call themselves in the political parties across the Western world. We too want something different and better. We too want white well-being. We are together, ladies and gentlemen, making it happen. This I can promise you. Let's keep those round of applause going for the great Heidi and Raymond Van Buskirk. Raymond is modding here today as well. Heidi shows up every time that she can. This is a working class family. They are doing things not only where you can see them, ladies and gentlemen, but they are hard at work in the background. Let's make sure we get a big round of applause and acknowledgement for these two wonderful members of our community. Let's also thank, and we mentioned her a little earlier, let's also thank Yiz. Let's thank another gentleman by the name of John. Let's thank the both of them. And let's also thank, of course, our dear lady, Fraulein Dresden, whose mother survived the firebombing at Dresden. You know the one I'm talking about. She is out there every day, Fraulein Dresden, spreading white well-being, taking the message to our people. She's doing a magnificent job. All three of these people. Let's get a big round of applause for all of them. Raucous emojis up to the rafters, as they say. Now, as we wrapped up last week, we had a financial gift I didn't get an opportunity to get to, and it was from one of our heroes, 41 BMC, financially gifting $10. And I believe he said everything he wanted to say with that $10 financial gift for white well-being. Thank you so much, dear brother, 41 BMC, financially gifting last week. And we're getting to that financial gift. Thank you so much. Getting to it this week, 41 BMC. And I want to also, whether he meant to do it or not, we're going to get another round of applause. And we want to find out, Al Robot, are you here? Are you with us, Al Robot? Or if you show up tonight, could somebody please ask Al Robot last week? I just want to make sure that his 1,000 Canadian dollar financial gift was what he meant to do. When we had an issue with Mark Collett once where a foreign currency was accidentally upped by a zero. And I want to make sure that didn't happen here, that Al Robot indeed wanted to financially gift 1,000 Canadian dollars. So if he's here, let us know that it's what you wanted to do. If not, we will reimburse that to you. It is likely, ladies and gentlemen, it is certain, ladies and gentlemen, that Al Robot, like the rest of us, works for a living. And I want to make sure that 1,000 Canadian dollars, that could be car payments, that could be a house payment, it could be something very important. So if it was an accident, I want to make sure that we get that money back to Al Robot as quickly as we can so that he doesn't miss any of those payments. Thank you so very much for the other financial gifts that you have given, brother. Either way, whether you meant to do this one or not, you are a great participant, and we are proud to have you in our ranks. Once we find out, we will celebrate your $1,000, if that's the case, your $1,000 Canadian dollar financial gift here as loudly as we can. So we got some news items we're going to hit upon today. I'm just going to cite them off, and a couple of them, and then we're going to get into some of these comments from you all. And we're going to roll here and talk about the different news items that we have. A lot of things going on. A couple things to be really angry about, a couple things that we need to be talking about because they're so very important. A couple of people out there that are really problematic. We're going to give you some actions that you can engage in. Of course, the number one action is going to make sure that we push Crucible to every single MAGA, nationalist, conservative, Tea Party, everybody out there that you think you know that is in any of those categories, First Amendment, Second Amendment, constitutional party, all of these sorts of people. This book needs to get to those people. They need to know. It doesn't matter how you got to get to them. If you got to get to them on Twitter, if they're on Gab, if they're on Facebook, you've got to do whatever you got to do. You have to be creative. We've got to get this material to them. As I said moments ago, 20 minutes ago, the verbiage in that book alone will empower them in a way that they will have victories they never could have dreamed of. But many of them who dig into Crucible will end up coming over to Going Free, and they truly will be light bearers in those communities. We will change this world. There are scary things that are coming up, and I'll talk about that in just 1 minute. And we're going to keep rolling right along here. Let's see what's happening, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll take a quick look here. We have another huge success behind the scenes. I cannot tell you how absolutely exciting it is. I will briefly speak to it at the level I can a little bit later in the show. But this is another enormous success behind the scenes. It is the aggrandizing or the accumulation rather of these successes one after the other behind the scenes that then end up percolating out to the majority, out to the masses as a whole, out to the mainstream, where you all then end up seeing it. And I have given you predictions. I have told you if I could walk on water, it would be easier than making this happen, and I would do that and we would be done with it. But we are doing this for real. These real things happening. This isn't about a handful of people getting together, whether it's 5 or 250 people getting together to scream about something that needs to be done, or people need to care about us. By God, we have them caring about us right now. We don't want to ruin the good things that we are making happen behind the scenes right now. Real things, real power, real individuals, not dreams, not fantasies, not playing the villain, not any of this nonsense. We've got great things, great victories happening behind the scenes. And it's like I said, and in fact, I think one of the songs we'll play by the great Raymond Foster, it takes some of my verbiage out of at one of the shows where I was talking about there isn't going to be a news source telling you to celebrate if you're white positive. Nobody's going to come to you and say breaking news, and it's going to give that like Fox News, the sound and the rollover of the breaking news or what, and make you feel nervous and tense and have that little hum in the background. Everything they do to psychologically manipulate you. None of it happens, of course. And it's not going to come at you with all of that, ladies and gentlemen, to tell you this is the big thing to be excited about. Your lives are changing right now. Throw a party about this. It's not going to happen that way. They're not going to tell you. You are going to need to feel this in your bones. You are going to need to be the germ that spreads this out to the rest of the masses, that excitement and that energy that takes it from where you are to the 5 around you, to the 5 around them, to the 500 beyond them, to the 5,000 beyond those, to the 5 million after that, ladies and gentlemen. We will make it happen. Big things are happening. That I can guarantee you without doubt. So we have that coming up. We have, ladies and gentlemen, I am very proud to say, Crucible will be available in several days. In just several days from now, the standalone version of Crucible Child Patriot American Victory will be available. And that is when the Christmas tree at the drag strip has turned green, ladies and gentlemen. That is when the starting pistol has fired, and we need to move sprint like the wind. If you can't find a month and a half or so worth of energy inside of you to be the most animated you have ever been in your whole life, then you are in the wrong place. So we'll talk about that. Very exciting news. Just absolutely invigorating. That I will tell you. We also have this the nomination or a nominee coming up, and why we'll talk about why the nomination must come forward, why this nominee must be confirmed before the election. We'll talk about why that must happen and how we can play a part in helping that to happen. We're going to be talking about more absolutely fanatical anti-white legislation, ladies and gentlemen. Fanatical anti-white legislation. Again, all of those people who are saying to not vote for the T-Rex or to vote for a Biden or something like that, absolutely cut them out of your lives, cut them out of your hearing, cut them out of anyone you would ever give credence to for the rest of your life. Those people aren't worth taking care of your goldfish. I guarantee you they'll live the week without the food. Don't even put them in charge of your goldfish. We have here House Resolution 884, ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the global threat transnational white supremacist extremism presents to America and its interests. Yes, we'll be talking about that. Every angle that the anti-whites are moving on every single front to shut us down every single way they can, making everything illegal, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. This is the time that we are going to have, and there'll be no other time unless there's a contextual, societal contextual shift that we cannot predict, but we can push hard with our shoulders to help make happen. Unless that happens, then at some point after the next 4 years, after T-Rex finishes up, these sorts of things are going to become law of the land. This is the 4 years of your life that are going to be the most meaningful, ladies and gentlemen. You better make sure that you're writing yourself into these pages, if necessary, in your own blood, as the hero of Western kind. House Resolution 884. We'll be talking about that today, ladies and gentlemen. We'll also be talking about House Resolution 8178 to amend the Public Health Service Act to provide for public health research and investment into understanding and eliminating structural racism and police violence. Do you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? Remember when we had Sarah Dye on, and we spoke about how the anti-whites, they have been doing this for many decades, have been moving forward on many fronts to try to make and to define having heretical thoughts, caring about white well-being, define it as a illness, a physical and mental illness, psychological illness. And they are moving forward on every front they can to do so that they can take steps, use laws that are already in place to do things like quarantine you if you happen to have heretical thoughts, to put you away until they can get rid of those heretical thoughts, until they can force medicate you, take away your right to self-defense, all of these sorts of things. Do you think you're going to recapture our destiny with any of these other alternatives that are out there right now? You don't have a chance in hell. This will be your destiny if you don't end up going free and pushing this lexicon and dialectics like there's no tomorrow, because there damn well may not be a tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to be talking about that coming from the anti-whites. Let's see, what else do we have here? We're going to talk about there's no time to focus on these other nonsense ideas. Briefly talk about that have been out in the white positive sphere. There are a lot of ideas out there. There have been a lot of ideas for a long time. They have all failed. That's one thing they all have in common. The only idea out there, the only vehicle out there that hasn't failed is going free. Every other idea that's out there is old, it's superannuated, it's wizened, it's desiccated, it's absolutely dried up. They're credos that in many ways are just useless from top to bottom. That doesn't mean that there can't be somebody else that comes forward. There can't be another idea. There can't be some great personalities. There can't be success elsewhere. It doesn't mean that. What it does mean is a fact that we have to accept. Every other attempt, every other vehicle, every other method has failed. Every other method has failed. So if you adopt any of these other methods, you'll be adopting a method that has failed, that has already been defeated by the anti-whites. So just know that. We're not going to be doing things, and we'll talk about that briefly. We're not going to be talking about separation anymore. Not possible. You'll go to jail. You will lose your right to self-defense. We're not going to be talking about amending the Constitution. This is absolutely boggles the mind that some of these pants pissers and these phallus of other race worshipers are trying to come forward again with a new look and getting attention from people. We're gonna write a document, and somehow that changes everything. What ends up happening is you have magic thinking in the masses, and we could talk about that later, where they think the founding fathers wrote a document and everything changed. That was not the change agent. It's magic thinking that's happening there. So we're not going to do that. We're not going to be talking about civil war or militias. There is no such thing. There is no such possibility. You will go to jail. You will have your firearms taken away, red flagged right out from underneath of you in a heartbeat. All that nice, really cool hardware, and I think all of it's really cool. By the way, I'll just say this is a public service announcement. Stop taking pictures of your firearms and then posting them online. That is idiotic. You don't intimidate anybody. You just look like you're dangerous, and they're going to come and take everything away from you. Oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate you put up the new Trishicon sites, and you put up your new jellyfish mags and all of that, sort of the double stack mags. I get it. And you put all of that stuff is cool as all hell. I agree completely that it's neat. I'm a good old boy down home, And it's the kind of thing that I love as well. But listen, you keep putting these pictures up and you're going to go to jail. They're going to find you. They already know who you are. Like this, it doesn't take the government any time at all. They know who you are, and they will come take everything. You don't intimidate anybody when you play the villain. All you do, the only people you intimidate are the ones who could come join us in going free and change our destiny. Those are the only people you scare off, dumbasses. So the people doing this are men, so you can handle me calling you a dumbass. And your skin should be thick enough. It surely should be thick enough if you're going to put a mask on and stand stand in front of a camera with an AR or a shotgun or whatever, or an over and under, whatever it might be. I saw the guy who set up the AR on that tripod, that body tripod, the coolest thing ever. If you can do all of that, you can handle me calling you a dumbass when you're being a dumbass. Your skin's thick enough. You're being a dumbass. Stop showing that off. You don't scare anybody. You definitely don't scare the police. You definitely don't scare SWAT. No talk of militias. No talk of any of that anymore. We'll talk about that as well. No talk about surviving some sort of collapse. No talk about building bunkers underground. None of that garbage. None of that is welcome here in Going Free. You're not surviving anything. There's not going to be any collapse that you'll be able to survive. You're not going to reemerge. If you went down into a hole in the ground, the only way you would survive is if folks like me, folks like the rest of these good people here, came and knocked on your mausoleum door and said, it's okay to come out now. We've saved civilization. If that doesn't happen, you don't have anything to come out to. So no more talk about that. None of that is welcome. All of that is the kind of thing, especially when it's being spoken about over national lines, and we have more documentation. It's already illegal to do that, ladies and gentlemen. It's been illegal for decades. So just remember that when you all start talking internationally about doing these sorts of plans, different countries have different standards, and even the United States has different standards for working with groups outside of the country, already in law, with working with groups outside of the country than working with groups inside of the country. So if you're going to talk with somebody outside the country about surviving some sort of collapse or building some sort of elaborate mausoleum for your ass or a bunch of people's asses or whatever it might be, you talk about that internationally, and the United States government has the grounds to come and get you. They have the grounds to prosecute you. So you need to stop doing that right away. Right away. And I will just tack on to that as well something that's going to be going in iteration 2. As many more white people, our brothers and sisters out there, become increasingly frightened and motivated to do something about the world around them, to do something about society, civilization, the country, any Western country you might be in, as this happens, they're going to be looking out into the world. We are going to do our damned best, our level best, to reach all of those people, to be there with beaming neon lights so that they see us brighter than a full moon on a cloudless night in the middle of the outback in Australia. Brighter than that, 100 times fold. We're going to be there for them. But where we can't be there, there are going to be charlatans. There are going to be mountebanks, and their toadies are going to be telling our brothers and sisters, this guy right here, or this husband-wife team, they have an answer, and their answer is going to be something that sounds quasi-legal or something that might be legal, like they're going to start some sort of corporation, and then you are going to give them your money, and then they are going to go out and buy land somewhere with your money, and then you'll be buying yourself a plot. You can look back in history. I've studied this not only in the socio-political realm, but outside of it. This has happened many times around the world, where a charlatan shows up, says you can buy a plot in this grand new neighborhood I'm going to build, and they start selling the plots. They buy up the land. They make the kind of money they make is tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, depending on what period it was in history, relatively speaking. And they spend pennies on every dollar to give the appearance that something is being done, and then they flee. We have too little money, and I love you all too much to allow you and your family, you're in pecunia situation, you're in your poor families, your little boys and your little girls, to go without the dental treatment that they need, to go without the food that they need, to go without whatever it might be that they need, the trip to the doctor that they need, that your dollars would have bought, that instead you thought you were buying them safety, when in reality you were giving your money to a charlatan. So know this: as more of our brothers and sisters become awakened to what's happening, as more of them begin to be frightened about the world and their tomorrow and what the anti-whites are doing to us under the numerous names that the anti-whites demand that these folks call themselves, under all of these names, as they get nervous, charlatans are going to appear, and we need to be there to burn them down metaphorically. We need to be there to tell every one of their audience members that they are a farce, that and in every case, they're going to be a farce. No one that shows up saying, give all of your money to this guy or that couple or whatever with this business idea is going to be legitimate. The only kind of situations where there'll be community building, where it will be legitimate, is where you keep your money, is where you are in charge of your finances, where you are given an opportunity to participate with your resources. You get to have firsthand knowledge of everything. There is no black box. There is no group that somehow knows better or has an inside or whatever it might be. Those are the only times it's legitimate. You're not going to need me to be with you to say this person is legitimate, that person is illegitimate. When their fancy websites show up, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks very professional, and they have all of the professional verbiage on there, and they are using all of the great sales tactics to appeal to people, to undermine them and everything, you need to crash those websites. You need to find out who these people really are. You need to tell the world who these folks really are, so that our brothers and sisters won't be taken for every red cent that they have in their bank accounts. They have too few of them. And I am not going to sit here and allow this to happen to little white boys and little white girls in our communities across the United States and around the world, because charlatans are going to see, here's an opportunity for profit. Hell no. So we might touch on that a little bit more later on, maybe not. Now I have to say this, and then we're going to get rolling. We have to get going free. We're going to be talking about this a little bit later. I'm just going to mention it now. We have to get going free into the mouths of our people as the antibody, because, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot predict the future. We cannot, with certainty, we cannot predict what type of societal context shift will occur. We can name them, as I have, right before even they happened. And as I have several times now, just in the past half decade, for all of you online, you have seen it over and over. If you have seen it, speak up so that folks realize that this is the lens. This guy that's talking right now doesn't have psychic powers. He doesn't have a crystal ball, unless you want to say the crystal ball is going free. It's something that you all can pick up, a lens, a spectacle that you all, a microscope, a telescope that you all can pick up and you all can look through. It's called going free. The only thing that needs to be added to it to fill it out, to be able to make really precise predictions, is a good understanding of human nature. That is something that you can get by just speaking with me and being here with all of us. That's something that's much harder to try to communicate in a book. But this, you have to know, there might indeed come a time in 5 years from now, it might be that far, it might be that close, where anti-whites are able to begin implementing in the United States and therefore around the rest of the world. I mean, I'm already hearing about in Australia. I don't know if this is 100% certain yet, but we'll find out, where they are. Again, this might be false. I've heard this. So you have to check with CNN. Go to the fact checkers at Snopes, that in Australia, they might be arresting people for crimes that they haven't committed, that they might commit. So this might be true. It might be false. Make sure you get both sides of the story, investigate it. If somebody knows more in the live chat, they can supply that information. It's the kind of thing that we want to make sure, CNN, arbiter of all things real in the universe. I think actually when they speak, things just change in the physical world to reflect what they say. But nonetheless, these kinds of things are happening across the West, and we might see these sorts of bills. I mean, we've been going through them, have we not? How many bills have we been talking about? Resolutions, acts, bills, treaties, S1492, the Disarm Hate Act, HR 1877, African Descent Affairs Act. We're going to talk about that. We got somebody wrote in about that already taking place in the UK. HR 7946, Federal Reserve Racial and Economic Act. We have Home Ownership for the Dreamers Act. It goes on and on. Gun Safety Act, ladies and gentlemen. The International Compact Against Racism, Compact Against Racism Acts, the Jabra Hire No Hate Act, Biden, the bill. It goes on and on and on. There may come a time in 5 years from now, ladies and gentlemen, maybe sooner, and we'll talk about that in a moment, why things are so much in the air right now, why there's been a big shift. And these things, if they do go into effect, people like myself are going straight to jail. And that is something I'm going to continue working for White Wellbeing all the way up until that moment when they cut the tongue out of my mouth. And who knows, with the anti-whites in charge, they may literally cut our tongues out. If that happens, we need the antibody that is going free in the mouths of Western kind. Because if it is in the mouths of Western kind, when this kind of things go into effect, we will still recapture our destiny. It is the antibody. It is the antidote. And once it is in the body politic, anti-whiteism can't resist it, ladies and gentlemen. Anti-whiteism can't resist it. So if in 5 years from now, if 7 years from now, they haul me off, they haul off Jared George or whoever else, and it becomes illegal to help us, it becomes illegal to financially gift, it becomes illegal to even for a bank to hold our money, and the kind of things they're talking about in these acts and in these bills, if that happens, once it gets out into the mouths of our people, they will share it within their families, it will grow, there'll be no stopping it. That is why what we are doing right now is so important. We may indeed be the droplet of the antibody into this corpse of Western civilization, that even when they take out the loudest voices, mine and others and whoever else, people smarter and better looking than me, and etc., even when they take us all out, it will grow from that seed, and nothing the anti-whites will be able to do will be able to stop it. Proud white generals will step up. Proud white admirals will step up. Proud white police chiefs will step up, and many will fall in the recapturing of our destiny, but many will succeed. That is a future that we have to guarantee so that they can look back. If that is the hell that we have to pass through, if that indeed is the crucible, as is the name of my book, that we have to pass through, the flaming crucible, then so be it. And let our lives then go down as glory for our people so that they can have what we never had, what we fought for, so that generations yet to come can have it once again. It will be your names that are sung in the songs thereafter as a consequence. One way or another, this will come to the recapture of our destiny. We're going to talk about the options that they have for the position of POTUS in or SCOTUS for the Supreme Court. We'll get to that as well. There are some bad ones. There are some good ones. And there are other news items that we will get to, like the mother who was murdered, white woman murdered by anti-white non-whites for being white. They're not going to tell you that on the news, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it may or may not be true. I might be making it up here. But nonetheless, it happened. We'll talk about that maybe. We'll talk about the Trump 1776 commission. I'm going to turn the AC on because it's getting hot in here. And we'll continue with the show. Let me just do that. Let me see. We'll get a drink as well. And we'll see what you all are having to say. And we'll get to these comments. Philippe says, listen to this. I don't catch your streams often, but wow, you are an inspiration that moves me to self-improvement and continue telling the hard truth wherever I go. Godspeed, Jason. You're the man. Thank you, Philippe. You are the man. I want you to think about for a moment the fact that every one of you, and this is true for me. This is my passion. When our heroes have spoken in the past, when the trumpets of the spirit of the West have blown through them, the silver trumpets have blown through them, my eyes have moistened. My soul, my heart has been moved. That is true for every single one of you. It is true for this hero right there. So when he compliments me, he's complimenting himself. I don't catch your streams often, but wow, you are an inspiration that moves me to self-improvement and continue telling the hard truth wherever I go. Continue telling the hard truth wherever I go. That's going free, ladies and gentlemen. That is sharing the cure, the psychological defense for the psychological warfare that's waged against us. Godspeed, he writes, and Godspeed to you, brother. Ryan writes here, I imagine how many of our children are suffering internally. They've been taught to hate their people and themselves before they can ever articulate such thoughts. Absolutely. We all have gone through that. No one alive today has not gone through it. The only kind of people who deny it are people who are lying to themselves because they want to act tough. They want to. I am just absolutely. I could not possibly be victimized by. This is the mindset that these people have. I could not possibly have. No, when the truth is, once you dig down into this, people realize when they look into themselves, what MPs do I have circulating in my head? Every one of you has the diversity is strength. And when you begin to break that one down, you find out, you discover that there are 10 more that you have learned inside of that one. It is incalculable, the damage that has been done. And our children, it's not just now. Everybody's being focused now because of the 1619 project, because the critical race theory that has been pushed into the public conversation. It's been there. I've been talking about it, and other heroes have been talking about it for decades. Anti-Whiteism is what I determined to call it because that's what it is. If somebody you're speaking to wants some specific details, you can say 1619 project, critical race theory, and you can talk about these things if you want to, but don't even bother. It's anti-Whiteism. If you were afraid to use anti-Whiteism before because you thought, well, you know what? This other big content creator in the white positive sphere isn't using it. This venerable content creator isn't using it. You know what the problem was? They were dumbasses. I've been a dumbass. The difference is that when I discover that I'm being a dumbass, I change course. That's the difference. The fact that they're not saying anti-Whiteism, even though I've been saying it and it's been having success for decades now, shows that they choose to remain stolid and impudent dumbasses. And now we see that anti-Whiteism has been in the dictionary all along. So call it what it is. I didn't invent learning from your mistake. I'm just someone who's humble enough to learn from whoever it was who originally taught that. I don't know the person's name, neither do you. It's been passed forward generation after generation. Learn from your mistakes. Do that. I happily do that. Call it anti-Whiteism. That is what our children are being exposed to. There are big reasons for calling it anti-Whiteism. There are big reasons for calling it anti-white. It's called thought chains. I've gone through it many times. We don't have another 8 hours or 16 hours to stream. I don't even know how long YouTube lets you stream anymore after the changes that these twits have made over there, these anti-white twits. But when you call it 1619 project, when you call it this all of these sorts of the government training that they're doing, critical race theory of this sort, Marxist type, when you call it that, it doesn't make a people. We don't have one. We need one. You have to call these things anti-white. You have to say the ideology against us is anti-Whiteism. I want you to hear me no matter how powerful you are to however little power you think you have. You have to call it anti-white and anti-Whiteism because we need a people. We do not, a human being does not defend themselves unless they see themselves under attack. If it is an abstraction, especially the white race, who has this proclivity to hyper-individualism, their first thought is to, how do I run away? How do I disassociate myself? You need to rope all of those people in that want to be cowards, that want to be selfish. And you need them to know, no. You are going to be victimized. You are not going to get out of this. You are not going to be anti-white enough. You're not going to be able to say, well, I'll just teach the 1619 and then they'll leave me alone. I'll just teach the critical race theory and then they'll leave me alone. Wrong, dumbass. If you're a member of Western kind, you are on the chopping block. You are the villain in that narrative. You can never escape it. We all need to be saying anti-white and anti-whiteism. No more Marxism. No more economic Marxism. No more social Marxism. I want you to see this when they talk about no more different waves of feminism. No more this type of communism. No more. If you say Bolshevism, you should slap yourself. Unless you're teaching a history class, unless you have students in front of you and you're studying a period in history where you have to talk about the Bolsheviks in history in the rearview mirror, if you say Bolshevism, you should promptly slap yourself until you stop saying it. It is anti-whiteism. Anything that harms Western kind or Western civilization is anti-white. It doesn't matter if non-white people do it. It doesn't matter if white people do it. It doesn't matter if aliens do it. If anybody does it, it's anti-white. If it harms us, it's anti-white. It's that goddamn simple. People need to see themselves as under attack because when they do, it engenders righteous indignation. Nobody feels righteous indignation for abstractions. They feel righteous indignation when it is themselves, their own identity, their own survival, their own improvement, their own betterment that is under assault. Got it? No other argument contradicts this. I'm tired of hearing about, well, this guy, he really looks the part in all the movies I've watched, what the smart guy looks like. You know, he's handicapped. He's in a wheelchair. He's goofy. He's what all of these things that have been put into your entertainment. Realize this, ladies and gentlemen. Realize this, that everything we say in Going Free, about how you are manipulated by anti-whiteism is the case. Because right now I'm going to ask you, what does the genius look like? What does the guy look like that is going to tell you, that really needs to be heeded, that really needs to be listened to, that whose opinions and like these, what is it? These like supercilious way that they will speak to you. Well, what does that guy look like? And an image is going to come to mind. And then I'm going to ask you, how many times have you actually been involved in a sort of a revolution where you had some sort of revolutionary leader and there was a cryptic genius somewhere that the revolution, the rebels were going to go get all of their wisdom from? When has that happened in your life? Never. It's happened in all of the storybooks you've read. It's happened in all of the movies you've watched. It's happened in the TV shows that you've watched, right? That is where this image comes from, of the crippled, weird, something off about the guy, genius that's going to tell you all how to go from here to there. And what he says doesn't make sense. And it's almost like that's a prerequisite to it being legitimate. If it makes no sense whatsoever, then that's what we should be doing. Absolutely not. And we have a word here for that. Does anybody know what that word is? Who watches the show enough to be able to say? If anybody says it, then we'll give applause to that person. I know I'm a little bit ahead of you, so I'll wait to let folks think about it to see if they can remember what that is called. It's a failing in the human brain that causes people to believe things that just obviously are on their face absurd. You don't have heroes written into your entertainment, written into Hollywood, written into the books that you are permitted to read from the regime. You don't have them written in who are bold, who are heroic, who are muscular, who are able-bodied, who can function, who not only have a high IQ, but the fictional high EQ. They're able to get along in the world. They're able to go out and be heroes and victors in other fields of life. You don't see that. You don't see heroic white men who are champions in numerous fields that are set up as the cryptic genius who just has all of the sage wisdom to just pontificate to you in this supercilious way about what to do, and then you just bow obsequiously. You know, you prostrate yourself on the floor before them because of how just weird they are. You don't see these heroic white men of the West, and I wonder why. Who's writing our stories? Who's creating those narratives? Who's making those movies? And then you're going to base your decisions about what to do in life on what they have given you in entertainment? Give me a break. No more use of these idiotic terms. It's anti-white and anti-whiteism. If anybody hasn't said it yet, I don't know. I can't look. It's, well, I'll wait. I'm going to give people time. Has anybody found out what it is? And then I'm going to keep rolling. Got some here. Cognitive dissonance. No, it's Latin. I've used it. Tertullian's, something said by Tertullian. I changed the meaning a little bit. It's credo qui absurdum. I believe because it is absurd. Too many people fall for that. It's obviously absurd, so therefore, you have no idea how many people I spoke with who, when these pants pissers were gaining tens of thousands of followers, said, well, it just, yes, I get that it's absurd, but somehow it's got to make sense. And I was just like, you've got to be kidding. It's totally ridiculous, but somehow it's got to work because, you know, this guy, he's like right out of the movies, looks just like a orbicular, imbecilic, and therefore super genius that's going to lead us to and his ideas make no sense. And so it's like this big stamp across their forehead, credo qui absurdum. No, the guy who's able-bodied, the guy who I argued against the points that these two losers made, and I was right. Reason, logic, and evidence proved me right. They couldn't argue against it. And then reality proved me right in a very big way. And we talked about it after they collapsed, didn't we? Reality proved me right in a very big way. There shouldn't be a single person out there who continues to heed anything that these folks have to say. Azimuth Clark says, I finally had the courage to tell my mother that she is anti-white and hates white people. Listen to this. I told her it is a sickness and it is not her fault. I told her she has been under psychological conditioning her whole life to make her feel this way. I did tell her, though, there is a way out of it, and it's called going free. Going free is the only way to break this conditioning and free yourself from the self-hatred and anger. I said the phrase go free several more times and walked away. I am hoping this plants some seeds. Absolutely, it is planting seeds, brother. Everybody's going to be different. Let's get a round of applause for Clark here for doing this with his mother. How difficult of a thing is it? We have all had our family members compromised. We have all, I've absolutely, I'm not saying that others have to do this, but I've cut people right out. They don't exist as family members anymore. And I've cut them right out because they chose to be anti-white. I'll have nothing to do with them. You don't have to do this. All areas of gray here are acceptable. You have love for your family members. We have to deal with our mothers. We have to deal with our fathers. We want to make good memories with them. Now, if they are corrosively anti-white and they are absolutely destroying your life, you have to consider it like you would consider somebody who is a drug user and thieving from you. If they are stealing your life from you, just like a drug user might steal your stereo to go sell it for drugs. Somebody who is viciously anti-white and trying to push it on you all the time is robbing you of a healthy, wholesome, salubrious life. And if that's the case, then I know what I would do. I would get out of there and I am healthier for it. And others who have been in those situations have all told me they are healthier for it. We had a guy, Mr. George, and I talked about, last year, who was in a relationship with a woman who would be his wife, and everything else about this woman was just right, but she was anti-white, and he couldn't get her to move away from this. He broke that off. He's doing infinitely better. I'm happy to report as a consequence. Many of these stories come to us. If you're in an environment like that somebody's robbing from you a life that you deserve to be living. It's like these people, these doomsdayers, anti-white doomsdayers who are talking about the environment all the time. They rob from you some measure of joy in life by telling you it's your fault that the world is coming to an end. And it's your fault. Again, this is the white guilting. This is the white shaming. Rest assured that young Jewish children and young black children and young Hispanic children, they're not being told it's your fault the world's coming to an end. And we would not allow people to tell their children that, because that is dreadful. That is to rob them of some measure of joy in their life, and perhaps a significant measure, causing them to hate themselves, which is what happens to our poor little white boys and girls. So it is to rob you of life. And you only have so much time for people who can be really close. I've got an excellent story. I just remembered. I have so many stories that come to me. My God. I can't get even a fraction of the success that we are having. Can you all please magnify this? Can you all let everyone know about your successes? I thank God you come to me and tell me. Thank God and the only reason I know here is the one that just came to mind. The woman didn't even tell me. I just stumbled upon it. So someone else, a whole community of women going free, coming together, being white positive. This is what we need. And I hope I can get to it over the course of the stream. I hope I can pull it up on the phone, because I can't even get to all of these things. But we sympathize with Clark. Thank you so much for the effort you're making there. I hope it goes well with your mother. Take it at the pace that she needs to be taken at. She is ill. You are right. She is suffering with white noir. Not a difficult concept. Nothing strange here to understand whatsoever. If you're new to this, white noir is just the physical, mental, and spiritual sickness that is caused by being infected with anti-white ideas. We call those meme pathogens. Very easy to understand. Totally tangible here. Nothing mysterious whatsoever. White noir is just like any kind of a syndrome that can be named in any sort of a medical book. There are syndromes that plenty of syndromes, if you've and I've read about many over the years, that really have no substance in reality. You have an agenda behind it. You have a couple of people pushing it, and it ends up becoming a legitimate syndrome and makes it its way into a medical book somewhere, just so that if it's mentioned, people who are in medicine can find it. And there's nothing legitimate about the syndrome whatsoever. Some of our doctors and nurses, or let me just say, because I know a lot of people don't want to give up that they are a doctor or a nurse, but if you know somebody who's a doctor or a nurse and they have talked about a syndrome before that is total hogwash, you can give a here in the live chat or in the replay or whatever it might be to say, Jason's right. There are plenty of those. White noir is a syndrome that is very real. Clark's mother is suffering from it. She hates herself. She hates our people. She's living in an anti-white narrative. Clark is going to have to bring her over to a healthy place very slowly. Thank you for that, Clark. We're going to keep moving along so we can get to the news stories, get to your comments and your financial gifts so that we can keep rocking. My God, so many exciting things I have to tell you that are happening. Steve Bin Bob, one of our greats. Great stream as ever, Jason. Regarding the African descent affairs, it's a globalist anti-white agenda, as you rightly pointed out. Here in the UK, Boris Johnson, and I believe this is the Down syndrome version of T-Rex, has stressed that when the UK finally leaves the EU, he wants to fast track as many Africans into the UK job market as possible in order to fill the gap left behind by Eastern European workers, and these Europeans would no longer be eligible to work in the UK. On a very poignant side note, he writes here, rest in peace, Nick Laurie, another loss to our cause. Well, I didn't know Nick, but rest in peace to Nick. I know he was a content producer. I don't think he was on the scene very long, but I heard that he was dedicated, and we condole with his family, his loved ones. We condole with all of his friends, and we thank him for his service to White Wellbeing, where he served it in a way that comported with White Wellbeing, my morality. Thank you. And we remember Nick Laurie. And of course, we have the anti-whites in the UK saying, happily we'll get rid of the white people from Eastern Europe or from Russia, or whatever it might be. We're going to happily get rid of them because they have the spirit of the West inside of them. And instead, we're going to bring over some folks who have a different biospirit. I know that they're all going to be smarter, better looking, healthier, longer lived. We definitely know they're more fecund. That's for sure. They're all astronauts, lawyers, engineers waiting to be. I know this is the case. But even though that's the case, they have a different biospirit. The Eastern Europeans, the Russians, or whatever it might have been in the UK, there could have been some difficulty in the ethnicities, these different cultures rubbing up against each other, both sides having not gone free yet. Once going free, we recognize this is what we want. We want there to be poignant the differences between the hue of Western civilization in the UK, the hue over here in France, the hue, we want this because we like that variety in Western civilization. Every manifestation that the great spirit of the West brings us forth, there's something real. There's nothing invisible here for us to look to. This is very real. It's in the world. It's in history. We can make it happen. A white man and woman can come together right now, and they can bring forth that beauty of the spirit of the West, bringing forward another beautiful white child. All of this real, ladies and gentlemen. Once both sides learn, we'll be able to get together harmoniously and live and let live in all of our countries by whatever means that ends up working its way out. But bringing in massive populations that have different biospirits are the absolute ingredient and certainty of bloody balkanization. That is what has always happened throughout history. And though what I'm saying here is a complete fiction, it happens in history books. You have to look to CNN and ask them if it happens there. Or maybe that guy who's the guy that Tucker calls their chief bodybuilding correspondent? Maybe ask him. I'm sure he knows about history. But if you go and look into history, you will find that where people with radically different biospirits are brought into proximity, there ends up being a cultural arms race. Why is that? Because culture comes from the biospirit of a people. Where else would it come from? If it didn't come from the biospirit, what's inside being projected onto the world around you, if it didn't come from there, then the only other place is culture fairies who just happen to drop that lovely Western culture on white people wherever they go. What we consider lovely and what other people with their feet, they seem to agree with. But nonetheless, we see that once you have this, you have a cultural arms race that eventually becomes sanguinary, doesn't it? You can look into history. You can read the history books and find out whether or not that is the case, ladies and gentlemen. Don't let me tell you. I have no idea what it says there because I'm waiting for CNN to produce their first book on the history of mankind. Or maybe they'll call it Her Kind. I don't know. Let's see. What else do we have here? And that is what's happening there in the UK. Angry European writes, it is rather interesting that your name is Jason. I don't know if you knew it already, but the given name, Jason, comes from the ancient Greek name of the mythical hero named Ioson, meaning healer. I firmly believe that you are doing with your work is exactly that, healing our race from anti-whiteism. You truly are living up to your name. Well, thank you. That is most kind of you. Angry European. I deeply appreciate that. I do know that my mother decided to name me Jason in part because of this meaning here that the Ioson, healer, the healer, and I was her. I think I've mentioned this before. She had 6 miscarriages that had almost gone the distance, and then I came along, and there was an old Southern saying about, I think it's Southern. It probably comes from maybe somewhere before the South, but an old saying about the strength of the child that lives, or the strength of the children or the child that dies is in the child that lives. And so that was part of the reason there. Iosun meaning healer. Thank you so much for those kind words. Angry European, but you're going to be a happy European because we are recapturing our destiny. We have the great Hungarian spectator. These streams are also brilliant sources to build up the best arguments and talking points we can use to battle anti-whiteism. Exactly, Hungarian spectator. Precisely. Thank you so much. So many topics to comment on. My take on financing white positive activism. Giving that $5 a week is really not that much. A lot of people still underestimate the power of words, vocabulary, and efficient talking points repeated over and over again. They still envision big torchlight parades, political rallies, and politicians who openly advocate for white interests. Precisely. Very well said. They're still looking for that because they're trapped. They're trapped in antiquity. However, he writes, that's not how profound historical changes start. The kind of work Jason and many others like him are doing are by far the most, all caps, important first step. That's where most of our resources should be concentrated at first. Another thing about wealthier upper middle class white people who just care about their well-being instead of our collective well-being, they fail to realize that the best insurance of their wealth is other white people. Respect for property rights, legal protection for your business, and a fair tax system are only available in white countries. Once the population changes, anti-white forces can easily propagandize anti-white non-whites to vote prosperous white people out of their wealth and livelihood. This is another point we should get across to them. Precisely. If you don't contribute to white positive advocates and refuse to show solidarity with poor whites in your country, you will be voted out of your country and in the end out of your money and property too. The Constitution and the Bill of Rights cannot exist and protect you on their own. They are only as strong as strongly people upheld those and the underlying principles thereof. If people who don't respect our constitutional rights get into power, the Constitution becomes just, quote, a goddamn piece of paper. The context may be different, but George Washington was goddamn right. Thank you so much, Hungarian spectator, for writing that, all of that right there in the suggestions you were making. And I think finally we have here Mantis writing, and I'll go to your comments quickly, and financial gifts, and we'll keep rolling. I see that the great Yiz is active over there on the Discipline channel. Great to see you, still rocking the world, dear lady. Mantis writes, I had an interaction the other day with an anti-white, and it was very interesting how it panned out. She had posted on a video calling the video maker racist and a gammon. For those in the States, gammon is what we call a thin cut slice of ham in the UK. But the term gammon has now been adopted by anti-whites as an anti-white slur, or specifically a stereotype of low IQ, low status white people. So it's probably similar to the term redneck. Anyway, and I have to say, just as an aside, redneck is a really interesting term, because it is an anti-white slur. It's used by an anti-white slur almost entirely by white people who live outside of the South or outside of the country. You should never use it as a slur. Having said that, those of us who are in the South or in the country, when we hear or when we say redneck to each other, it is a compliment. It means tax paying, law abiding, country defending, military serving. It means all of that sort of thing. Having morals, knowing the difference between right and wrong, finding a wallet and returning it to its owner. It means that sort of thing. So never use it, never use this. And we never tell blonde jokes. We never tell Irish jokes. We never tell Polish jokes. All of this filth, all the anti-white filth, we never say about each other. You never make fun or mock a white person with extremely fair skin. That's something to laud. We should go out of our way to laud that, because for all of our lives, all of those people with extremely fair skin have been ridiculed for having fair skin. Everybody can, just about every single human being can get a tan. How many people can get whiter? None. Unless one could for a time, and his name was Michael Jackson, but that took a lot of money. Anyway, I decided to use some of Jason's tactics in response to her. I decided to use some of Jason's tactics in response to her just to see how things went. So I said, quote, "Racist and gammon are anti-white slurs. Why are you so anti-white? It makes you look ugly." She, of course, replied with, quote, "I don't hate whites. I just don't like racists." You see there, ladies and gentlemen, he's got her on the ropes. Mantis has already begun to win the conversation. Mantis then says, "I then explained to her that according to her own narrative, the one that she believes, white people can never be victims of racism. They can only ever be perpetrators of it. So therefore, it is indeed anti-white. It is indeed an anti-white slur to call someone a racist, because that is who the word is always used on. She would never call a non-white a racist if they were attacking a white person. And of course, they never do. Anyway, long story short, she ended up deleting her original comment. That, my friends, that is how you win these conversations, one after the other. That is how you take back the narrative. That is how you refield these debates. That is how you bring people over to going free. When they see she deleted that comment, but many other anti-whites will just be absolutely too full of themselves to delete the original content, too full of themselves, and they'll leave it there. And all of those white people that come forward and read that, and the good non-white people who come forward and read that, will say, "Hey, that Mantis guy really has something there. That's true." And then they too might begin down the path. Very well done, getting her to delete her entire original comment. He writes, "So I'm not sure if that's a victory as such, but it certainly felt a lot better than the normal interaction I would have had with someone like that. What would normally happen is this." Now listen to this. First of all, Mantis, it is 100% a victory. That is a huge victory. That's the kind we want, more victories like this. Mantis is saying, so he had this victory, and here's what he now says is what normally happens for him in that sort of conversation. What normally happens before he started going free and using the lexicon and dialectics that we use here. This is what would normally happen. She'd call me a racist. I'd ask, what did I say that's racist? She'd double down and say something like, it's not her job to educate racists. I'd then say that everyone is equal, or that I have some non-white friends, or ask her again what I said that was racist. And on it would go, with me on the back foot, dancing to her tune and trying to live up to her predetermined standards in order to prove that I'm not racist. So it felt good to actually be on the front foot for a change in one of these discussions, and to have the moral high ground for a change. I'm going to read that again. I want this to be echoed throughout all of space and time. I am so sick of all of these other naysayers. This isn't it. It doesn't work. It doesn't. This is real lives that are being changed. Share this. It felt good to actually be on the front foot for a change. for a change in one of these discussions and to have the moral high ground. Anyway, I realize I'm preaching to the choir on this channel, but I just wanted to confirm that NWG's tactics work. I wish more would really pay attention and not just listen to what Jason is saying, because he really is on to something with this. God bless you, brother. That's magnificent. And I know Mantis is here. At least I think he is. Thank you so much for that testimony. It is brilliant. You are going to be saving lives. You are going to bring people over to White Wellbeing by sharing what you just shared there. I want you to think about this for a second, Mantis. You want to know if your life has any value? What you just shared. Either somebody's going to read that on the thread. They're going to hear me saying it live right now. They're going to hear me saying it in replay. They are then, this is just one of seemingly innumerable possibilities. They're then going to begin down a path that is going to bring them to going free, that person. And that person may be their spouse. And who knows how many of their little boys and little girls are going to be reared white guilt free, who are going to be reared loving rather than hating themselves, because you took 5-10 minutes or whatever it was to share your victory, because you took the 5 or 10 minutes or whatever it was to engage in that conversation, and then the 5 or 10 minutes or whatever it was to share that victory on that thread. Now, who knows? We're talking about one family here. Who knows how many it will end up reaching? Who knows what some white mother might decide when she's going free? She's going to look into some of their family's heritage, discover some sort of little quirk here or quirk there that she then is going to bring into the family, make it a tradition that's then going to be passed down to those little boys and little girls who are going to grow up in love and gratitude, and they are then going to share that, and it will all trace its line of its success and its source all the way back to you and that tiny effort that you just made. That's one family. Think about how many possibilities there are. Then you begin to understand what drives me so passionately. When I see the videos of Yiz and her helper, and I see Fraulein Dresden, and I see so many others that are just making absolutely magnificent things happen in the world. Lane Sabatino and so many others. When I see that, I see lives getting changed. I don't see, because you're too short-sighted, if that's all, because number one, we have something that works. You're not going out there and sharing something that's just going to scare somebody away from us. You're not sharing something that's just going to jar or shock or be edgy and useless as all hell. I almost said there's a good old Southern phrase about useless things. I almost said it. Didn't want to go there, but useless in many ways. There are so many things out there that are useless. You're sharing something that is proven efficacious. You're sharing something that is changing lives. That painted stone that you find, that some child who knows, teenager might find on a path and pick up and say, I'm going to plug that in my pocket. I'm going to take that home. That's interesting. Somebody painted this and put it. I'm going to go look this up. I'm going to find out why. Hearing at school all the time about how anti-white they need to be, how white guilted they need to be, how much shame they need to feel for being white, how much they have to hate all of their ancestors and therefore themselves. And instead, they're going to find that uniquely painted by somebody. Danny painting the lady who got it started, painting all of those rocks and finding them all over the place in town and on paths and everything. Beautiful little works of art, have been picked up and are going to change somebody's life, is going to give some youngster, is going to give some person in need that moment of magic, that moment that they think time and space have brought me and this flyer and this leaflet and this post-it and this pasted message and this banner hang and this beautiful little painted rock or whatever it might be, or this bench. We have a bench that years ago had a saying carved into it it was owned, it wasn't illegally carved, are going to come upon these things, and it's going to be life-affirming, life-changing for these people and the people they touch. Our lives matter. So many of us think that doing this there or little something there that's going to help someone isn't really significant. And the reason why is because you all are suffering from white noir, is because you all are suffering with meme pathogens, MPs. I saw somebody trying to say, let's come up with something pithier than meme. No, we don't have to rewrite what's working. You don't have to say the whole word meme pathogen. Just say MP if you have to. You are suffering with MPs. And as a consequence, you believe that the individual life of a white person out there doesn't matter. Non-white individual lives matter, and they do. But you don't believe that the individual white life matters. Well, it does. I'm here to tell you that it does. It doesn't matter that they are white. It matters because they are white. They are valuable people because they live, because they have feelings, because they draw breath and are our brothers and sisters. Don't let any anti-white tell you otherwise. And when they try, you make sure, like Mantis, you put them right on the spot and you demand to know why they are so goddamn anti-white. What in the hell is wrong with you? How have you ended up being such an anti-white bastard? And then you watch them on the back foot for the first time in your life. You watch them try to claim that, oh, no, it's not just, I'm not anti-white, it's not just, or you make them say, damn right, I'm anti-white. You make them say that. You make them pick up the scythe of the devil in front of the congregation. Make them pick up the scythe of the devil in the congregation so that everyone will know that moment forward what anti-whiteism is all about. No more of these myths of pretexts. No more pretexts to make it sound good, the infliction of harm on Western kind and Western civilization. No more white people claiming that they are virtuous, that they are moral champions, and all the more moral champions because their villainy against our people is harming our people. That only the most villainous of all in their world would harm their own kind to do good for some other group. No, you make it known that it's villainy. You make them hold that scythe in front of the congregation. You make them reveal the horns on their heads. All right, let's see what you all have to say. Thank you, Mantis. That was brilliant. And we're going to jump over to Entropy. And we have here the great Sakis financially gifting $5. Thank you, my dear brother. Sakis 3 weeks ago, made the recommendation that everybody folk tithe, or what was the other suggestion somebody made? Promethean tithe or something like that. Folk tithe, $5 a week, who watches either live or in replay, because if everyone who watches this show live or in replay were to financially gift just $5 a week, it would be $80,000 a month in financial gifts. And with $80,000 a month, I could change the world. We could have the organizational entity up and running right away. We could have people in the employ. We would have radio spots from coast to coast. We would have them in countries and Western countries around the world. $80,000 a month from working class people could make this happen. We don't need the kind of money that these giant anti-white organizations have. You know their names. I'm not going to say them because I almost said their name, some of their names, because the AI is listening. But you know their names. They rake in scores of millions of dollars. They bring in so much money because they're buying off politicians, which is probably not happening. I just made that up. But you know they also bring in so much money because they have 7-figure salaries for everybody at the top. We don't have that overhead. We don't have that problem. With a fraction of that, we could absolutely revolutionize the world with white well-being. Think about that for a moment. This struck Sakis 2 or 3 weeks ago now, And thank you so much for bringing that up, dear brother. I've been giving away with my own money, going free, because it has been my mission since 7th grade. And you can learn about that in Crucible. That will be available in days. In days, you can learn about that. But there's no doubt about it. I've waited. We have had fantastic financial gifts from just splendid heroes going free. Absolutely splendid heroes, working class people who don't have the money to part with. And they say, I'm going to go without the Snickers bar. I'm going to go without the whatever. And then I see these absolute charlatan shitbags. Sorry for my French. These Sierra bags showing up, and they immediately are setting up Patreons, and they're immediately setting up this, and you're going to pay for this, and you're going to pay for what? You're going to pay for excuses. That's what they're buying. That's what they're buying when they show up at these platforms. When I got this old guy who goes out into the woods and he wants to give you a conversation that has no value to it whatsoever. The people who are showing up and giving money are buying excuses to sit on their hands, to sit on their asses, and not do anything for the well-being of our people. It's not going to work that way. You are not going. I'm speaking to those folks. You know who you are. No one is going to do this for you. No cool map on the wall where you put pins on the map is going to change anything. No stocking up MREs is going to change anything. No extra trip to the gun show or to the gun store or to the military resource store. None of that's going to do anything. None of it's going to save anything. The battles are being fought right now, like we have Clark with his mother. That is a hero. That's what a hero looks like right now. That is what a champion of Western civilization looks like right now. This is how we change lives. You want the politicians to listen to you? You create a new electorate. I can't possibly be the only one thinking the pellucid way to this victory. You want the politicians to listen to you. You create a new electorate. And how do you do that? You help millions of our brothers and sisters go free. Then, when those senators and those congressmen right now in seats right now, not you getting elected, not you getting some new apparatchik who looks good in a suit and hair looks just right or whatever, and you think he's the perfect bureaucrat, he's the chief bureaucrat of bureaucrats, and boy, by God, he'll get elected. I hear this from so many of these I don't know what to just absolutely call them, these child-minded people. And they're willing to just come out of their pockets with money for these folks. Fistfuls of money that they have saved up, and their investments are finally paying off. And they've got fistfuls of money for these absolutely idiotic methods that are going to fail every single time. They fail every time. You change the electorate. You get a body of people as big or bigger than the group who follows the National Rifle Association, who are the members of that organization. That's just membership in an endorsement of an abstraction. You create a people by God, and you would move every single politician in every governing house across the West. My God. I cannot be the only one to see this. Open your eyes. See this reality for what it is. Let's catch fire with this absolute passion, with this energy, with this need to sprint down this path while we have the opportunity. You chop my videos up and you sell it. You share them with everybody you can. You get them to every community you can. Then that's how we make a difference. Then that's how we change the world. You, with an organization, the kinds of like the Sakis was mentioning with $80,000 a month, and we could even have that. We could make, and who knows if we'll do this or something else, every other going free, a $5 pay for going free, $40,000 a month, and we could take a body of a newly created people out of our deracinated race, and we could focus that energy and that intelligence and that creativity worldwide on the politicians we needed to focus it on. And my God, there would be nothing behind them that could change the will of our people. No force of evil could show up from behind and with enough threats and enough money change what we would want them to do. What could we do today with this nomination to the Supreme Court if we had this people today? If we could generate tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of phone calls and letters and people showing up outside the offices of these senators who are recalcitrant across the United States. They know, ladies and gentlemen, they know very well. I know the people who work in these offices. If we were able to motivate people this way, my God, they would make the decisions we want them to make. That, ladies and gentlemen, is true power. Not the ravings of children who rant and rave across some little room somewhere so that the 25 they have shown up sound like 200. No, that is real power. That is making a real difference. And what motivates us? What motivates us to do this? It is not the focus on an abstraction that harms society. It is not the focus on a threat that harms abstractions like law and order, or the right of people to have borders, or the right of people to have property. That doesn't motivate a soul. It certainly isn't the focus on this group of people or that group of people and when they do harm or how they do harm or when they started doing harm. What creates this power that moves mountains and changes electorates and recaptures destiny is the love of your people and nothing else. You focus on us. You focus on protecting our most vulnerable members, and that will get the people into the streets. That will have them raving with love and righteous indignation for the cause that they believe in. Then you have change. I am sick of these people arguing with the truth that everyone can see in their faces. Let not another voice speak out against what we have done and are doing here, lest they come under the fire and the wrath of those who are truly motivated to do good in this world. Sakis writes here with $5 financial gift. This week, I want to give to White Wellbeing in honor. And ladies and gentlemen, I love this. This is an idea by Sakis. And you all can do this. You all can jump in on this. It's a bit of fun. I would have never come up with this. I would have never come up with this. Sakis has come up with this. And now I do my part. I push with what I have to push. Sakis pushes with what he has to push. DF with what she has to push. And together we recapture our destiny. Sakis says here, I love it. It's fantastic. It's hilarious. And you all can participate in this. Sakis says he gifts $5, his financial gift for this week, in the name of the late anti-white figure, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. His $5 is in the name of the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to financially gift in the name of an anti-white organization, an anti-white, you want to gift in the name of somebody out there who is preaching against the work that we are doing here. You want to mock them. You want to ridicule them. You want to have a bit of fun. You can financially gift as Sakis just did in their name. Organization, maybe an act. You want to financially gift in the name of an anti-white act from the past, an anti-white law that their bill they would like to pass now, to give that certain finger to the anti-whites by doing so. You be my guest to do so. That's something I wholeheartedly endorse. Sakis came up with that. Big round of applause for Sakis, your financial gift. Thank you, dear brother. And this hilarious idea, I think it's absolutely brilliant. We should do that and do that more often. We have DF, our dear DF, always here every single week, financially gifting $5. Thank you so much, dear lady. And a smiling emoji. I love it. Thank you. Millennial Honky. Love the name. And thank you so much for being here. Was a gift, a crown winner on tap 2 weeks ago. He had financially gifted there. And thank you so much for gifting here, Millennial Honky. $25 financial gift. Thank you so very much. What do you think of Trump giving, should I say his name, the key to the White House and their speech? A particular person from the state of Israel. I didn't listen to the speech. I've been immensely busy. So we have been we have been baseballs to the wall. I'll say it like that. We've been baseballs to the wall. And I tell you, they got to be about that big to take on anti-whiteism. Sometimes. Let's get some hot coffee into me. So I didn't get a chance. I probably will listen to the speech, and maybe it'll be better if I get a chance to listen to it this week. I'll be able to potentially speak to it next week on Going Free. But what do I think about him giving the? I don't exactly know, what does the key to the White House symbolize? Is it the white outhouse? I don't exactly know. Of course, we know that there are groups of people who exercise immense control over American politics and over American politicians. And it's both sides of the coin. And these two individuals are buddies. And probably everything I'm saying is false, though. Make sure you check it out with Snopes. Maybe this is only true in a novel, or just wait for CNN to speak to it. But my thought on that is that, of course, he did. I mean, you asked the question, what do I think of it? I think, of course, he did. He's not white positive. Everyone knows here, and the AI is listening, we do not like Donald Trump. When the AI listens, ladies and gentlemen, it's like when E.F. Hutton speaks. So we need T-Rex is a tool in service to white well-being. His re-election is a tool in service to white well-being. And no tool for white well-being is illegitimate. So we are not saying here, and I know there are a lot of these sort of midget wits out there and midwits who say, oh, but he's still going to support some other country. No, Sierra. Well, but he's still going to. It doesn't matter. What matters is that he's not going to do all of these acts and bills and treaties. The Republicans are not going to do these things. That's what matters. We need those 4 years. So what do I think? Of course he did. I'm surprised he didn't give him other keys to his car, keys to his other houses, keys to his bedroom, with a note. I'm surprised he didn't give more to him. What else could he have given? I'm surprised he didn't give him a lot more. That's probably too little. And I expect more to be given. I know there's going to be, you have folks out there right now who are is pushing for peace between this community and that community. And of course, it's to serve placating this community. So he'll either get votes or prevent those who really detest him from voting against him or using their great wealth or power against him. And to accomplish that, he's giving some compromised high-tech fighter jets to other groups of people. I know that's going to continue. I'll have to listen to the speech because I'm guessing that there's maybe something more in there, like maybe he pledges eternal fealty or something. I wouldn't be surprised. But what I will say is something we all need to remember here is that different acts, anti-white acts, are not all commensurate. Some are far more immediate and harmful to us than others. I really don't give a damn how much money he gives to them right now. I could not care less. What I care about is being able to continue spread Going Free while we have the time to do it. Anybody who would say that, oh, you can't vote for that guy because he's a buddy of that group, he's going to give money to that group, is saying that we need to put an end to serving white well-being. We need to criminalize the act of serving white well-being. And I said to you all before, and this is a formula, this was a couple weeks ago, that I was going to be an iteration too. If you had the opportunity, I'll just summarize it here. If you had the opportunity to take the eyesight of any anti-white out there, but in particular, the group of people who would argue against voting for T-Rex because he's going to be friends of this group and give them money. If you had the power, if that person had the power to take the eyesight from one of those individuals, and at the same time, it would take the eyesight of some white person, some white guy out there that he doesn't know, the person taking the eyesight, would he still do it? And if he says yes, then that means he's putting the victimization of some other group ahead of preventing the victimization of our people. And if you're in that state, folks, you get the hell out of our way, go away, go back to the hole that you live in, go back under the bridge with the rest of the troglodytes and pick your nose and your ass and whatever else you do there. We do not want you. We absolutely, we object in going free to having ourselves condemned at birth. And we have it right here on the front of the book. We do not name anybody enemy. People in the world name themselves anti-white, and then we accept that choice that they make. Nobody in the world is born an enemy. Nobody in the world is born a bunch of ugly names, just as we are arguing that we are not going to be born and not tolerate being born with a bunch of ugly labels and names anymore. So thank you very much, Millennial Honky. Nathaniel, financially gifting $25. Thank you, my dear brother. Make anti-whites seethe again. I like that. Yes. Make the anti-whites, and boy, are they seething. Have you seen these videos of these stark, raving, lunatic anti-white females who are screaming their heads off over the death of Ginsburg? And let me say, we condole. Ginsburg is obviously a anti-white person for the whole of her tenure on the bench. She was just very anti-white. And right now the AI is listening closely to what people are saying, and channels and videos will be going like this. So we'll just say that she was anti-white. She was an anti-white lady. And we condole with, so it's not, certainly not bad for the white race that she has gone on to her maker because she was anti-white. Now we condole and we sympathize with her family members, even if they're anti-white. And we know that they would not condole with us. We know that if the anti-whites murdered me tonight, they wouldn't say, well, we feel bad for Jason's family because they lost whatever he was to them. We know the anti-whites wouldn't do that. But we are not holding ourselves by their standard. We hold ourselves by our standard. And so we condole with her family, her loved ones. They lost somebody, a mother, a grandmother. I don't know if she had sisters or whatever it was. I'm certainly not going to say nice things about her. Like they couldn't be more just effusive and falling all over themselves everywhere about what a great jurist she was. And one of the things that I did, I'll just say this, when I was on the Hill, was we read judicial opinions. She was she was like the extreme on the spectrum of what's called an activist judge. I think there are some of the ones there now are even more activist than she was. But she was an extreme activist. She legislated what we refer to as legislating from the bench. The anti-whites are so angry right now and so upset, screaming their heads off and making videos of it, screaming their heads off. Talk about conniptions. Talk about living up to the stereotype. My gosh, especially the ladies. Try not to live up to the stereotype so clearly. But she was extremely legislating from the bench. The reason why they're so angry is because they know that the population did not want anti-whiteism. The anti-whites have known this. So they've been pushing with this brainwashing campaign of anti-whiteism everywhere that you turn your head. You can't escape it. And yet they still don't get what they want as quickly as they want when they want it. So they decided they'll just legislate from the bench. Yes, it's illegal to legislate from the bench. But when you hold enough nodes of power, you can do what you want. And so that's what they've been doing for a very long time. One of the reasons I left the conservative nerve center of the conservative movement in DC was because they said, we need judges that will obey the law, that will only legislate. And I said, hold on. If they are breaking the law to legislate from the bench, then whether you like it or not, ipso facto, they have changed the rule of the game. If you don't play by that rule as well, then you lose. So I'm just going to state a fact. I was just, lowly guy on the totem pole. I'm just going to state a game theoretic fact, and then you all can make the decision. If we want to liken it to sports, they essentially have said, well, you can run out of bounds. They started running out of bounds, and they said it's okay to do so. They can enter the end zone or the goal from behind. They can run out of bounds. Well, if you continue to only play the game in bounds, you don't follow them out of bounds to whatever sport it might be, steal the ball, tackle them, or whatever the sport might be. If you don't follow them out of bounds to play where they are playing the game, then you lose. And these people who have very intelligent, and let me tell you, some of them had 2 doctorates and master's degrees. They still said, don't know if we should do that. So that's why I said, well, you all are losers, and you're just going to continue losing. Right now, what are the Democrats saying in America? It's not the right thing to do. The people who run out of bounds, who make the rules up as they play the game, are trying to tell the Republicans, and we'll come back to this, are trying to tell the Republicans that they have to obey by not only the rules as written, but the unwritten rules. It isn't ethical really to do. It's just not what is done. If the Republicans abide by this, they lose, and we lose. That is how serious this is for us. That's why I titled the show this way. That is why we all need to be driven to epic heights to recapture our destiny. Because if the Republicans allow themselves again, as the conservatives and Republicans did back when I was working in the nerve center and the conservative movement, to say, no, well, even though it's not the written law or the written rule, even though it's not written anywhere, we are going to allow ourselves to be held in check by the Democrats, because the Democrats are saying it's just not the thing to do. You just don't. We have proper etiquette here. And even though you're supposed to put your silverware this certain way. And if the Republicans heed that garbage, we all lose. So we cannot allow them to submit themselves, subjugate themselves to the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats. Thank you very much, Nathaniel. And we have Millennial Honky is back, ladies and gentlemen, back from the $25 financial gift he gave with a $50. Let's get a raucous round of emojis for Millennial Honky, up to $75 financial gift for White Wellbeing. $75, ladies and gentlemen, for White Wellbeing. And he writes here, He writes here, pithily, love everything you are doing, brother. And then it's a little emoji of the beer glasses coming together as I drink from my NWG glass. Let's see. Bless you, Millennial Honky. That's magnificent. Thank you so very much. $75 in total from Millennial Honky today. And thank you all for the round of emojis acknowledging this hero. Meme curatives will save us. I love that name. Did you just change this? This is a great name. Meme curatives will save us. Financially gifting $3. They will save us. Maybe we should read one for the newcomers so that they know. I'll just give one of the easiest. It was said during the beginning of the show in the music. It's not the differences. It's not the similarities that make us the same, but the differences that make us different. If you remember that, a meme curative, if you remember that, you can go back, play it again. You will undermine the majority of anti-white arguments, because the majority of them at root, when you follow them back far enough, is the ill logic that there are no differences between the races. That doesn't mean that they're any less valuable. Everybody is the same value. We believe everybody has the same value. Everybody is the same before the law. Everybody should have an opportunity. This is how white people, this is how we think. This is how we believe. This is why we have made so many of the big changes in world history. This is just who we are, and we endorse it. But the different peoples of mankind are absolutely not identical. So meme curatives, thank you so much. $3 in writing here. I'm looking at idea of sending you a bigger donation. I'm used to entropy, but I think Cash App takes a smaller cut. But it's maybe better to support entropy, and it's safer, with a question mark. Do you recommend any other method? As far as I understand, they are equally safe. And the way at this point now, Cash App is no cost for gifting through Cash App, unless you incur a cost because you're gifting through Cash App by some method that I'm not aware. So there might be a way that if you gift through Cash App by whatever means through Cash App to me, you are charged. Say you give $10, you're charged. It's not $1, but just for argument's sake, $1 to get $9 to me. If you are not doing that, if you are using Cash App, just basic, right through the app, there is no charge. It is free. You send, if you send $10, I get $10. You send $1,000, I get $1,000. They take nothing. Entropy takes 15% of all of your financial gifts. 15%. And it is a good cause. So if you want to, if you're thinking about financially gifting and you have the good cause of entropy, and you also have Cash App, which is free to send me, no charge to send on Cash App, you could maybe, you want to support entropy as well, you can back and forth. Or you could do, entropy is there. I haven't spoken with them as of late, but remember that they are receiving 15% of all the financial gifts that go to JF, that all the financial gifts that go to Mark Collette, that go to all the financial gifts that are going to all of these other people as well. So keep that in mind. We want them to be magnificently successful. This is a beautiful platform. They support the freedom of speech, even for people like us who care about white well-being. We want them to continue to have success and to have the money that they need to do what they do. And we also want them to have enough money so that they can, go out and get themselves something they want, some sort of reward. Every human being deserves a reward when they're investing their time, talent, money, and energy. Wouldn't take that from anybody. I've managed a lot of people in places. I've run businesses. People need a reward. They deserve a reward. It's the right thing. So they deserve a reward. So if you're thinking, well, I want to maximize the financial gifts, it's actually a great question, meme curatives. And thank you for saying this. Meme curatives will save us. If you want to financially gift, Maybe you want to support Entropy as well a little bit. Maybe you do your smaller financial gifts on Entropy and your bigger ones on Cash App, since it'll come to me exactly at the amount that you send, knowing that Entropy is also going to receive all of the financial gifts from everybody else who's on their platform now. And I don't know. I mean, maybe they're doing very well. I hope they are. If somebody knows, for all I know, they have content producers that are much, much bigger than what we are and what we're doing, and they're doing very well as a consequence. I hope they are. And as a just another note on the good folks at Entropy, every time I've reached out to them, and Jared George and everything, they've always worked with us, and they worked with us diligently to get the first ever. We did it the first ever, and credit goes to Mr. George because it was his idea originally. The first time ever to get their platform up on our website so that we could watch either through YouTube or through these other platforms that they are linking Entropy up to on our website, joint website, me and Mr. George, theafterparty.tv. So thank you to them. Probably Meme Curatives, as I think about it, probably if you want to give a bigger financial gifts, Cash App is the way to go. If you want the full sum to come to me, and then the others that you would like to give a little support to Entropy over here on Entropy. And a big round of applause for the heroes at Entropy for doing this magnificent work and building this and putting up with the anti-whites, trying to constantly take them down. McDozer, financially gifting $10. Every time you say white positivity and white well-being, I do 25 push-ups. Be well, brother, because you're helping me be healthier while promoting a healthy message for our people. Well, McDozer, white positivity, white well-being. Get to it. That's 50. $10. Thank you, brother. And thank you for getting yourself into better mental, physical, and spiritual shape, which is what we're doing here. The last, every one of you good people are going to be worth 10 or 20 of these others that don't make it to the advanced placement. And you all know that. The last Red Squirrels, great name and a great participant in this community, financially gifting 25 pounds all the way from the UK. Thank you so much, the last Red Squirrels. And writing here, great words, Jason, and then a bunch of applauding emojis. I deeply appreciate that, especially in this age when we can't get face-to-face as easily. But remember, it is a glorious thing. Don't let anybody who tries to, be funereal. I mean, I'm sick of it. I don't even know where I pulled the word from. It from somewhere deep in my brain. All of these people who funereally are down on this contact, this contact over the internet. They're like, oh, well, this isn't real because we're on the hogwash, you dipshit. I'm sorry, you loser. We have built a global community because of this white man's technology, which I'm sure non-white people invented. So we have built a global community because of it. And this is exactly what we need. The white roses are blooming on every continent right now because of this technology. And when we see each other face to face, as I've said it, I'll continue to say it 10,000 times. Once I become friends with somebody, and everybody will experience this over the internet, the virtual friendship, I meet them face to face. I'm not meeting someone. There's no sensation that I'm meeting somebody I don't know at all. I'm meeting a friend for the first time. That's what it always feels like. It is actually a magical experience in my estimation. So thank you so very much for that 25 pounds from the last Red Squirrels. Rub-a-dub. Let's get those applause, raucous emojis going for the wonderful Rub-a-dub, financially gifting $50 $50 US from Rub-a-dub. Amazing, amazing. How long does it take you to make $50, ladies and gentlemen? Seriously, not gross, net. How long does it take you? Nobody here is a CEO. Nobody here is a CFO. Nobody here makes what the workers, nobody here makes in half an hour or 10 minutes what an actual person doing the work takes half a day or half a week or a whole week to make. It takes you a long time to make $50 net. And so we need to appreciate every one of these gifts in that light. These are real people. These are not the Mr. Pies out there. I'd like to run across that guy one of these days. I'll show him how to levitate, and I'll ask him why, since he is the inheritor of all of this. And when I say I'll show him how to levitate, it means I will pick him up and cradle him in a way that he is most secure and safe in my arms. And I will say to Mr. Pie, in your veins runs the spirit of the West. All of your talents, your good looks, your jokes, your everything that came to mind for you is all because of generation after generation of people who are better than you are, came together in harder times, sacrificed in much bigger ways than you could ever fathom. And they have provided you that great genetic spiritual inheritance to be able to live the glorious, financially rich life that you are living, but you are spiritually impoverished. You are dead inside. We have people who work as law clerks, as lathe operators, as lumberjacks, as firefighters, as EMTs, who are, take hours to make the money that they give each week financially gifting. And here you are, and you could cover all of them for 10 years without noticing it, off interest in your bank accounts. Why are you such a piece of Sierra? And then see what he has to say. And then I will very gently return him to the earth from that lovely cradled position I had him in. Let's see. I don't know that my arms would necessarily, when I'm cradling him, I don't exactly know that they would be like that. But I don't know. So we'll say here, Rub-a-Dub, financially gifting $50. Even if I were to give you $1 per hour of content I've listened to from you, this still wouldn't match. Not to mention Jared's content. Thank you for your edifying message and discussions. It is indeed life-changing. This is not hyperbole. It would be hyperbole if one person said this, if 10 persons said this. Rub-a-Dub just said, what we are teaching here with the practice of going free is life-changing. It can be life-changing for you too. $50 US. Rub-a-Dub financially gifts every single week, ladies and gentlemen. $50 US. Thank you so much, dear sister. That is splendid. Heathen Reckoning, financially gifting $10. Phenomenal stream, brother. Participation in Going Free is growing. The testimonials truly inspiring. Keep working all. No white guilt. 5 for me, 5 for RBG. I know you would have wanted it that way. Thank you so much. $10 from Heathen Reckoning, 5 from him, and 5 for RBG. Just think about how much that just fills her wherever she is right now. I'm sure it's the place she belongs. Just think of how much it must fill her with joy to know that people are giving to White Wellbeing in her name. Not to mention her family members who were saying things like, oh, she just, whatever she wanted, last wish. I really doubt she said this. That she didn't want Trump to appoint her successor. I mean, could you imagine a family? Unless she was absolutely, at your last moments, you're thinking about your loved ones. You're thinking about, this is what I think a good person does. Those people who are not going to be able to hear your voice very shortly, and they're going to cry for that just one more time to hear that story that you told that they hate now. They've heard so many times. You're thinking about them, that they're not going to, they're not going to be able to hear your voice anymore. You're not thinking about, unless you have hooves. But thank you so much. So it would be great for these people, these relatives of hers who are saying this lie, I think it's a lie about her, to find out that good people like Heathen Reckoning and Sakis are financially gifting in their name. Tipsy McStagger, all the way from Australia, $5 hopping dollars across the Pacific. My $5 for this week. You are a hero. He writes that with caps. Thank you so much, brother. And you have found our golden fleece in Go Free. That is kind. I like that. And Jason and the Argonauts, thank you for everything you do. Well, thank you so very much. Tipsy McStagger from down under. I can't wait to get under to that beautiful country, the beautiful people down there. The beautiful stone and organic architecture is everywhere. And we'll wrap arms around each other. We'll have a great time. Can't wait to see the likes of Sean and Raymond Foster. We'll find a way to make it happen and to recapture our destiny every single place we are. And finally, here on Entropy, before we swivel around to Cash App, we have Bob financially gifting $5. Keep pressing on toward the goal. We will indeed, Bob, and thank you very much for those $5 and the words of encouragement. Let me touch metal to make sure I don't throw any more electricity off of me. It's a real phenomenon. I have the fabric softener. I have no idea why this has started happening, why actual electricity has been coming off of me. All right, now we're going to, I'm not shuffling. I mean, if I suddenly were like ancient and shuffling along the floor, that I might understand it. Okay, let me take a look over here because we know that this app has been tricky lately as far as reading, not as far as recording. So I just want to make sure that we have everybody here. All right, looks like we have, starting with our very own, this absolute, this sage, as we say in Prometheus Rising, a wizardess, Yiz the Eunuch, who has just launched onto the world and making amazing things happen for White Wellbeing. Yiz the Eunuch, $5, writing for the folk tithe with a big smile. Thank you very much, dear sister. Let's get a round of applause for Yiz. And she is relentless. She's making videos. She can talk to folks. She knows she's adopting the lexicon and dialectics of going free. And she is speaking to people in a normal, a human way. I say a human way. You've got to watch. She can talk to people and changing minds. Not afraid. Not afraid. Just think for a minute. Think for a minute. I have been in the white positive sphere for 2 decades, and I cannot tell you the number of guys that have come across, both in person and on the internet, that they're so tough. They're just, one of these days, they're going to make it happen. Let me show you all the pictures of the guns and you're just like, are you kidding? And they've got camo tents, and they're going to make it happen though. And they've got this great place to perch their beer right about right here. It comes out from about right here, and the beer goes right there. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're in decent shape. But they don't have the big belly. They're actually diminutive somewhere beneath there. And they have these great plans about what they're going to do at some point. And they end up buying into all of these other movements about, well, at some point, invisible army, at some point, one spark will set it off. And they buy into this stuff, and they just sit around being braggarts and never doing a thing. And how pathetic. And then we come here and we find real heroes like Slots, real heroes like Brant Danger. I wish I could name you all. I wish I could remember. There's so many names. Zero Talent, Althea, Budapest Babe. We mentioned Final Blossom earlier. We mentioned Sarah Dye, 4-0. What about What about Luke Mason? What about Liv? So many people who are coming out and doing real things while these people are planning and plotting and writing a new document, more studying. That's what you need, right? You need a bunch more study. You need to study more while everything burns down around us. That'll work. And instead of these guys doing nothing, doing absolute squat, and I'm going to tell you right now, I said it earlier in the show, you guys should have skin that's thick enough to understand the criticisms. You are a loser. You don't need to remain a loser. If your feathers get ruffled at being called a loser, then it's just really showing your bluff that you're not actually a male. I mean, I've been in the military, I played sports, I've had things said to me that about family members, about me, about everything under the sun. And if you are a real guy and you can see the criticism, how it's not working out for you, you're an actual man, not just male. You can make the change. It's time to stop being a loser. You don't need to spend 10,000 hours at the range. All right. Spend 10,000 hours doing what Yiz is doing. Get out into the community, bring somebody with a video camera, get good at talking about white well-being, and get video of having a polite conversation with somebody and then saying, isn't that really anti-white? If you're not particularly good at having conversations, maybe you are a hulk of a man and you know exactly what the inside of a gym looks like. You can go about this other ways. You can be talking to guys at the gym. You can be distributing leaflets. You can be in message boards. There are many things that you can be doing, banner drops that say nowhiteguilt.org across 2 highways. Why not? You can be doing real things. You can be talking to your father. You can be talking to your mother. That's something real. Using Going Free. All of these tough guys, great motorcycles, hot rods and everything, and they're just dickless wonders. Yiz out there rocking the world, talking with people, not afraid of that, not afraid of talking to family members. Just like we had the young man, Clark, I think, talking with his mother. Changing minds. Thank you, Yiz. And here we have Slots right here. Financially gifting $10, Slots, and saying everything he needed to say in the trenches day after day, arguing with the anti-whites, bringing people over to Going Free. $10. Thank you so very much, Slot. And then another by Slots. Just 30 minutes later, another by Slots. Let's get those round of applause going. $50, 50 US dollars, bringing it to a total of $60 from Slots on top of everything else that this genuine hero is doing. You have, and I've spoken about this with Slots before, you have people out there who show the black and white footage of the heroes in the trenches. Slots is just like those heroes. The guys showing the images and the pictures and the videos and the memes with that stuff, they're nothing like those guys in the trenches. They're nothing like them. Slots is. God bless you, brother, for doing the yeoman's work. And we have here, this is I Love Jesus Christ. Thank you so much, my dear sister, financially gifting $10. And she writes here, for being a hero. Well, so are you. Only heroes can hear the voice of another hero. Only heroes will respond to the voice. It's like, they talk about the dog whistle and talking about how a politician is hinting at something for their audience. Well, this is something much more real. This is something much more blatant. Only the good hear the voice of the good. Only the heroes hear the message of the hero. So thank you, Jessica. Thank you for being with us and supporting White Wellbeing and all that you were doing in your service with your community, with your family, and helping those folks to go free. $10 from I Love Jesus Christ. And we also have here, we have Art Acrobats, a great champion here, show after show. What a tenacity that this individual has. What stamina. $10 financial gift from Art Acrobats. Everyone make white positive videos and words. Yes, absolutely is what he writes. Everyone make white positive videos and words. It's very easy when you're watching or listening to one of these Going Free streams. You can jot down the minute, the hour, the minute mark, the second mark, This is something I really thought was interesting. You can go back to it. You can clip it out. There are a lot of different types of software to do that. You can ask in the live stream how to do that. It's very easy to do. You can then share it. You can share it on Facebook, share it on VK, share it on Köhne, share it on Parler, share it on Gab, share it on. It doesn't matter that the majority of people on Gab already are white positive in one way or another. They are still, the majority of them are jackasses. You all day long, all you hear from them. I look over at Gab and I hear hee-haw all day long. It's like old MacDonald had a farm from these idiots, all on these vehicles, merrily riding along, saying, well, this will work this time. It doesn't matter how many times it has failed in the past. You give those people an opportunity. And if they decide, not for me, I want to continue on this other vehicle, then you say, more power to you. Get away. Have a nice day. Go away from us. We're about saving lives. We're about recapturing destiny. We're not about fetishizing other periods in history, other ideologies, other political platforms. We're not about fetishizing. I mean, talk about a sick sexual fetish. How sick of a sexual fetish does it have to be doing it by yourself all day long, which is what these fools are doing by themselves with their sex fetish on these other ideologies, other platforms, other regimes, other parties. Everything always lose, and they still stick with it. More power to you. But Art Acrobats is not going to be one of them. He's going to make a change in the world, and we are grateful for that. Slots is back again with another $40. Slots is not rich, ladies and gentlemen, like so many that who keeps giving. And Slots, $40 more. Is another round of applause for this hero, Slots. Thank you so much for all of your service to White Wellbeing. Slots is more like the guy with all of the scrambled eggs on his uniform, and those in the military will know what I'm talking about, and shoulder boards and the like, cap, and sitting on top of the metaphorical tank of White Wellbeing and charging across the landscape, doing great deeds like a genuine hero. Thank you for that, Slots, for all that you're doing. And here we have back again. We got you. We got this 41 BMC from last week, $20 this time. Folk tithing for Western kind. Thank you, dear brother, for being one of our champions. A big salute to you and Spotlight. Consistently here, like so many of you, doing the actual work of the Lord. Nothing is more valuable than recapturing our people's destiny right now. The spirit of the West, the thing that gave you life. Here we have DB Cooper financially gifting another consistent participant, $3 financial gift. Thank you, brother. I always come away from your streams enlightened. I always come away from your streams enlightened. Well, I'm going to tell you something about that, ladies and gentlemen. DB Cooper, thank you so very much. When you come away from the kind of stuff we talk about here, it is not going, when you're enlightened, it's not the enlightenment that you get from just, oh, I didn't know that period in history actually existed. Oh, I didn't know that in a particular town of no import, in a particular period in history of little to no import, in a particular province, in some country that doesn't even really exist anymore, that they had a political intrigue at that point, and it was somewhat, if you really twist things and you kind of pour acid in your eyes, it looks kind of similar to the intrigue that we have going on now. And there were many names I don't remember that they cited from that little intrigue. And you come away from that thinking, well, I feel smarter because something, I can't quite remember, can't quite repeat what it was that they were even talking about. But boy, I really feel smarter that I heard them talk about it. And maybe I'm somehow magically, it's always that magic we were talking about earlier, that like magic potion, that magic word, that magic explanation that even though you're not actually doing things, will magically make things better, will magically get you to our recapturing of our destiny. No, what you get here in enlightenment is an understanding of the world as it actually is, determined and demonstrated by demonstrative as a consequence of the application of the going free practice. As an application of the going free practice, you see it as it truly is, the predictions that come true again and again and again, the retrodictions that come from the same formula that explain every single thing that happened prior to where we are now. is a enlightenment that actually benefits you in your life and moving forward. And I appreciate DB Cooper bringing that to everyone's attention. Hey, here we have the great Ezra St. White, a magnificent artist and doing many things. I think he's going to be maybe working with School of the West. He's going to be teaching some things. He's also, how many artists do you know can also put up drywall and tape and paint and do all of that work there? Ezra can do a lot of different things. He's a great participant in the community for White Wellbeing. You'll be seeing more of his work in the artist edition of Prometheus Rising, which will be coming out in months to come. Ezra St. White, financially gifting $5 here today. $5 per week. Promethean hails. Well, a big Promethean hails to you. Ezra has the spirit of Prometheus pumping through his veins, and those who read Prometheus Rising and adopt that as our story, the beginning of our story, in which we are writing the narrative in those blank pages that come thereafter. That's where we step in and we make sure that that victory, that understanding continues moving forward into our reality. This is what the anti-whites have done with the anti-white narrative. We are not in their story anymore. There are no Bolsheviks. There are no Marxists. There are no communists. There are anti-whites. There are neutrals out there in the world that just will get out of the way. And then there are those serving white well-being. And behind us is the power of the Lord. That is a guarantee. We have not moved things the way we have moved things. We have not made changes that we predicted at levels incomprehensible to everyone in the white positive sphere, because there hasn't been something truly magical. And when we say magical, it's not one of these weird things. There's no incense burning in the background here. Something truly magical taking place. I see that it muted us, it looks like. What I was saying is, we had Ezra St. White, and I think that's where we were at when they muted us. We had Ezra St. White. Looks like, okay, so you guys heard that, good. Ezra St. White, suffused with the spirit of the West, moving forward, making things happen, making magic happen, because he has allowed himself to be suffused by the empowerment of that story, a victory story for white well-being, a victory story for our people. And then the blank pages thereafter, he's writing himself in as the hero of that story. Thank you all, too, for coming to me and letting me know. I don't know if that was just something the anti-whites did, or if that's, once again, the electricity that is very seriously coming off of me. And we ended up canceling out the audio. But that is what Ezra is doing. He's doing amazing things. I was saying, how can somebody who's doing what Ezra is doing, being a fabulous artist, who will see his work, more of his work in the artist edition of Prometheus Rising, that'll be coming up in a couple of months, also be able to drywall, also tape, paint, everything else. And this guy does everything. And we're very happy to have him with us. $5 financial gift, writing $5 per week, Promethean Hails, a big Promethean Hails to you. And Vincent, I was mentioning, as well as Luke Mason, who have both allowed themselves to be suffused with the spirit of the West. That was what I was mentioning while the mic had been muted for whatever reason is going on. Maybe it's just fun with the anti-whites. Not going to let them stop us, though. I can talk, forever. So for white well-being, at least. let me see. I can be, just for the anti-whites, I can be multiloquent. I can be as multiloquent as I need to be for white well-being. They cannot stop what we're doing here. So mute the mic, or whether it's the electricity that for whatever reason I'm throwing. I mean, the humidity, I have the gauge over here, and it says that I currently have in the house a humidity of 44%. So it's not like it's dry, but we'll keep an eye, and we'll keep wiping off with the dryer sheets. Nevertheless, we're going to keep chugging along. Thank you so very much, Ezra St. White. Now, let's get a great round of applause going, whether it was the electricity that for whatever reason is getting thrown off me. And let me also say that I want to thank those who called in to let me know that something was amiss and that the sound quality is not that great. So we will do that. We'll do whatever has to be done. I'm going to guess I did touch the microphone. So let's touch some metal. And now let's see. Looks like we're still good. Try to leave the microphone where it is. And looks like the sound should be better. And we're going to keep rolling. But I want to thank everybody who applauded about who called. I want you all to applaud, who called as well to let me know that something happened. It was either the electricity or might be the electricity, or the anti-whites plan. I guess it could be either. What is that? You have, maybe that'll have to come back to me in a minute. I'll try to think of, I'll figure that out. It'll come back to me in a minute, but we're going to get those applauding emojis going. I see them already. For Quebec, who has just financially gifted $100. Take that, anti-whites. $100 from Quebec, a great participant in service to white well-being. Thank you so very much. Another working person giving up, doing without, making the struggle. And as I said, it's going to be the kind of thing, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be normal people coming together. And we had the conversation we were talking about earlier. Was it from Mantis? Was it from, I think it might have been from Mantis earlier, saying that those who are those who are Westmen and who have the money, they're going to realize as we come together, the regular working class, normal, ordinary white people with normal sensibilities, middle class, working class, a little bit poorer financially, but rich in spirit, rich in honor, rich in courage. When all of us begin coming together, those folks are finally going to realize, maybe like the McCloskeys, they're going to realize, oh my God, the anti-whites are going to take everything away from us. Our only safety is going to be with that massive group of dedicated, hardworking, self-sacrificing advocates for white well-being. Nothing those folks are saying or playing the villain, nothing those folks are doing turn us off, turn us away, look like the bad guy in the narrative that we have been living inside of our entire life. So we're going to feel okay to go to them. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, one of these days, that's going to happen. One of these days, somebody who has a house that looks like a palace to my poor ass are going to say, hey, will you come over? And I'm really worried about all of my investments. And I see, my family actually has, look at these heirlooms we've saved from 10 generations back, and all the way going back to this country or that country. And we're getting worried. We don't think this anti-whiteism is going to last forever. In fact, we're thinking that, all of these heirlooms are going to be set on fire, Camp of the Saints style. Can you think good of us and we get, in your midst, and then you all end up receiving some kind of a big check? Let me write a check, Jason. And then it would be like the Jewish community. And they would say, Jason, how many zeros do you want? That, ladies and gentlemen, will be the kind of change that we are going to make happen. When those in Western kind, when Westmen with wealth and power begin coming over, and we already, I can't tell you, there's some real things happening, and I can't tell you because they are real, some really magical things happening in the background. But when these people start coming over, then we will see change like change has never happened. Because I will tell you this, when you're poisoning someone, you can look at these stories. You all have watched, especially you ladies, for some weird reason. You ladies like to watch these like true crime stories where it's like some loony kills the family. I don't get that. And some guys are into that too. It definitely doesn't sit well with me. But so many ladies, not all ladies, but so many ladies are into this. They want to watch. Oh, the person then chopped up the family. Let's watch that story. Not interested. I'm just not interested. But you all have seen these stories, especially a lot of you ladies, where they poison just a little bit of some more poison and a little bit of poison, and the person's getting sicker and sicker and sicker. And how long it takes to kill someone that way. That's the same way with a body politic, with the body of people. When you're poisoning them like the anti-whites poison us, it takes a long time. But let me tell you what, when you get rid of the poison, like that, they're healthy. That is what going free does for our people. That is what the anti-whites, when I was talking about these banshees in their cars, these anti-white banshees in their cars, in their bedrooms, crying now, actually cursing this judge who died, even though they love her, saying you only had to live so many more years so that you could be replaced. Well, you know what? She could have retired when Obama was in office, and they could have replaced her then. She could have lived out the rest of her life on an island with her grandkids and done something actually that would have been good for her soul. But she decided not to do that because she was motivated by something. You can guess what she might have been motivated by. The AI is listening. I'm not going to say, but we know that she was anti-white. So instead of doing that, she decided to stick around, and these banshees actually going berserk, coming up from hell. I mean, you can see the pits of the earth belching with effluvia, and then suddenly these winged serpents, they come to the surface, and they're screaming and crying that she has died, actually cursing her for dying. I've got nicer words to say for her and her family, cursing her for dying, and saying, now, we're going to lose everything. They're going to lose everything because they know they've been illegally legislating from the bench for all of these years. That's how they've been destroying Western kind and Western civilization. They know now that all it takes is this much good to reach Western kind for the cure to take place. That's all that's needed. There's not going to be a cure by limping along, gimping along, playing the villain. There's not going to be a cure there. Never has been. It doesn't matter how many guys you get together who are handsome or who look smart in a suit or whatever. That's not going to do it. Hasn't done it in the past. Brighter people with better reputations have tried and failed with healthier populations. Christ Almighty, what more do you need to know? What more do you need to know? Why does anyone continue down these paths? Thank you all for letting me know. And this is Quebec, who is making a testimony, not with words, but saying as much as with words. These fabulous testimonies with $100 of a working man, a working woman's salary. You don't net this easily as a working man or working woman. This comes $100 US come hard. And so we thank Quebec for that. That is a grand testimony. Thank you, dear brother. And we also have Matthew financially gifting over here on Cash App $5 and saying everything that Matthew has to say for those $5 that he has to earn every single day. He's got to go to work. Matthew's probably wearing the mask over his face, got to wear it all day long. The humidity's building up, making him, but wear the masks. If the government tells you to wear the mask, if the everything the WHO says, we believe and endorse. Even if they change their mind from Monday to Tuesday to Wednesday, we change our minds with them. Do whatever the government says when it comes to masks and when it comes to COVID-19, when it comes to the WHO. You know that they have all of the answers, don't they, Susan? So Matthew here, $5, working his ass off, probably tips, who knows? And so have to be extra nice and do an extra good job to get the money to financially gift. Thank you so much. We've had people financially gift that are homeless, that don't even have a house to live in. They go back to a tent when they get done with a day's worth of work. What kind of testimony is that? When somebody in Hollywood, when somebody whose name you can't even say on Fox anymore, there's a particular individual who's well known, a billionaire, for giving money, billions, to anti-white causes, and you're not even allowed to say this guy's name anymore. He's not the only one. We shouldn't overly focus on him. But you can't even say his name on Fox News anymore, even if you are somebody who had a position of power in the past. They immediately cut you off, and they're like, hold on, we're not going to talk about that. And then the other anti-white says, oh yeah, we're not talking about that. And I'm just going to give 10 seconds of dead air here, because we all know how good that is for live television and how much that actually costs. We're going to give 10 seconds of dead air, and we're going to tell you, no, you're not going to talk about him, and we're moving on. When individuals like that give 10 million, 20 million, 50 million, 100 million, when they make a commitment for $1 billion, they don't know any of it. They don't know any of it. It doesn't mean anything to them. When they're in Hollywood and they make the decamillions off of movies or whatever, and they give $2 million or 200,000, it's nothing. These people are telling you this works. We're having success. I'm willing to part with my hard-earned dollars to do that, even to the point of me going back to my tent to live. Over here, we also have on Cash App. This is Joe. Joe is financially gifting $5. And listen to what Joe has to say right here with his $5. So my child will grow up not, all caps, hating herself. This is why we're doing this, ladies and gentlemen. This is why I get so animated. This is what gets me to leap out of the bed every day. This is the kind of thing that when your foot hits the floor, when you roll out of bed in the morning, you want the anti-whites everywhere they are on planet Earth to tremble, to know that you are going to put an end to our children being subjected to the blackest child abuse the world has ever known. And that is anti-whiteism. That's what Joe is saying here. $5 so my child will grow up not hating herself. Thank you, dear brother. Here we have the great Raymond and Heidi Van Buskirk doing double, triple, quadruple duty, modding, and they're in the background doing things. And we can't give enough thanks, enough plaudits to these people. $25 financial gift on top of that. This is in the name of Nancy Pelosi. $25 in the name, financial gift to White Wellbeing in the name of that lovely, lovely witch Nancy Pelosi, the one who is the Speaker of the House. When we're talking about the witch Nancy Pelosi, we're talking about the one who is the Speaker of the House. Nancy Pelosi and Raymond and Heidi are gifting $25 in her name. Sweet lady, he writes. Absolutely a sweet lady. Thank you, Raymond and Heidi, for that 25. I'm sure she's going to beam with joy when she realizes that $25 have come over. Rest assured, she'll be saying at one point that this white well-being stuff, these people, this is what Trump is engendering. That's why we have to impeach him. And then when she says something like that, ladies and gentlemen, be prepared for the rockets that we'll set off here, the fireworks. I'll set them off inside. Zero Talent, financially gifting, a great hero, always here, double a duty. Zero Talent, $5, writing to our victory over here on Cash App. Thank you, my dear brother. You're a great champion, a great hero, a great leader, consistently with us as we serve White Wellbeing. All right, let's see. I'm going to swivel back around. Remember, if you've made a comment or you intend to make a comment on the Discipline channel or on the Going Free channel, again, monitors to my left, monitors to my right, Dex monitors in front of me. I'll be able to see all of this as it's taking place. If you have done that and it has scrolled off, it's really only likely to take place in two areas, which is on the White Guilt and on D Live, which I don't have open at the moment, but will open. If it is scrolled off or you're going to make a comment there, make sure you copy it, put it in a Word doc, put it in a note doc, so that if it scrolls off, you have a comment, you have a question, you really would like me to address it, don't spam the chat. Don't just do it every 2 minutes or something like that. When I look back to the chat, now's your time. Stick it in there and see if you can get my attention at that point if I've missed it previously. Or you can hop on over to Entropy, put it in the Tall Kevin widget, and I will see it there. It won't disappear unless you or I delete it. I'm going to stay away from this microphone so the electricity coming off of me will not screw things up, and we will see what we have here going on. And we have, let me just ask, did Al Robot show up? Has anybody seen Al Robot? Because we're still keeping an eye out for Al Robot. And I guess the mic is still going. Thank you very much. And we're jumping over here to Entropy. And looks like, all right, we have the great Simon JJ. The great Simon JJ has shown up with a financial gift over on Entropy. Thank you so much. 10 British pounds. Thank you, brother. 10 red squirrel pounds. What was going to be the word we were going to use for that? For the pounds? 10 pounds from Simon JJ, writing, "It's a great time to be alive. Going free is enlightening more people than ever. The sense of winning is all around us now." The sense of victory. The sense of victory is all around us now. Indeed, we're making the big things happen, ladies and gentlemen. All of us in the foreground and in the background. We're seeing this lexicon and dialectics show up. Simon JJ is right. Thank you so very much for those pounds, brother. We're seeing it show up in all of these disparate groups. We're seeing people in all of these disparate spheres of the white positive sphere, and further afield, all the way out to the limb of our galaxy in this sphere that we are in, all the way out to the limb, where people in those spheres are saying, well, what about this? What about that? Should we really continue with this train of thought? Should we really continue with that iconography? Should we really continue? That is exactly what needs to happen. We need to, with something healthy, with something salubrious, with something that takes us to the next level, out the people who, for any number of reasons, are mired in stupidity or illogicality, or the illogical thinking, illogicality, or whatever it might be. We need to out them, and hopefully they will then redeem themselves. Hopefully they will then see, whoa, this is really not working. These folks do have something that's working. I'm going to go ahead and step up to the plate and do what's right. Simon's pointing that out. 10 pounds. Thank you, my dear brother. It takes a strong arm to heave it 10 pounds all the way across the pond, as we like to say in North America, with our British brothers and sisters. We also have June here, also a great month, 15 US dollars, and writing from RBG, "May the spirit of the West arise as portrayed in the great book Prometheus Rising." Thank you so very much for that, dear lady. I want to tip my invisible hat to you for that. Yes, thank you for the kind compliment about Prometheus Rising, for those $15, and for doing it in the name of RBG. I'm sure in the wherever she is right now, and I'm sure she's feeling that she is so excited that another has financially gifted. I'm sure wherever she is, she's just gone, why? Enjoy. I'm sure she's doing that right now. Enjoy. Thank you so very much, June. $15. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. And that was just one more time. If you haven't read Prometheus Rising, this is our story. This is where it begins for us. You're wondering what our story is? How do you understand what our story is? Where do we differ from the anti-white narrative? You begin with Prometheus Rising. That will give you that kernel from which we then begin the writing of this tale that includes your life and your actions from here forward. Let's get these super raucous emojis together for a woman who has given birth to far more children than we are used to when it comes to white women these days, and who has still finds a way to. She educates white well-being to these children. She puts us up on the television. This is what they're allowed to watch. She speaks it to the community, those she communicates with in her circles of influence, financially gifting $100 Mrs. Jess Horst. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Been here serving white well-being. What a champion. What a dedicated woman. Yet again, proving that these guys who want to show up for the pee pants parties and who want to talk about writing constitutions that don't mean a damn thing, or who want to talk about hiding somewhere, cravening out into the collapse, and all of these guys are so brave, are actually not as brave as these ladies. These ladies, these men would find their place, their rightful place, behind their skirts. This I can tell you. All of these tough guys who want to buy excuses to do nothing, who want to watch the old guy who has the weird accent and goes out into the woods and just wants to ponder things that and then contradictorily have come to contradictory positions and all. He's giving them excuses. All of the men, the so-called men, these are actual boys. These are males who never become men. Their rightful place is behind the skirts of women like June and Mrs. Jess Horst, because they are losers. It's okay, guys. You don't have to continue to be a loser. You can make the decision to be a winner. You can redeem yourself. You can get out from behind the skirts of our heroic women, and you can stand shoulder to shoulder with them against anti-whiteism and against what's happening to our world. I want everybody to see that visual from this day till all days, that when these guys are looking for an excuse to hide behind skirts, they're looking for an excuse to sit around and do nothing. They're waiting for some grand poobah to write them some document that magically will save them, or whatever it might be. Whatever it is, I want you all to visualize these people as cowering, even with their camo on and their skull mask or whatever it might be, as cowering and holding on to the skirt of June and Mrs. Jess Horst. Oh God. Please do something, but I'll brag in a minute. I'll do something one of these days. But please, you ladies, continue to do something. What a bunch of pricks! What a bunch of sad pricks! Or they're gonna villain. They're gonna play the villain, and they're gonna get out in front of the public, and they're gonna say, "We're gonna do something, and we look just like this group that we fetishize." And well, let me get behind the skirt while somebody actually does something. Thank you so very much, these heroes. We have SJB financially gifting $15 to White Wellbeing as well. Thank you so very much, SJB, for that kind financial gift to White Wellbeing and the just splendid work that we're making happen, and things that we are causing to come to be, things that we want. Things that we have to have happen are coming into fruition because of our energy, because we have the financial gifts that are coming in, like we are having come in each and every week from you wonderful heroes, things you're doing without. Maybe some of you are giving up smoking cigarette smokes or tobacco of any type. You're giving it up altogether. You're saving your money, or you've reduced it and you have extra money. You can financially gift it. We salute you for that. SJB saying everything that he or she needed to say to the anti-whites with it. The great Angharad Celtic, ladies and gentlemen, a lady who won't be silenced by any anti-whites, or anybody for that matter, financially gifting $21. Thank you so much. And writing here, this is because you muted yourself, my dear fellow. I didn't do it on purpose. And you looked so sincere and cute when you did it. Love and kisses, Angharad. Yes. It's a bizarre thing. I'm keeping an eye on it now. It's got to be the electricity. This has started how many months ago now? I started actually sending static electricity off of me for no reason, with the humidity that is still ample, and the sheets, the dryer sheets. But we'll stay on top of it, and we'll be careful to touch metal everywhere we go. Thank you for that, Angharad Celtic. Yigs Drezel with $10. Thank you so very much for that kind financial gift. And writing here, a small donation to further the cause. Hail, Western kind. Amen to that. Amen to that. Fantastic name. And I always have a hard time saying it, especially since I've had part of my tongue cut out so that it wasn't trapped on the bottom of my mouth. I'm still working on the pronunciation of some words. They just went bye-bye when my tongue was freed in part, not totally, but in part. So thank you so very much. I wanted to point out that the $10 here and your verbiage very well received, because I actually had, if you can believe this, some twit of a guy trying to say to me the other day, oh, why make up Western kind? Why invent Westman when you can just go ahead and call us by the names of all of these different? And I was just like, you are so simple. I don't know if I should breathe any words in response to you. This is one of the dumbest things I've heard all week long. And I hear from a lot of anti-whites. So to hear, why don't we just divide ourselves into all of these different groups so that we can continue down that just totally brilliant path of fighting each other, having the anti-whites just wield us against each other, instead of having me just say, look, we're going to use Western kind. And who knows, maybe Western kind, maybe we'll find out, like was the case with anti-white and Antiwhiteism, when I coined those. They didn't exist in my dictionaries. They didn't exist in the unabridged I think it was 7-volume at my city library, Anti-White or Antiwhiteism. We've confirmed with many others, not in many different dictionaries. Final Blossom doing some great research on this, finding out that it was more prevalent in dictionaries 50 years ago when it wasn't accessible. I coined Western kind so that we would be a single people. Westman, M-A-N, as a single person, both man and woman. M-E-N, when we're talking about plural. Western kind as the totality of our people. Watch us find that Western kind and Westman, M-E-N and M-A-N, were in the dictionary in the 1700s or something. Watch that be the case. I wouldn't be surprised at this point, because the anti-whites would love nothing more. They love nothing more than to coin phrases for us to use that ensure our defeat, and to delete words from our language, from our actual mouths, from our brains, so that we cannot think in our own defense, because we cannot speak in our own defense. We are Western kind. And recapturing our destiny presupposes that a Southerner is going to be more Southern, an Italian is more Italian, a Frenchman, and even the regions in these countries are going, the absolute poignancy of their particular hue of Western civilization is going to be magnified by that reality. But that is only going to happen by recognizing that we are a single nation with many countries. It will not happen until we recognize that. And anybody standing in the way of that, fool or foe, we need to sweep aside. Thank you, dear brother, for those $10. Promethean Promulgation with $10 as well. Thank you so very much. I am in the bottom 1%, writes Promethean Promulgation, of natural social skills, but I can still get into one-on-one conversations about going free, and they can quickly get active and be better at it than me. Think about that. Promethean Promulgation, gifting $10, doubling up the testimony here with some dollars to the cause of white well-being, as well as, so testimony there, as well as the testimony saying in the bottom of 1% of natural social skills, but can engage people having this weakness there and acknowledging this weakness, and can communicate enough of going free that that person can then pick it up, and to whatever level is natural for them, and to whatever level they have the potential to reach by treating their MPs, they then can take off with that information and make changes. God bless you, Promethean Promulgation. Everybody has a part. And you know what? A weakness like that means that there is a great strength somewhere else inside this hero. And we look for that. Thank you so very much for those $10 and those great words. Nathaniel, back again. Another $25 over here on Entropy. Dear brother, giving $5 more before 5 homeless white well-being advocates out there in the world, so they can use that money to take care of themselves. Listen to that. Listen to that. Nathaniel is financially gifting $25 so that anybody out there was talking about people have financially gifted who live in tents, white people. He is gifting so that they don't have to. And I would say they don't have to, but they feel the urge that they have to. He's saying use that money to take care of yourself. He's going to take care of it for you. God bless you. If that's the kind of thinking, that is the kind of thinking that's going to make us the victors in this. That is exactly the kind of thinking that you come to when you're going free. It's not all of these other approaches. It's when you're going free. That's the kind of thought you come to. Nathaniel writes here, I used to be there. He used to be homeless for too damn long, he writes. It can get better. Keep fighting the good fight. God bless you, Nathaniel. God bless you. He has actually suffered. He's actually been there homeless. You know who else has been there homeless is Raymond Foster, homeless in Australia for a very long time before he got his legs under him. And now he is the superhero that he is. If we could hand out capes, I'd be handing out a cape to that guy. All right. Homeless. I wasn't homeless like you guys were homeless. I was homeless. It was like a week, 10 days, something like that. But folks out there homeless, you're giving money so that those folks who can use their money instead of, so they feel that they have given to the cause, thanks to you, Nathaniel, they then can use their $5 or whatever it might have been to put toward getting themselves in a better position, a better light. They can get their legs under them. Thank you, Nathaniel, for doing that. Sound Killer is here, financially gifting. Great to see you, good brother. Financially gifting $5. 1776 commission is an important step in the right direction. God bless NWG. Amen to that. Amen to that. Look at this stuff going on. We view things rationally in service to white well-being. That means that we're not going to be, what's the word I used earlier? Funereal. I'm going to dig that out. I'm going to dig that out because so many of these people who think that they're so bright, what they do is they speak in many words that are obscure. You don't know the word. They'll have like 3 or 4 words they'll use over the course of a stream or 2. They know you're unfamiliar with them. They know the effect that it has. And they're going to dig them out and they're going to use them over the course of the stream, going to manipulate you. So I'm going to dig them out of my mind to show up these people who are just fooling you, to get you to follow them, to aggrandize them, to think they're bright. It doesn't matter. Bright doesn't matter. Good looks don't matter. What matters is recapturing our destiny. No white little girl is going to find herself in the moment as an adult woman, is going to find herself. She's going to grow up from a little girl to being an adult, find herself with her husband and his business, the family business. As we saw, where was this? Ohio? We'll talk about this news story. We got to roll, folks. We got to roll. We got to get through this. We're making things happen. They have to hook up the trailer. The trailer's lights aren't working. They're not going to drive with the trailer's lights not working, even though the area is bad. You know this is what's going through their minds. We got to get out of here. Our lives might be in danger. This is an area that's dangerous. And it's not dangerous because of the trees that grow there, ladies and gentlemen. It's not dangerous because of the names on the roads. It's not dangerous because of the rocks or the concrete. It was a dangerous area. But what do these white people think to themselves? We got to get the trailer lights working so that we don't jeopardize someone else's life on the road, so that someone else on the road doesn't end up getting into an accident because of us. We have to do this for someone else. This is the typical way that white people think. It's just, and it's not to say that no non-white people think this way. There absolutely are non-white people who think this way. But this is a typical thought for white people. And you know, in our community, when a white person is really selfish and they let the door slam in your face, they don't wave thank you, that you know that in the white community, when they do that, we're all like, the first thought to us is like, you are a filthy bastard. You are an uncouth, filthy bastard, and you deserve to be told that. This is how we are around planet Earth. That's what this woman was thinking. That's what her and her husband were thinking when 2 anti-white non-whites came up to them. And by the way, the person who brought this horrible crime to my attention is a non-white woman in our community who is in absolute 100% support of white well-being. These anti-white non-whites come up, they rob them, and then murder them for being white. Now, I don't know. We'll have to look at the story. I don't know if the husband has died yet, shot maybe in the face or the chest. The 6-year-old little boy having the woman die, and they say, oh, dead instantly. I'm sure it wasn't dead, unless you're knocked unconscious. The reality of being shot and dying is horrible. Many of you know, and if you've read Born Guilty, you know that my father was shot while working by animals, two anti-white, non-white animals. Tried to murder him while he was working. You don't die. You don't just get shot and fall on the ground like the movies. And you're just nice and quiet. That's not how people die. They beg for their lives. They cry out for their mothers. That's what dying looks like. That's why so many soldiers come back traumatized. And then the 6-year-old has to, whatever he is, has to hand the phone to the father so that he can try to call for help. We look at things as they are. And when a politician does something, remember what we say here in Going Free. When a person in a position of power, a politician or whatever they are, they do something, an artist, whatever they are, do something that serves white well-being, we applaud them. We say that's the right way to go. We're going to look at it. We're going to read it. If it's a bill or whatever it is, it's an act, whatever it is, we're going to read it. We're going to say, well, it looks good. Then we're going to say, this is fantastic. Just like Soundkiller is saying, step in the right direction. If there's a poison pill in there, we'll point it out. And then by the same token, we don't have any allegiance to that person. The moment they turn anti-white, they want to do something anti-white, we let them know. That is how we control those who otherwise would be controlled by powers behind them. Money and threats and blackmail and everything else, the way the human animal works in the real world. So it matters when we're seeing things as they're actually happening. It matters when we talk about these things. It matters when we help people to go free. It matters. What would have been the outcome for that couple had they been going free? Had they a better understanding of the world? Maybe they're alive. Wow. Mrs. Jess Horst. Let's break out the most raucous of raucous emojis. Everyone. This is absolutely stupendous. This is magnificent. Mrs. Jess Horst just financially gifted $150 more on top of the $100 that she already financially gifted. 150 more. This is a woman and her husband. They have a load of children that they have to take care of, and finding it within themselves to be able to financially gift a total of $250. She writes here, for our children, for my 9 children and 1 grandchild. Love, redemption, recapturing our destiny, going free daily. God bless you, dear lady. A big salute to you, a big spotlight to you in everything you are doing for those babies. We know that you're taking them in the right direction. They will all be in service to white well-being, and they will be the champions of the generation to come, just as you are the champion now. And they're going to be telling those grandchildren about what a great woman their grandmother was, Mrs. Jess Horst. She'll be remembered. Know that, ladies and gentlemen. She'll be remembered. Will you? I see a bunch of us. See, First Lady of the American Theater has shown up, and the great Nordic Iron in Luik is here. Never know if I pronounced that right. So many wonderful heroes have shown up as we have been here tonight. Mr. Frosty, Sterling Price, and blue-eyed something or other, as I make sure that my electricity is not showing off or shutting off my microphone again. And all of the experiments I did trying to attach rubber and everything else to prevent that from happening again, all failing. We'll still try to figure it out. Maybe I'll just try to stop throwing electricity. I don't know how I have all the static electricity on me, but I understand that sparks fly when I'm in bed. Let's see here. We have a lot of comments here on the question widget, and I want to make sure to get to all of those. We have a couple of letters in the mailbag to get to. We have the news to get to. We have the Going Free lesson to get to. We got to keep rolling, folks. And I've got to get a drink, walk around a little bit, a drink of water, Don't drink alcohol except for special occasion. A little bit of non-alcoholic champagne, as you all have seen before. And I tell you this, we'll be talking about something that we'll be cracking open another bottle of non-alcoholic champagne to celebrate in the very near future. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take us over to a magnificent song. I think it'll be from the one and only Raymond Foster, and then we will be back here in just a moment to continue the discussion, hit upon these subjects that we have to talk about, getting more excited by the minute. Things are getting better, ladies and gentlemen. I know you can feel it just as I can, and we will be right back. Our destiny, and there are no more white children who are crying to their mothers, begging them to not have to be white for the rest of their life. There are no more white women being gang raped by individuals who think they're getting revenge against Western kind. Everything that we have suffered and everything, all of the good that we could have enjoyed, all wasted, all lost because of what anti-whiteism has stolen, and the anti-whites have stolen from everything that we have suffered and everything, all of the good that we could have enjoyed, all wasted, all lost because of what anti-whiteism has stolen, and the anti-whites have stolen from us. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, a spike in the struggle, the service to white well-being like there has never been, ever been. What in God's name? It's not going to be shown in Hollywood. It's not going to be shown on your television. You're not going to see a goddamn news report that's going to say newsflash. There's a huge victory for white well-being. There are no more this destruction of Western civilization across our streets. There is no more of any of this that continues to rob us of all that we have and all that we could do for ourselves, our loved ones, our descendants, our senior citizens, our weakest members of our communities. Just think of all that we have lost, all that the opportunity cost of our intelligence, of our time, of our ingenuity, of our creativity, of our industriousness, that has all gone down the toilet because of anti-whiteism, because we have been forced to harmonize the diversity with all of these things, because we've been forced to try to elevate IQs and temperament and behaviors so that everybody is the same when everybody can never be the same. Everything that we have suffered and everything, all of the good that we could have enjoyed, all wasted, all lost because of what anti-whiteism has stolen, and the anti-whites have stolen from everything that we have suffered and everything, all of the good that we could have enjoyed, all wasted, all lost because of what anti-whiteism has stolen, and the anti-whites have stolen from us. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, a spike in the struggle, the service to white well-being like there has never been, ever been. What in God's name? It's not going to be shown in Hollywood. It's not going to be shown on your television. You're not going to see a goddamn news report that's going to say newsflash. There's a huge victory for white well-being. Newsflash, huge victory for Western kind by folks who are suppressed, oppressed, exploited, persecuted by entities that have control of the federal government and the state governments and all, sit in all the houses of all of the parliaments. They're not going to come to you and say, it's okay, you can celebrate now because there's been a victory. We're going to decide that for you. We're going to let you know. You're going to have to realize it for yourself. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, a spike in the struggle, the service to white well-being like there has never been, ever been. What in God's name? It's not going to be shown in Hollywood. It's not going to be shown on your television. You're not. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, as things fall around the office. This song coming to an end, and because I am not because I don't have a big radio staff, or staff at all. I have to run around to get things done. When we have a moment like that, we play a song. I think, yeah, it does look. Oh, you know what's not working yet? More testament to the fact that I have to operate all of this myself and make mistakes. But at least I can own up to them and correct myself, like so many who don't know how to do that. So let's see. What an inimitable day we are having here. What an inimitable day. Just so many exciting things are taking place. Let me take a look over here. And you should be celebrating as I'm celebrating. You should be as ecstatic as I am. Let's see here on the Discipline channel. I see it. Let's see a lot of applause. That's great. I see Brant coming to me earlier in the show to let me know that the audio had cut out. Thank you for that, brother. And everybody who reached out to me on Skype and everywhere. That's the ringing me up there to let me know something is really wrong with the show. And let me see if there are any questions over there. Okay, Yiz earlier in the show is confirming that it is correct. She believes that people in Australia are being arrested for planning protest events. I can confirm from the people I know who live in Australia. Yeah, I saw these videos too of the police showing up and saying, well, we saw a post here that you're planning on going to a rally, and so we're going to arrest you before the rally. And that's the exact kind of thing that the anti-whites like to do, is this level of tyranny, this Stasi level Bravo Sierra that we are simply going to prevent from happening here in the United States and therefore around the totality of the Western world. Again, even though Yiz is saying this, you have to check with Snopes, you have to check with CNN, you got to get the other side of the story from anti-whites who call themselves liberals and progressives or whatever else. Make sure you get their side of the story. I was taking a look at the hygrometer to make sure it's working properly, and it is. We have plenty of humidity in the air. So perhaps somebody out there who might have an idea as to why I'm throwing electricity will reach out to me and let me know exactly what the cause might be, as it usually only happens in the bedroom. But let's see what else we have taking place here. We have the questions we'll get to, and I think we have some other things, other financial gifts over here, and we'll look to your comments over on the No Why Guilt channel. We have somebody, let's get a big round of applause for somebody by the name of Anonymous. Somebody by the name of Anonymous has just financially gifted over on Cash App $50 US. A testimony with each one of those dollars smacking the face with the white glove of the anti-whites. And many of them would actually really enjoy that because they're into that whole punish me thing. So $50 from Anonymous to make the anti-whites so very happy about being punished. Thank you so very much, Anonymous, for that and that testimony. That is going to be put to good use in the service of white well-being. And I will tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, we are making it happen. There's one thing that I have been able to do in business, and that is to stretch the dollar to get things, to make things happen with the least number of dollars for the business that I've been working in or within or for. That's what we're going to do. We'll bring that same education, that same experience to what we're doing for white well-being. This is why we're going to be able to do things that these big anti-white organizations with all of their millions and millions of dollars, with the tzedakah, just causing the entire community to give and to give and to give, even though they're just getting thieved. They're just getting robbed by the people who have the 7-figure salaries and the 7 homes or whatever it might be. Or maybe it'd be like this. No, it's going to be the 7-figure salaries. How about 2 6-figure salaries and 6 homes somewhere? I think that's more of an appropriate assortment of numbers. But that's how we're going to be able to do much more than they will. And let's see here. And the other thing you don't have to worry about is that there's too little here for somebody to run off with. So It's do or die for all of us. We have the First Lady of the American Theater. Thank you, my dear lady. We just saw her mention her moments ago, financially gifting over on Cash App $20. Thank you so very much. And she writes here, blessings. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Sometimes it can be a simple word as that. And remember, folks, I say, and again, thank you for those $20. There is no support shaming in service to white well-being. So when you see an artist and they've made a song, they've made an album, and they're serving white well-being, and they're doing it, they're not imitating they're not playing the villain. If they're playing the villain, piss on them. If they are in service to white well-being in a way that comports with going free, then support those people. If it means that you're gonna, they might be asking $5 for the entire album that takes them months and months and months to create, and go ahead and buy that album. If you don't have the $5 to give to them, then do give them a nice word like the blessings or thank you so much or whatever it might be. No support shaming in service to white well-being. So thank you so much for that, Jeff at White Art Collective and that entire crew. He's got a bunch of heroes over there. That guy's a hero. And so they're good folks. They're moving in the right direction, seeing more and more white positive content that is in keeping with going free, the lexicon, the dialectics. That's what we need to see, because that is where we're having success. And if we can clothe that in the talent that these people have that I can't even dream of having, if we can clothe that in their talent, then we truly have something that lives and breathes. We have, let's see, is this, this is, I guess I'll refer to you as, we'll refer to you as Soul Grand. Thank you so very much. I'll say that rather than your name. And financially gifting $11. Thank you so very much for those $11. And this gentleman is financially gifting these $11 in the name of Sweet Susan Wojcicki. $11 in her name. Thank you so very much. I know that she will be pleased when she finds out that that you just gave $11 in her name. Can you imagine? She's sitting atop these stolen hillocks of the filthy lucre gold coins up to the roof of one of her palaces, and she's sitting, just like the oar. You row. You don't row with the oar. It's the other direction with the oar. And she's sitting up there like an oar, and she hears that money has been gifted in her name. She probably is going to lose her Sierra on top of that pile of filthy lucre. So thank you so very much for that, brother. And we are having some fun tonight. Let's see if we can keep this going, keep the party going. Hey, let everybody know. Grab the URL. Send it out to your circles of influence really quickly. There are going to be people who, it's all times a day, all around the planet Earth. So people are getting up, people are going to sleep, it's middle of the day, people are getting off work, a lot of things going on. They might be available right now to hear the truth about going free and how it can save them in their lives and their families and our community and our people and Western civilization. We have to be the people that bring it to them. So let's keep rolling and have a look at some of this news that we have to cover tonight that we talked about. If any of you have any questions or comments, I'm going to take a quick look at the question widget because I know you guys have been pasting it there over the course of the night. Yonash at the top here. Have you ever thought of doing the show on Saturday? I think it would fit way better into many people's schedules, including mine. I've heard it's great. I appreciate you saying that, brother. I have people come to me and say, you know what? I think that it might be a great day and time for the show. Oh, really? Well, what are you doing during that day and time? I'm available. Okay. All right. Well, we'll try to make that happen for you. I appreciate the recommendation. And if anything, I would love to be in a scenario where I could have a show every single night, and maybe we'll be there at some point in the future. I don't know, or every other night. We'll see. But thank you for the question, brother, and the smile. Meme Curatives will save you. Writes here, Snow Shadow has had her channel hidden for a while, though many videos are on alternative voices portal in the poetry section. Possibly she was made angry by immature actors. Snow, if you're listening, we love and miss you and highly value your unique, powerful work. You're one of a kind. I could not agree more. Meme Curatives will save you. She's a magnificent lady. The poems that she wrote are poignant. They are puissant. They are emotional. We could go on and on. She's very talented, and she wrote a poem that she had me read, and then the great Poseidon did the music and the visuals for it. It was a coming together, and this is the kind of collaborations that we need to do to reach out to many people, because we all have different talents. And it was a fantastic poem. She's written many, read many of them now. And yeah, I think there were a bunch of absolute losers, and that's what they are. These immature of any age boys, dickless wonders. And yeah, there are anti-whites that are out there that have built up reputations as being legitimate pro or white positive people, but they're not. And they come in because they want to shut you down. They want to shut people like Snow Shadow down, Snow Shadow RPG or whatever her channel was. They show up as well. But then you also have a lot of these losers, and they're jealous. They can't do anything on their own. They can't build their own sandcastle, so they kick your sandcastle apart. And instead of saying, I'm young, or I don't know, or I need to learn, I can get better, whatever it is, instead of doing any of that, they decide that they just want to destroy. And so they show up, and that's indeed what they end up doing. They end up showing up to destroy. A lot of them also get inspired by content creators out there who are snarky twits, who just want to always say something bad about females and women. And there are terrible women out there. There are terrible guys. There are great guys. There are great women. And we're mature enough to identify who and what they are. You know what else there isn't? There isn't any virtue trapping in service to white well-being. No virtue trapping. So the idea that a woman, you have Mrs. Just Horse, has 9 children and grandchildren. Not every woman is going to be able to do that. Not every woman is there yet. Not every woman is going to be able to be the best mother or the best mother right now, or whatever it might be. So anybody who virtue traps gets kicked in the mouth metaphorically. Any guy who steps up and says, well, it's just a woman, they shouldn't be doing, shut the foxtrot up. I'm not going to tolerate any of these guys that want to act this way, that want to try to burn our women down, that have done things like run off. Very talented people with more talent in their little finger than these little chumps have in their entire body, and in fact their lineage, with more talent than they have, run off talented people like this, and people with a wounded soul that have a great deal to share and could speak to so many thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people. Run somebody off like this. Please, Snow Shadow, ignore these people. Create your content again. We love you, and we welcome you back to Going Free. We hope you will return. And to all of those little boys out there, and maybe little girls out there too, who want to try to run off talented people who are doing good work because they want to virtue trap, and they want to say, oh, well, we believe X, Y, or Z, and so therefore men should only do this and women should only do that. You want to do that kind of, if you're a guy, not if you're a female, but if you're a guy, make sure that you get face-to-face with me at some sort of event in the future, and try to be a man, try to come up without a weapon. Let's get face-to-face. And then we will resolve your issue, because I will be happy to resolve your issue for you. Sometimes, there needs to be a little, what we say down south, a little recreational duking. And then people, they normally get straight after that. They normally go straight. So real tough when they have no face out there, no real name out there, not like me, not like all the others who out here serving white well-being. Real tough when they're behind a microphone with some anonymous name over top of, some bounced off 18 different servers so that you can't find out where they are. They're real tough then. They're real tough when they're sitting in that basement and in their underwear and trying to figure out what sex they are. Real tough when they're in that situation and they go online and they want to make memes of people and they want to insult people, especially females who, we know in general it's not true for all of them, but when they receive this sort of acerbic kind of this bile, it wounds them as though it were like punches to the face. It shouldn't, and I wish I could talk them all out of it, but it does. And then these idiots, they all snicker at each other. Please, let's make sure to get face to face one of these days. I warmly invite it. We have Vokish Warrior here saying, are you excited? Are you excited for the upcoming Spencer Styx Killstream debate? I had not heard of it. And no, I'm not excited about it. I could not care less. Vokish Warrior writes, I can't wait to see Styx to crush Spencer and prove to him why voting Biden is suicidal and Trumpet is our only choice. Well, it's true. Trumpet is our only choice because he's not going to do what Biden will do, precisely. But if I haven't been listening to anything that Spencer is saying or doing because he's aggrandizing himself, he's getting attention. I couldn't care less. We are busy saving Western kind. We are busy recapturing the destiny of individuals' lives, of all of the stuff that we do here, everything that people give testimony to, all of the things that we have saved people from, kept people from, pulled people out of, building the communities. This is a big work. This is a big service. This takes full time and attention, all hands on deck to be doing this kind of work and the kind of things that we're doing behind the scenes. Let me just tell you, I mean, I want people to think about this for a second, especially those who are going to go off into their own little communities, into their own little chat groups here and there, the thread on here, the thread on Telegram, the thread on there, and they're going to talk about these different things. I want you all to bring up the fact that we said specifically that there were profound things happening behind the scenes in powerful places, and that very soon you weren't going to have to be brave as you have to be now. You all remember this. I said 2 weeks out. I said 1 week out. I said 4 days out. And then the earth shook. These absolute useless idiots who are on the periphery of, who do nothing of substance, they are nothing. They should be treated as nothing. We should focus on the tasks at hand, and that is recapturing our destiny. And whatever happens with them in this debate, I could not care less, unless something, unless one of them projectile vomits out of fear or whatever it might be, unless something like that, one of them falls dead. They otherwise are totally irrelevant. They could not be more irrelevant. When you have talked, I got to be careful about this. When you have engaged in real things, and made real change for Western kind on planet Earth, you cannot conceive how absolutely trivial and useless these people are to you. You just absolutely can't conceive it. You just cannot conceive it. I don't give a shit what they are doing or what they think. Thank you for the question. McDozer writes here, are you going to make a spooky movie for the WAC this month? Oh, I wish I could. I would love to participate with those guys, but you have no idea. You have no idea how absolutely busy I am. Oh, and by the way, as far as those people that were named, or any of the other folks out there that are that could see themselves in that criticism, you can be redeemed. You can stop being a useless loser and start functioning for something that has meaning in this world. Become a fulcrum for something that has meaning in this world. Or you can remain on that path and just you do your thing and get away from me, and I'll do my thing and get away from you, and never the twain shall meet. And that's splendid with me. I'm fine with that. I'm good with that. But you don't. It's your actions, not your essence, that are causing me to come to these conclusions. It's your actions, not your essence. You can make a decision to be a different kind of person, and I invite you to become a different kind of person. Anybody telling you to vote for Biden, that decision right there is treason to Western kind, and it will mean, if that were to come to fruition, there's all of these bills, acts, treaties, and everything will come right to fruition. And those people making those sorts of statements, they will be some of the first to disappear from the public conversation. That I can promise you. Heidi here. Hello, dear lady. Great to see you. There's a commercial on TV now, says, quote, should I read that? It says, the commercial says that all lives can't matter until, and then the phrase, matter lives black. So all lives can't matter until that phrase that's going around, that is matter lives black. And I haven't seen that commercial. Can you provide a little bit more context? I mean, that's obviously vehemently anti-white. That is vehemently anti-white. Do you see, if you get into, that's the anti-white narrative. This is why you get out of their story. In their story, you can't win. In their story, you have a bloody conclusion, and it's your blood. It's the blood of your children. In their story, you cannot talk them out of claiming that this entire group's lives, that they can't know. There is no null hypothesis for their claim. This is why a long time ago I got out of these discussions with these absolute I apologize, these more words that have been stricken from usage on YouTube, and we just have to be careful. But these people who have who make these claims, they're claiming to know what is inside the heads of millions of people, tens of millions of people, by saying that particular slogan, they have to advance that slogan because the actual inverse of it is true. They cannot know what's in their heads. Therefore, you cannot form a null hypothesis. You cannot disprove what they're saying. That's why you just get out of their narrative. Do you understand? You just say, no, that is a filthy anti-white slogan. That is a filthy anti-white slogan. You are elevating this group above my group. You are elevating that group's importance. You are forcing us to give them special treatment. And you cannot give special treatment or preferential treatment without there being people who are not receiving special or preferential treatment. In fact, people who are being harmed because that special and preferential has to come out of somewhere. So you are just a filthy anti-white. You do not try to debate them inside of the anti-white narrative. Thank you very much for mentioning that. What a despicable. I wonder what company that is, or if it's a political ad. Jonas here says, how you doing, Jason? Won't stay up for too much longer. Have to get up to school tomorrow. Amen. Thank you for being with us, Jonas, and rock it at school, man. We want you to come out of there as the best and brightest that has ever gone through that institution. By the way, it'll be my 19th birthday on Tuesday. Why is there no English word for day after tomorrow? Well, we have the saying. And happy birthday to you, brother. And a great adulthood and hero status awaits you if you just choose to make it so. It's your decisions that will make it so. And we thank you for being with us all the time. You can be, you're one of the most outspoken from that part of our community, that part of the world. Make sure that you rally everybody you can to go free in those circles that you orbit. Thank you, brother. Happy birthday to you. Vokish Warrior says, just admit you have bad eyes. No shame to be had. Now, I will tell you this. I had 20/15 vision up until just a year and a half ago. And then I've told the story, it was the ophthalmologist, actually. I was not with the actual eye surgeon. It was the optometrist decided to have a little game with me and put the vision on below 2015. That was the time before. And I said, oh my God, I can't read that. Something has gone wrong. And she said, oh, no, you just read the 2015. So that was the one below it. Then it was like next year, the subsequent year, that the 2015 had started to go pretty blurry. I was still at the 2020. But after looking at the monitors for so long, especially all of these wonderful colors, things start to go a bit blurry. Happens with the printer too. Big conspiracy. We'll figure it out though. And let's see. Meme curatives will save us. NWG, just a general question. Do you have any suggestions for how to respond to anti-white or vague who parrot gibberish like, quote, we mustn't let the far right divide us? So you're having a situation where you're speaking with a vague. Now you're saying this person is, when you say vague, are they vague in that they are very close to being anti-white? Or where are they in our spectrum? Because our spectrum is a vertical spectrum. We don't, this horizontal spectrum inside the anti-white narrative, this right-left is pure nonsense, and we don't ascribe to it. And it is all, it's like we've seen like the wings on the same vulture. And it's been depicted many different ways. It's both controlled by the anti-whites. It's all just anti-whiteism. So if you have somebody who is saying, we don't, where did your comment go? It just moved. We mustn't let the far right divide us. What I would do if I heard a vague say, we mustn't let the far right divide us, my first inclination would be to think that, all right, this person is rapidly anti-white, because somebody inside the anti-white narrative who sees themselves on that spectrum is only going to refer to the far right if they are anti-white. They're not going to be referring to the far right unless they are pretty openly and viciously anti-white. So I would begin the conversation by heading that direction and ask probably right away and in a neutral tone, that's pretty anti-white of you. What exactly do you consider far right? I'd like to understand what you're saying. It sounds kind of anti-white. If you say it like that, you'd be amazed. You would be absolutely amazed how they're like, oh, wait, let me give some more clarification. Definitely not anti-white. If they say to you, oh, it is anti-white, then you can say, well, have a nice life in hell and walk away from them, unless there's an audience there that you can educate. But at that point, I would want to investigate just exactly how anti-white they are and what they consider far right. And then once they give you that information, you can begin to ascertain how they see a far right people or person or ideology dividing. It might be a great opportunity to educate folks. They might be talking about, think about it, a vague could be talking about the villain in the anti-white narrative. They might have just read a story about some group of guys playing the villain in the real world and say, look, I just read about these guys, and what I don't want to have happen is I don't want them to divide us from people who support views and ideas. They support things like First Amendment, or they support they support the Constitution. These people maybe are non-white, or they have some admixture, or they are some other political persuasion, libertarians that would otherwise support and endorse many of the same ideas, constitutionalists support and endorse many of the same ideas. But as soon as the local fetish chapter shows up, and they show up in their fetish gear looking like a political party from another era, this network of these different groups will suddenly break down and therefore divide, because here comes the fetishizers. Well, every time I say that, I have to say, I just see these like comedies where they're dressed up. Never mind. And that might be where the person is coming from when they're talking about dividing us. So then if that's the case, then you can say, absolutely, that's despicable. You know what we do? We're going free. Have you ever heard of that? And we absolutely reject people who, what we refer to as playing the villain. You see, there's a villain inside this narrative that we live. And you start talking about this stuff in a coherent way, in a rational way, you'll get people's attention, especially if you're already agreeing with them, you're pacing them on this issue of not wanting what they are going to term the far right and what we're going to term fetishizers playing the villain. Once you pace them there, you can then take them to a healthy place. Thank you for that question. And let's see. Get rid of that one. Angerod Celtic Jason, the human body runs on our own internal electricity. It's how the various parts of the body send signals to other parts. That's true. We have biochemical electrical reactions. You are very high energy. And if you are compounding your own internal energy with static from fabric, you can definitely send charges out to nearby electrical equipment. Well, I'll just touch metal to make sure that I'm grounded again. Again, my hygrometer is working beautifully. We have quite a bit of humidity. In fact, at times I have to lower the humidity because I want to preserve my books. Everybody knows you get humidity level too high and you start getting that warping. But yeah, I keep the humidity at a nice level, best I can, so that because it's healthier. It's healthier for the respiratory system and healthier for you generally. So the humidity level's good. I use fabric softener. I use the sheets, and don't otherwise. We'll figure it out. Vokish Warrior's back again. Any tips to how to deal with being called a culture vulture? White students are always called that in university. I might have to come back to that. Don't delete it. I have not heard culture vulture before. That is interesting. Thank you for that. All right, let's, Ross says, what is the best way to distribute? I won't use this word. I know it's a neutral word to use the word propaganda as far as the dictionary is concerned, but we don't make, and this is not anything bad on you, Ross. I know we're having like internal conversation. I appreciate the question, but there are going to be people out there who need to hear what I'm about to say. And that is that do not use the word propaganda unless you're using it in a negative sense, applying it to anti-whites. And the reason why is it has a very negative connotation. So I have gone to these, I can tell you this, a meeting just came to mind with these people who are, this was years and years and years ago, these absolute goobers and good people, but they're just goobers. And you know what I'm talking about? And they, they got their, anyhow, the guy was speaking and he had some good points to make. And these people could have been effective, but he started talking about the propaganda that we XYZ. And then he tried to rehabilitate the definition of propaganda for us in the room. And I said what I've said to you all before, and I'm glad we got such a great reception from everybody here. You all really responded in a very healthy way. I asked you all, where does the definition for racist live? Where is it to be found in nature? And then I shared that it is in the heads of all of the hundreds of billions of people around the world. So since that is where it lives, and what is written in the dictionary is totally immaterial, since it contradicts it, we need to deal with that definition. Same thing. I said the same thing essentially at this meeting. I said, hold on, buddy. This definition, stop calling it that. What we are propagating a wholesome message. We are not spreading propaganda like a disease. I mean, it's not a matter of optics, because it's a matter of the place that you're starting from. If it's a matter of optics for you, you're starting in the wrong place. You need to be redeemed. You need to get to someplace healthy. If you're trying to cover something up with clever optics, you are definitely in the wrong starting place. Go free, get redeemed, and then you'll realize that when you're trying to put together the proper words, it's because you are trying to make yourself clear to your audience. You're not trying to deceive your audience. That's what all the nitwits do. That's what all the people playing villain do. So we don't, and I'll speak now to your question. We don't, and I know that you were using here just sort of like an internal conversation. But what is the best way to distribute our information anonymously? Well, you can use a VPN if you're online, and you can find out how those work. There are many available. Some of them are free, I believe, and some you have to pay for. Probably the ones you have to pay for are better. There are some that are you have to find out. I mean, maybe you could ask in the chat. I think there's one or two that you definitely don't want to use because they have like a pipeline to a certain little country that is telling everybody that's using that particular virtual privacy network, which means that your signal bounces off a server somewhere other than the server that is closest to or in your city, and concealing then your IP address and some other information from those who would like to have a look. So you could use a VPN, create an anonymous account while on one of these, and there's even the Tor browser, I think, is a VPN in and of itself. Create an anonymous account that way. This is sort of, this is the kind of thing that used to be unknown, and you had to be in the know to know these sorts of things. And now it's like the most ordinary, like teenagers now, they're like, oh yeah, you just get on this Tor browser, or you go to this VPN, you fire it up, then you can be seen from any city in the world instead of coming from the server outside your house, whatever it might be. So it's a normal thing now. There's nothing illegal or immoral or unethical about it. And then you can go onto these different platforms and you can share this material. Also, another thing that's important is the going free material is the kind of material that you can share and not look like the villain in the anti-white narrative. So keep that in mind too. You have to gauge where you are. I mean, if you're in a place where anything that is the least bit heretical to anti-whiteism and you're fired, you're thrown out of school, anything, then obviously remain 100% anonymous. If you can voice some love for our people and just say, hey, we got this, go and stop being so anti-white, just talking about that. You don't have to necessarily go, and a lot of people do this. You don't have to be teaching the entire doctrine of going free to everybody you work with or every student that you're at school with, or what peer, whatever it might be, subordinates, superiors, whatever it might be. You can just start using these words. Once they start using these words, you've empowered them. Anti-white, things like white well-being, things like, if I could tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the things are too real, so I can't. But if you start using these things with them, if you're in a place where you're not going to be punished for saying, well, isn't white well-being a good thing also? And isn't it awful to be anti-white? We don't want we don't want people to be we don't want this company to be anti-white. If you're in a place where you can do that, then do it. And you don't necessarily have to do it anonymously. But if you are, especially if you're just practicing, you're learning how to use the lexicon, create an anonymous account, get out there. You can also write the newspaper. For those who are not as tech savvy, your letter to the editor will almost assuredly not be published, but it's an exercise for you. It's also something that you can keep, and who knows, maybe you can use later in another purpose. Maybe you'll start a blog later in life, but you can find an article in the paper. You can then write a response to that. You don't have to put your real name. You don't have to put your return address. You can drop that in the mail and send that off to the newspaper, and you have done all the work. But of course, also when you're asking about anonymously, always when you're doing distributing in legal areas, in ways that it's legal to do so. That's all we do here in Going Free. We obey the law, the letter of the law, in everything we do. You can take leaflets and drop them off where it's legal to do so. If it's legal to post a sticker or a poster or anything like that, there are places like this that are available for the community. You can do so, and you can do all of that anonymously. I posted many, 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 many thousands of useless things over the years, useless compared to what we have now, because that was all there was. And I did it in almost all of those cases. I was anonymous. I'm thinking like when I put things in the books at bookstores, when nobody knew who I was, when I distributed to people's driveways, when I handed out at carnivals, leaflets at carnivals, I wasn't giving people my info. And of course, they could have taken, there's probably some, pictures of me looking terrible, sweating to death at carnivals and things like this, passing these things out as quickly as I could. So what? But I was anonymous there. So there are some ideas. Thank you for asking that question. And we're looking forward to hearing great things from you. Angharad Celtic, especially if the assorted sound and computer equipment contains quartz, which they most likely do. She said true to my what I shared. And the blue-eyed bear says, may I ask for your thoughts on a retort to the MP? Would you rather be non-white? MP, would you rather be non-white? I don't know that I have that MP in the current iteration. So let me just write that down. I've had people, anti-whites, ask that before. And thank you for asking this question. You go on to say, Blue-Eyed Bear goes on to say, it is an obvious trap, and I'm wondering about an MC to circumvent it. Well, we will provide you with an MC. If it's not in the current iteration, we will make sure it's in the next iteration. But the way I have handled this on the spot, the anti-white, what they want to do is they are getting you to accept the premise, the unspoken premise, that non-white people's lives are somehow less than your life. Now, there are a couple of directions you can take this, but you don't want to agree to their unspoken premise in the way that they would like you to agree to it. And we've all seen white people who are confronted with this because they're inside. Why do they react? Why? And this is a great question, and it's going to be a real eye-opener. Why is it, given the reality of the world, white people are never, the police have never pulled up to me and said, excuse me, sir, you were 25 over the speed limit. Oh, you're white. Oh, you're white. Get on down the road, buddy. I'm sorry. Get on down the road. They've never done that. They don't do that to white people. We have been ruthless to each other when it comes to law, when it comes to obeying ethics, when it comes to obeying morality, when it comes to obeying the law. We have been ruthless. The far more white people have been lynched in the United States and certainly throughout Europe for breaking the law, for breaking codes of society. We have punished ne'er-do-wells like there's no tomorrow, right? So this part of this unspoken premise is that as a white person, you have, and now here comes the other meme pathogens that are associated with it. You have white privilege, right? You have all of these things, this institutional white privilege that they talk about as well, that are making your life easier, that are making your life better. In the anti-white narrative, the story is that non-white people, every aspect of their life is worse than yours. Everything and every non-white person's life is harder, more difficult. They're discriminated against. They're persecuted. They're long put upon. They're long suffering. They have very big tears on their faces. It's just endless, right? So then I ask you this. If that is a narrative, and we know that on the other hand, we have a reality where we see that non-white people, as long as they are anti-white, just like white anti-whites, as long as they're anti-white, they are allowed to burn cities down. They are allowed to set things on fire. They get given carte blanche. Of course, they would never do such a thing. None of these things are happening in our cities. Just remember that. Ask CNN. None of that's happening, right? In the real world, we all know that there are laws in place that advantage non-white people at the expense of white people. Of course, we know that that's not actually happening. This is just it's a game that I'm talking about, not the real world. So you want to go elsewhere for a balanced view. We know that every rule, law, code at every university, at every bank, at every lending institution, at every student administration, at every employment agency, at every department, HR department for hiring and promotions, we know that all of that is informed by an anti-white morality. And therefore, the decisions that are made benefit, empower, and enrich non-white people at the expense of detriment to and ruination of white people, and therefore you as an individual white person. We know that that's a reality in the fiction book that I'm writing, of course. We know that that's a reality. And yet, when an anti-white says to a white person in that conversation, in that moment, many of you have seen this, would you give up being white to be non-white? Their eyes go like the big, like proverbial deer blinking. Why is that? I tell you why. Because everything we say in Going Free is true. Because you're not living your life by reality unless you're going free. You are not living your life in the story that actually serves us and the data, the facts, the real world examples. You're living your life subconsciously, the majority of it, the vast majority of it, because it's easier to be living subconscious than conscious. Think about it. How conscious are you when you're driving that car home from work about the driving part? None. Or about the riding the bicycle part? None. About singing that song? None. It's all in the subconscious mind. And so therefore, in that moment, when you're asked that question, you're in their narrative. And when you're in their narrative, who is your first person that is undermining you in your response for our well-being? You are. It's your subconscious mind who's telling you you wouldn't want to be a non-white person because their lives are wretched. And we know that their lives are wretched because we've seen so many movies, so many TV shows, read so many books, heard so many news reports. That is your first hurdle. Try then to imagine how difficult it is to actually articulate a response to an anti-white when your own subconscious mind is undermining you in that moment. This is a hypothetical question. And one of the ways that I handle this, and you can handle this right now until we make iteration 2 available, is to say, one of the things that I do is to say, I never engage in anti-white hypotheticals. Why would you attempt to use an anti-white hypothetical on me? Let's talk about your anti-whiteism. You could ask a counter question aside from the one I just did on that point there. But I want to share this response because it is useful for every single hypothetical out there. Every single hypothetical question. Anti-whites do this because why? Why does an anti-white raise a hypothetical question to discuss rather than reality? Because reality disproves their positions. Hypothetical thoughts take place in their mind and their imagination where you can't win. Never engage with them on a hypothetical. You cannot be any other race of people. You cannot trade places. You cannot, and then if you really wanted to, once you've already defeated them on these different levels, you could say something like, maybe start naming some of the non-white billionaires, some of the non-white millionaires. You could name the non-white caucus. You could say, all that might be pretty good. It might be pretty empowering to be able to speak out for my people and my people's well-being, because people like you have a problem with me being concerned for white children. It might be liberating for me, because people like you would laud me if that scenario were to be the case. You could, after defeating them proper, you could then say something like this. But this is just like the flurry at the end. You want to make sure to never engage them in their hypotheticals. And if you're quick on your feet, I've done this sometimes, you create another hypothetical, you just switch around a hypothetical on them, and you make them look like ignoramuses. And that at least will give you a smile on the way home as you think about them pissing their pants, trying to figure out a way out of what you just did. But instead, and you can also at the very end, one of the things that I've said at the very end of that kind of a conversation is about how proud I am to be a white man, despite the fact that I'm discriminated against in every single aspect of my life. Every single aspect of my life has been made harder. You know how long I could go on talking? Just off like memory. We are dehumanized, demoralized, demeaned, distressed, devalued. We're browbeaten. We're humiliated. We suffer from decreased opportunities. We suffer from hostile anti-white environments in all spheres of our lives. We suffer from harsh anti-white regulations and rules. We suffer from general societal blame. We're bullied and intimidated by anti-whites. We're alienated from our own societies. We're marginalized and sidelined in our own societies. Our right of self-expression is restricted and denied. We're disempowered and disenfranchised as part of the process of our society. Our right to life is denied us by way of the dictum, the anti-white dictum that states that the only good white person is an anti-white white person. We're made to apologize for being white. We're made to hate ourselves, our bodies, and our history. Everything about us is inferior when compared to non-whites and their cultures and their communities. We're said to be bland and unoriginal and uninteresting. And on top of them being interesting and exciting, they get preferential treatment and special privileges at my expense, at your expense. White experiences don't matter. White suffering doesn't matter. White joy doesn't matter. Whether or not a white person succeeds in life doesn't matter. All that matters is non-white suffering, non-white joy, non-white experiences, and whether or not a non-white person succeeds in life. We're told that our entire life. And all of that conveys to us the ugly reality that the regime puts a low value on our people and therefore a low value on our individual lives. All of our workplaces and universities, schools, etc., are made comfortable for non-white people, and it doesn't matter how uncomfortable it gets for us in the process of making it comfortable for them. And we are hauled before anti-white tribunals at our universities and our places of work for heresy, for deviating from anti-whiteism. And when we're not fired or expelled, we incur permanent stains on our records. When we do have a job, we are passed over and replaced by non-white people who have less credentials and who are less successful just merely because they're non-white. Of course, it may or may not be true. We have to continually fear social lynching, which begins with anti-white slurs and then often ends with character and career assassination and ostracism. Our contributions to society are belittled and denied. We suffer from omnipresent structural inequities that I was saying earlier, that omnipresent structural inequities that advance, enrich, and empower non-white people at the expense of, detriment to, and ruination of our people. And then again, as I say, as us as individuals, we're not allowed to complain about any of this, because if we complain about it, the anti-whites say, oh, that proves everything we've said about you. We are forced to harmonize the diversity. And that harmonizing the diversity diverts our time, our talent, and our money radically. And that radical diversion of our time, talent, and money radically reduces our quality of life in every sphere of our lives. And the tools of multiracial harmonization are the public and private sectors, of bureaucracies and departments, classes and codes, laws and trainings, professions and punishments. We are subjected to conditions of life that are calculated to bring about white erasure. We suffer from deep depression, drug abuse, poverty, and suicide, all of which are indicative of the psychological warfare that is waged against us. We can't publicly advocate for white well-being because when we do, the anti-whites in power allow the anti-whites in the streets to attack us violently and disgustingly out in the streets. We are attacked as an entire people, and therefore we are attacked as individuals. The anti-whites make every aspect of our lives harder. They make it harder for us to get into the school of our choice, and they make it harder for us to get good grades once we're in school. They make it harder for us to get the job of our choice or to get any job whatsoever. And once hired, they make it harder for us to keep those jobs and to get raises and promotions. They make it harder for us to get personal and business loans. And they make it harder for us to conduct business. They make it harder for us to find a quality mate. They make it harder for us to start and support a family. They force us to live in environments that do not reflect our biospirit and are therefore increasingly uncomfortable and dangerous for us. And they don't allow us, not even one shred, to take pride in our people and our history. And it is pride in your people and history that truly enable you to do great things in your life. Everyone derived from a destroyed people is radically diminished thereby. I could go on and on and on about how my life and your life is made worse by having to live in this anti-white hell. And yet there is still nothing else in the world that I would rather be than a white man. Why do you have a problem with it? And then see if the anti-white bastard has a response for that. Let's see what we have here. And well, thank you very much, Blue-Eyed Bear, for that question. Let's get a, hold on. We might have something coming in just a moment. Pardon me, in just a moment, we'll see. We have Hansa here. The great Hansa's with us. $10 financial gifting. Was gone about 3 hours. Just heard you start on anti-white laws. Well, only white unity in love can protect us. Jason, you're doing right, all caps, by uniting us for white well-being. I'm able to do $10 instead of $5 for my weekly white well-being gift this week. Stay strong, brother. Our people need you. Thank you so much, Hansa, for everything, that you're doing, for being here regularly, for financially gifting, for your words of encouragement, for the testimony that you give, for your insights. You are a great participant. It's an honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Let's see. Let's get a wild, raucous round of emojis going, ladies and gentlemen. Break them out. Open Pandora's box. Open the cage. They are like Wolverines on crack, your wild emojis. $100 financial gift from Jesse over here on Entropy. Thank you so very much for that, Jesse. And writing, keep being the wonderful man you are. You're absolutely my favorite. And then kisses and hugs. Jesse, no offense. No offense. Absolutely no offense. Thank you so very much. No umbrage taken whatsoever. And I know no umbrage given. Keep being the wonderful man you are. You're absolutely my favorite. Kisses and hugs. $100 from Jesse. Thank you. And so deeply for that financial gift to White Wellbeing. It is very meaningful this day as we do big things and bigger things by the day. And we'll get to talking about all of those. Let me turn really quickly. We'll grab this mailbag and we'll keep this down here and we'll answer. Make sure everybody hears that. This is $20 with some of the most beautiful handwriting you have ever seen from a very dear lady, participant in this community, a lovely DF. Thank you so much, DF. And she writes here, hello, Jason. Hope all is well. Enclosed, please find a modest contribution. As I believe a fellow should always keep a little cash in his pocket for the unexpected. Wishing you the best, as always, DF. Thank you so very much. And you had a question here. Regrettably, I had not had an opportunity to read the totality of this document that you shared, but you had a question and you highlighted a portion at the back. So I will read quickly. The person writes, of course, this is one of the many paradoxes of modernity. In order for the morality plays to work, there has to be real victims and real villains. This is why everyone is a racist Nazi now, the author writes. The supply of genuine racists and Nazis have evaporated. The only actual racists in America are not white, which will not do. So the play makers expand the definition of racist to fit their needs. It also means They deliberately create villains by manufacturing them when supply is low. The people running the theater will just force people inside. The author was saying, well, people should reject it, but then he or she then says the people running the theater will just force people into this story, as we see with the schools, corporate diversity training and the like. In a libel democracy, I guess probably meant liberal democracy, society itself becomes the theater and life is the morality play. Well, I disagree with what's written here because the author is inside of the anti-white narrative. Do you see how, DF? This person is talking about events, individuals, reasons for titling or naming characters inside the anti-white narrative a certain way, and it all is stemming from the anti-white narrative itself. So you see, everyone who is a heretic is going to be named all of the anti-white slurs. It doesn't matter what race they are. It doesn't. If a person gets in the way of an anti-white achieving their objective of inflicting harm on Western kind and Western civilization, that person is then all of the synonyms for an anti-white of evil. And evil for them is anything that gets in their way of inflicting that harm. So there isn't an expanding of the definition of these words. You see how the person is stuck on literal definitions inside the anti-white narrative and saying that they are then expanding these definitions to encompass more. No, everybody who gets in the way is going to be included in those names. Why is it that like some Christians at whatever church are not necessarily receiving as much of the attention of anti-whites at one time versus some group who is more openly playing a villain? Well, there's only so much time. There's only so many dollars. There's only so many voices. It's a matter of the matrix itself. How many veins there can be speaking, and how many veins that are reaching you with that verbiage, with those broadcasts. So what we have here is an understanding, again, proven scientifically with the scientific method, not like you see elsewhere where you saw with these pants pissers and Sable Richard worshipers, that they'll say scientific. So midget wits and midwits will say, well, it makes no sense, but they say it's scientific, so I'll follow it. We have proof of concept. They have a promise of it being scientific. So with this method, we have demonstrated in every conceivable way that the lens provided here provides you with a lucid sight of what has happened, what will happen, and how you then can bring people over to going free. You can put anti-whites in their place. And thank you so much for this question, dear lady. This is the kind of thing that it's a paradigmatic shift going from where we were to seeing the world as we see it now in going free. It's a paradigmatic shift. And that can be a shift that is very earth-shattering for people. And they can also be a bit capricious when it comes to it. They can kind of vacillate. They can take a step into the new paradigm and then they fall right back. Why do they fall back into the old paradigm? We were just talking about it. You're run by way of your subconscious mind. That's how you're living the vast majority of your life. That is the old paradigm. So they easily fall right back into it. The reality of going free is that we have a Nullius in verba. We have an unofficial motto. It's the same motto for the Royal Society of London. Nullius in verba, on the word of no one. You have to see it for yourself. You have to think consciously here. No one is taking away your conscious thought. In fact, we are demanding that you use your conscious thought. It is the exact inverse of the cult of anti-whiteism, where they say you have to think a certain way, you have to think these certain views, and if you don't, then you are ostracized, you're punished, etc. We here force you to use your conscious mind to think for yourself, the exact inverse of the cult that is anti-whiteism. And we have one more, I think. from the mailbag for today. We also received a wonderful letter from Going Free. It's a personal letter, so I won't be sharing that, but he made good on his promise to match $350, and we had that a couple weeks back, and we just want to thank him for that. Thank you so very much, and thank you for the letter, and I will be getting back to you, brother. And we also have a financial gift of $25 here in the mailbag, and this is from our great friend, Right Wing Universe, and you all should be following. Maybe the mods can share it in the live chat. This is over on, what is it, D Live? Is it BitChute? Right Wing Universe. And we've played some of his videos before. And he is an ardent champion of White Wellbeing, financially gifting $25 and writing this. My heart and soul is enraptured upon learning about all of our recent concrete and symbolic victories. We are going free, and our hard work is paying off. I also wanted to keep you up to date on my work. I make a video at least once a week on my channel where I direct the content to specifically promote going free. In these videos, I discuss our lexicon, MPs, and the necessary MCs. Stress that going free is a way of life and that White Wellbeing is a movement of love and redemption. I have also been building community and spreading the message of White Wellbeing to the world around me and beyond. You have changed my life for the better, dear brother. And for that, I am eternally grateful. Listen to that, ladies and gentlemen. You have changed my life for the better, dear brother, and for that, I am eternally grateful. I have been humble and feel great honor to be a part of the Going Free community, which is made up of so many heroes of Western kind. In my videos, I also honor the great heroes of our community. We must embrace our struggle, carry our cross, and fill our hearts with the courage, knowledge, and love that will lead us to our glorious victory. God bless you, he writes. Promethean hails, your brother, Right Wing Universe, Vincent. Now, I think it's over on, let's find him. Is he, okay, we have it. It's over on BitChute. Thank you so very much, Brand Danger. What a hero. What a hero. Saying that going free has changed his life, and now he's making the decision to change lives. He's making the decision to help people out of the morass of anti-whiteism on his show. God bless you, brother. We played some of his content. We'll play more, and we'll be continuing to share him and all the work that he's doing and all the work that you all are doing as best as I'm able. You know, one of these days when we get to the point where we have a staff, we'll make sure that nobody goes without being acknowledged for the work that they are doing. Everybody needs to be acknowledged because this is no small feat. It's no small thing to ask people to stand up for white well-being in an age when the anti-whites control every organ of communication and can tell the world that you're evil for what you do, that what you do is actually evil, that what you do is actually hate, when it is motivated by purity and love of the pristine order. This is what we do in White Wellbeing, and I am grateful to every one of you. Vince, chief among them, thank you very much, Brand Danger, for sharing his link. And let's make sure that if you are over there on that platform, that you absolutely don't miss an opportunity to subscribe to him. Click that link right now. You can continue listening to what we're doing. Subscribe to him. It will help to build the algorithm so that more people find him and the good work that he is doing for white well-being. Let's not miss that opportunity. Let's also, while we're thinking about that, think about the great Final Blossom and all the work that he's doing. I think he actually made a new video for the show here that we could use. If you're hearing me, brother, I haven't had an opportunity to see it. I've been so busy. You would not believe the kind of work that's been going on in the background. We're going to talk more about this. Big pistons moving here. Big pistons. And we're making it happen. Big horsepower. Let's remember that over on the Urban Dictionary, we have anti-white that was added by Final Blossom. Go over to the Urban Dictionary. Perhaps you can just do it on your own, or one of the mods can share the link with everybody in live chat. You go over there and like that definition that has been provided for anti-white by Final Blossom. We want to make sure that it becomes inviolable to the anti-whites, that it is stuck And everybody that types this in, whether they find a legitimate dictionary or they find this urban dictionary, whatever it is they find, they realize that this is legitimate. There's no getting away from it. Thank you so very much for that. Everybody who participates in that, you're doing something real. Remember that. This is not frivolous. You're doing something real. Something else that is real and is not frivolous is that you need, if you haven't already done so, you get on Amazon, get on to my books that are on Amazon, give a promising, a good review. If you have the time to write one, if you don't have the time to write one, give the book, all of the books, as many stars as you think they deserve. This again is not frivolous in any way. This is extremely important. Why is it important? We are on the verge of bringing in a great many more eyeballs to the work that we are doing for White Wellbeing, a great many more. And they are going to be trepidatious. They are going to be trepidatious. Why? Because they live in the anti-white narrative. And they hear that anybody who cares about white well-being is immoral, is evil. And they're going to be looking for horns. They're going to be looking for horns. They're going to be looking for something ugly. What they need to do is they need to see that ordinary white people with normal sensibilities are saying, this is legitimate material. This deserves 5 stars. This is the proper way to go. This is a healthy thing. This is where people are being saved. This is where people are being redeemed. This is where people are reclaiming their lives from this evil world that the anti-whites have given us. We need them to see that. Likewise, in these live streams and on the threads, we need to make sure that we're saying the sorts of things that when all of these new eyeballs are showing up, that they're seeing the kind of thing that they feel like, okay, they can ease into this water. This is something that looks, it's nice. The pool is warm. The water is clear. Just ease yourself right in and you'll find out that you love the feeling you'll get here swimming in these rejuvenating waters of white well-being. We do not want to in any way, shape, or form look like some sort of cesspit that so many regrettably want to look like. They want to intimidate everybody. Look at the cesspit that we have here. We do not want to look like that because all of these ordinary white people are going to run from something like that, and they should run. And I advise them to run. Instead, come to something that is productive, something that will be able to be communicated to their loved ones, that they can share with their children, that can pass from generation to generation. This we need to be doing. It's not frivolous. Sub to Right Wing Universe. So he picks up his algorithm. More people come to the work he's doing for white well-being. Head on over to the Urban Dictionary, what Final Blossom has done with the definition of anti-white, and upvote that. Let's get hundreds. The last time I looked, there were 80 some upvotes on that. Why isn't it 180 some? Why isn't it 800 some? We have thousands watching this stream. Let's get that like up as high as we possibly can so that it becomes inviolable. Pardon me. Do the same thing with Born Guilty, with Go Free, even with It's a Comedy, Damn It, certainly with Prometheus Rising. Head on over to Amazon, give it 5 stars. You can give a review without having purchased through them. It'll just say that it was, I think if you did purchase with them, it'll say a confirmed purchase or something. But of course, people can review books on Amazon without having purchased from Amazon. This is not a frivolous thing. Write it down now. Make sure you'll go to it. You'll do it. It'll be something that is important. Think about that it's going to change someone's mind. Your decision to do this, 5 minutes, whatever it is, 2 minutes, if you're just giving stars, 30 seconds will change someone's mind, maybe 10 people's mind, maybe 1,000 people's minds. Who knows? That's the kind of impact you can have by doing something that small. And we need to be doing things of all scales because we have very big things happening, medium-sized things happening, small things happening, and together it's like putting weights onto the scale. On one side of that scale, we have the blood and the tears and the flesh of our people who have been suffering and murdered and made to hate themselves, made to hate their people, made to hate their parents, made to hate their siblings, made to hate their culture, made to hate their folkways, their music, everything about us, made to hate Western civilization. On one side of that scale, all of that sits and it drips off the side of that macabre scale. And on the other side, we all put every little effort, every little act that we can do to weigh against all that the anti-whites have done. It doesn't matter whether it's a big thing or a small thing. You know how this works, ladies and gentlemen. You know once we get enough on this side of the scale, It's going to neutralize. It's going to bring up what has been done to us by the anti-whites, and eventually we will hold the day. Make sure you do your part, however big, however small, for white well-being, and I am deeply grateful for you doing so. Let me move on to, let me check over here really quickly. I don't want to touch that microphone. We know how that works until I am grounded. And I'll take a look at Cash App to make sure we didn't miss anybody or anything over there. We are just cutting into the hours tonight because there's so much to do and talk about. We just had a Supreme Court justice die yesterday. And we have a record number of bills, acts, treaties moving forward by the anti-whites that are designed in every way, shape, or form to undermine everything that we could possibly do for white well-being. And we can take a look at some of those. Nordic Iron is saying 138 upvotes on that definition. God bless you all. Let's keep that going and keep it going into the replay so that those who catch us in the replay, they add their votes to it too. I see the great Ursa Major is here. Joseph is here. And of course, I just mentioned Nordic Iron. White Wolf is here. What a great name that is. The wonderful William Runner is with us. The great Althea is with us, always active for white well-being. Thank you, dear sister. And who else do we have with us? I've seen some other names. I saw Ashley there. Mary Teresa is here, I think is what it is. And great to see you as well. Wipe Out Corona is also here. Great to see you. And Sean is here from Down Under. A lot of good people who are showing up. As I said, it is every time of the day, somewhere on planet Earth. If you share the URL, somebody's going to be free. Somebody's going to be able to come to the truth and the light and the life-giving nourishment of white well-being if you enable them to do so. If you open that door right now for them. It might be a URL away. Maura is here. Great to see you. Looks like we're blank over here, so I didn't miss anybody unless something's going wrong, and I can have a check right here just to make sure that it is refreshing as it should be on the screen. And we're going to get into a couple of these acts, ladies and gentlemen. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about, but we also have some very important things. And this is the kind of thing that you can bring up when in conversation with those who say they want to vote for Biden, or they want to, and what did you all hear this? Did you all hear Kamala Harris saying during that press conference, which, by the way, I think, can somebody correct me if is Carlisle here? Can somebody, did she say that she was going to set aside once her administration gets into office, that they're going to set aside more than $1 billion of our tax dollars? The white race shoulders the lion's share of tax revenue. May or may not be true. Ask CNN and make sure you get both sides of the story. I'm not speaking for YouTube or anyone else. These are speculations. But she, in the press conference, you all may have heard this, she referred to it as a Harris administration with Joe Biden as president. And then she went back and said a Biden-Harris administration. What does that reveal? What's taking place there? I have some theories about that, and you all might as well. We then saw, what was it, the very next day that Biden came out, or the very next day or the day after, he's reading a teleprompter. Somebody wrote this for him, and either he's just was unaware of it, wasn't insulted by it, or maybe he thinks this is the new order of the day. He read the Biden-Harris, or the Harris-Biden administration is what he read off of a teleprompter for the public. What's going on there? Well, there are a couple guesses that we could give. Let's see if anybody is throwing out any guesses of their own. And we're going to keep this moving right along. And we'll speak to this. The guess might be on my part, and this is really kind of a moot issue. It's just an intellectual issue. And that is that she didn't want to be vice president. She made it clear during the debates that she didn't want to be a vice president. They went to her, and anti-white individuals with power went to her behind the scenes and said, look, we'll have you be the president. You'll become the president. He'll last maybe a year. I'm just saying this might have happened. I'm not saying this is reality. This would be a conspiracy theory if it were reality. I'm saying this is something that could have happened. We have no evidence of this. We could write this into a story. In a novel, in a fiction novel, what could happen is that anti-whites, powerful anti-whites, came to her behind the scenes and said, look, you're not going to be the vice president for long. It's going to be your administration. In a year, he'll have to step down. You'll be able to be the president. She then agrees to that, ends up making the mistake while she's speaking, or it was an intended trial balloon, and I'll get to that in a moment. This is, of course, taking place in a fiction novel about reality, not reality. And she then has the gaffe. She slips up, a malaprop essentially, and she has this gaffe. She slips up, and then they kind of smooth it over the next day, making it seem like, well, this is kind of what we're doing. Maybe we just want to make it sound like it's more of like a team thing, and cover up her gaffe there. When in reality, what would be happening in this fiction novel is that these people who came to her behind the scenes are saying to themselves, absolutely not. We don't want her as a president. Joe Biden is the perfect empty suit. He is vacuous. He is almost empty. He's almost there. He's as close as you can get to being vacuous as a human being can be. He will just do whatever he's told to do. All he has to do is wield a shaky pen over the documents that they hand him to sign. They could turn him into an Uncle Joe. They did that before, if you remember, with the Soviet Union, and make it so that, well, you can't criticize this old guy because he's obviously ill. You can't, if you say anything bad about him, then you're some kind of evil person. You could see the writing on the wall for this in the fiction novel, not in the real world. And he would just be amenable to whatever they wanted to do. And if he made a mistake, if he said something that made them look bad or revealed something, they could say, oh, look, he just was having a moment. You can't hold him to that. He's perfect in this. I mean, you might as well tie strings to his wrists, and move him around. Whereas Kamala is kind of a witch. She would, which woman she is, I don't know, but she's kind of a witch. She's the witch Kamala. Is she going to be the nice Kamala? Is she going to be the mean Kamala? Which Kamala is she going to be? But it's which, one or the other. And she could decide to talk back to these power holders. She could decide to get in front of that presidential seal and maybe throw out a couple of curse words. I wouldn't be surprised by that. Remember that woman? Who was she? The presidential, what was she? What position was she? Maybe she was the press secretary. And was it Obama? Where she said, she said, eat Sierra and die, and stormed out. Remember this, everybody? It couldn't have been Clinton. But Kamala could pull one of these. She could end up embarrassing these power holders. She could end up revealing things. She could end up causing infighting. I don't think they would want her at the moment at all. Now, what could also be happening when it comes to what this issue inside my fiction novel, not in the real world. Remember, real world is CNN. They have the answers. In my fiction novel, there are different ways that we can go with the storyline. And in the storyline in my novel, of course, which technically means fiction, but I'll just say it again. I'll be redundant for the anti-whites because you know how they are. So what could also be happening is they see how terrible the numbers are for Biden. They see that there's no way in all hell he can win. They can't even come close enough to try to lie about him potentially winning. And so what they're doing now, and this is in the novel, something we could do in the novel with the story, not what's happening in the real world, is float these trial balloons about, well, what if we hint that she's the actual nominee? Can we rally more of the Democrat base to come out and vote for Joe Biden if they believe it's actually a vote for Kamala Harris, the first woman? Look at how many people came out to vote for Hillary Clinton because she would have been the first female genitalia in the office of presidency. And that's all they wanted out of that. They said, I just want female genitalia. This is their thinking. That's as deep as they think, and they're allowed to vote. Just some female genitalia in the seat of the presidency. And that's the reason, that's the basis of which they voted for Hillary Clinton. the Democrats would obviously be saying to themselves, there are far more of those people who would vote for female genitalia than there are right now who are going to vote for this insipid, drooling imbecile that we keep, rolling out in front of them. The weekend at Bernie's candidate that we keep rolling out in front of them. The weekend at Joe Biden's that we keep rolling out in front of them. There are going to be far more people. And from an election standpoint, it is an interesting gamble. It's something that would absolutely motivate more of the Democrat base to get out and vote, because there are a great many of them who are not interested in voting for Joe Biden. The percentage is too high. And there are also a great many of people who are in neither party or other parties who sometimes they vote Democrat, but this time Joe Biden, no way they're voting Democrat. But now hold on a second. Is Kamala actually going to end up being the president? We could have the first female genitalia in the seat at the White House. Well, maybe that's something I would consider voting for. Far more people will vote for that than Joe Biden. This is just something that we could put into the storyline of my novel, which is fiction, anti-whites. The real world and what's happening in the Democrat Party is the stuff of CNN and other anti-whites, Snopes and the like. I'm not speaking for YouTube either. So that's something to think about. Now, there's been a big change, hasn't there been? We had a Supreme Court justice just pass away. And I know right now she's going, God, I hate you, white positive people. We know that she's looking that direction. So it was known, of course, by those in power. It was known, of course, by those who are in the Democrat Party, who are their strategists, etc., that this woman, this Supreme Court justice, was unlikely to live 4 more years. She was unlikely to make it through another T-Rex term. So for them, it was a very important thing to get Joe Biden elected, because the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats legislate from the bench. They need judges who will be willing to legislate from the bench. I don't know if it was Sotomayor, but one of them, and you all can look it up. I'm not going to look it up, but someone said, who might be on the Supreme Court right now, that of course we legislate from the bench at a graduation speech. Now that is clearly illegal in the documents of this country, but it doesn't matter, because what the documents have never stood up on their own and enforced themselves. It is man who interprets and enforces the documents. So the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats in charge of the Democrat Party, they knew that this election was critically important because of the fact that this particular justice would not live 4 more years, meaning that the T-Rex would make the decision about who gets to be the Supreme Court justice that fills this role. And remember, there are no male or female seats. That have a seat that has to be filled by a male or a female, or a seat that has to be filled by a Jewish person or a Christian person or a Catholic person, or, there are no seats that are specific. So that means that Trump can do whatever he wants. And we're going to talk about that. And even though we've been, God, I got to wrap this up. We've got so much to do. But so they knew that, but it was impossible to communicate that to their base. It was just too big of a thing to try to say to their base amid everything else that's going wrong in the world and just going on in the world, to say to all of them in their base, we need to get you out to vote because she's definitely going to die. She's definitely going to die. So you need to come out and vote. It's just not a rallying cry that she's definitely going to die. But she died. And that changed everything for the Democrats. We are now in a race to get a nominee, a confirmation, and a president. They are all going to happen, or none of them may well happen. I want you to focus on this. I want you to focus on this. Now, the Democrats know the seat is vacant. the ones in the streets, the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats in the streets and communist and whatever else they call themselves in the streets. They now know the seat is empty. Now, the two brain cells they have to rub together, they're able to comprehend that Trump, T-Rex or whatever, is going to make the decision for who fills that seat if there are 4 more years of him. Now, you may have just added a third more voters for Biden and Harris. Because now they're all thinking, my God, this is the way we control America, is by way of the bench. This is where our biggest victories are, our biggest victories in which we inflict incalculable injury on Western kind and Western civilization have come by way of the bench. And we now have this empty seat. And if we don't fill it, who knows how many decades before another opportunity, and how many, we'll have to have so many more victories before we'll get another opportunity. You may have just added a third more votes for Biden and Harris. All of these people that would have stayed home are going to be going to vote now for Democrat, no matter how much they dislike Biden, no matter how much they feel his tepid and just vacuous in every conceivable way, pedestrian, a loser, whatever it is. I'm sure they have very colorful words for him, especially because he's a white male, or at least for the time being. But crabs will have something to do in the future with him. But they are doing this because he likes to eat the Maryland crab, blue crab. And who doesn't, right? Everybody likes to eat crab. So otherwise wouldn't have been interested in this guy whatsoever are now going to come out and vote because they're not thinking Biden-Harris. They're thinking that seat in the Supreme Court that's going to continue winning for us unfairly against the majority of this population. We have got to secure that. Now, what do the Republicans, whether they're anti-whites who call themselves Republicans, and there are plenty of those, but I will tell you this, there are also some Patrick Henrys in there. I will tell you, and no more will I tell you. There are some Patrick Henrys in there, true heroes, and their stories will be written one day. The Republicans need to get a confirmation before the election, because if they are able to get a nomination and a confirmation for that seat before the election, all of that third that are now going to be voting who would not have voted, and probably even more for Biden, won't bother coming out. So here are your options. The Republicans get a nomination and a confirmation and therefore a presidency, easy street. Or they fail to get a confirmation, and that election, my friends, is going to be more than tight enough that T-Rex could lose, or tight enough that the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats could challenge it from here for the next 4 years. And who knows what other kind of chicanery, who knows what other kind of mess that they might cause as a consequence. Now, there are going to be people, and there are behind the scenes, who are putting pressure on senators right now. And I want to say this to any Republicans that are listening to this right now. The Democrats only have one argument to wave over top of you, and there can be no argument. Even if there was a law to prevent you from doing what you need to do right now, even if there was a law, you cannot let it stop you. This is about the survival of the United States of America. You lose this, not only do you lose your seat as a consequence, you lose every single thing there is. This is not up for a discussion. No discussion whatsoever. They prevent this from moving forward. Somebody's not confirmed. T-Rex loses this election, and it is finished. The Democrats never abide by any law. They never abide by any rule. I have been watching this. You all know exactly what I'm talking about. Everybody who's listening to this who has, I need to say no more, you know exactly, but all they have, they don't even have a law on their side. All that they have now to say is that it's not the right thing to do. It's not the ethical thing to do. It's not the moral thing to do. It's not right because of the circumstances. So these are all appeals to emotion. These are all appeals to some sort of abstract set of rules of proper play, of intellectual fairness, that they have not obeyed one iota, not for your entire term in your office, not for decades and decades in this country. You better goddamn not listen to a word they say. You steamroll them as they have steamrolled you. You have been voted for by patriotic people in this country to do this exact thing, to do the heroic thing right now. This is the hour that you are called upon to stand up, to be a man, to be a woman, to be an upstanding patriot of this country. Now is the time you do it. You have a paycheck for the rest of your life. Even if these anti-whites are going to do everything they can to push you out of office or whatever it might be, after you pass this vote, you live with it. We have lived with worse. Heroes in our midst have sacrificed far more than a job that they'll continue to receive a sinecure for the rest of your life. You'll continue, we all know, you continue receiving that paycheck and those benefits in your family for the rest of your life. Deal with it. Even if you have to lose your office, you win this election. No questions asked. Now, here's what we can do, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter where you live. These people, these Republican senators, and we can get a list of them who might be intractable and who might not want to make a vote. They might not want a candidate put forward. They might not want to go through the process, whatever it might be. We can get a list of who these individuals are. You can call them, and you better call their offices and respectfully and legally tell them that they have been voted for, because this is the hour that they are meant to shine. This is the sacrifice that they are meant to make. This is the moment for their heroism. They better do the right thing. And that you are going to put your money and your vote, and even if you're not in their district or in their state, whatever it might be, in their state, you're somewhere else, you could still put your money into oppositional candidates. You will call their offices. Otherwise, I would never say in my life to call elected officials, to write letters. This is the kind of stuff that happened in the old days that was so feckless, so ineffective. But you are going to be putting these efforts with efforts behind the scenes to get these people to do the right thing. You have to do this now. We all have to do this now. If you are actually in these people where you know where their office is, and you can get out to protest, to make your voice heard legally, where there's a place that you can legally go, make sure that when you get an opportunity, you're off work, you take a day off work, whatever it might be, you get 5 friends, you head over to the office when it's legal to do so, you get on the bullhorn where it's legal to do so, you get your permit where you need to do so, and you make sure that all of their staff knows that these elected representatives, that they all know the torrent of the phone calls, the people showing up at the office, the people shouting and making all of the noise are the ones that are saying, you do the right thing or you are out of office. You do the right thing or we will ruin you. We will get you. We will fund your opponents. We will make sure that you are finished. You know, we're talking about like the Grahams here and the rest. You make sure they know that they are finished and that they are ruined in politics, that their name will go down in infamy for what they do if they do not move here. Now, the other thing that we need to do is that these potential nominees, there are some ugly ones. There are some really unfortunate nominees. I mean, this Bauer or whatever her name is, they're talking about, she's anti-white. Ho, they're talking about, he's anti-white. Who wants a ho anyhow? In your supreme seat. There are some other options out there. People can talk about who those options are. We can see where there's momentum. I think there's Cotton out there, and you can, when you get on the phone, when you tell these people, hey, you can make this a daily routine. Call every day. Their staffers have to take these calls. Their staffers are going to be telling the people they work for, these elected representatives. We have received 1,000 phone calls today, people saying you better encourage the nomination of Cotton or whoever it is, and then you better vote up on that person to the Supreme Court, no questions asked, or they're going to dedicate their life to ruining you. And their life might be little, but all of them together, they'll ruin you. It'll be the end of you. They'll make sure that you're thrown out of office. They'll make sure that they put money into your competition. Ladies and gentlemen, all of this is legal. Everything we're talking about here is legal, and it's the democratic process. It is about putting force, letting these people know that there is an America out there that is 10,000 times larger than these anti-whites screaming their banshee hearts out on their telephones and recording themselves for some sick reason while they act like psychotic people that need to be in padded rooms about what's happening right now. You need to be far more animated than even these banshees. You need to let these people know that you are not going to put up with anything but the success that we demand in this hour when heroes are made. And then we will play our cards where they fall after that. I'm going to talk about right now. If we don't get a nomination, if we don't get a confirmation, and again, we want a nomination of somebody who is maybe somebody like Cotton, somebody who is going to, at a bare minimum, they are going to abide by the law that is written for them by Congress and not legislate from the bench at a bare minimum. But we'd like somebody even more if we could. But we're not, it's not going to, that's a tall order. We want a nomination of somebody good. We want a confirmation of somebody good. And if we get that, we have a T-Rex for another 4 years. If we don't get the nomination and we get a nomination and not a confirmation, we might not get a T-Rex. It's going to be damn close because all of those freaks are going to be coming out of every heroin den and every gender confused and everything else place that they can come. And they'll be voting, of course, in a fiction novel, probably 3 times a piece, 4 times a piece. And we've already seen the sort of the voting irregularities and all. Of course, none of it happening in the real world. Let CNN tell you about what happens in the real world. MSNBC, they're good too, to look for the truth and to look for what's actually going on in the world. But I'm going to tell you right now, if we don't get a confirmation and then that seat is taken, the presidential seat is taken by Biden, you're going to have this, ladies and gentlemen. Let me ground myself. House Resolution 884, recognizing the global threat transnational white supremacist extremism presents to America and its interests. Recognizing the global threat transnational white supremacist extremism presents to America and its interests. Whereas in August 2017, okay, and then it's going to give some verbiage here about some sort of victim somewhere that they're going to say is victimized as a consequence of white people, that they then get to define what exactly it means when we would say, and what it truly is heresy. Any disagreement with anti-whiteism, they're going to refer to they're going to use these titles with. Whereas the Department of State lists 68 groups currently on the Foreign Terrorist Organization list, and none are white supremacist groups. So listen to that verbiage right there. Whereas in the terrorist attacks listed above, the suspects had connections to foreign white supremacist extremists. That means for them, when we translate that for reality for us, it means if you are heretical, if you object to anti-whiteism, and you have coordinated with anybody else around the globe, and this is the reason, one of the reasons for this is because it's far easier to get a foreign group labeled as a terrorist group than it is to get an internal group labeled as a terrorist group. So they could very easily, the anti-whites here, Biden gets into office, and they could very easily say, okay, this group in Russia of white people is a white supremacist terror group. They had a phone call one day with somebody in the UK, and then somebody in the UK had a phone call with somebody in the US. And therefore, this group in the US, whatever that group might be, is connected to the foreign terrorist group. Therefore, they are the equivalent of the foreign terrorist group. They can be treated the exact same way as a threat to the United States of America. September 2019, the Department of Homeland Security published the Strategic Framework for Countering Terrorism and Targeted Violence, identifying white supremacist extremism as, quote, one of the most potent forces driving domestic terrorism, close quote, and describing white supremacist extremists as, quote, part of the broader movement, close quote, who, quote, can generally be characterized by hatred for immigrants and ethnic minorities, often combining these prejudices with virulent anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim views, close quote. So let me ask you, ladies and gentlemen, do you still want to play the villain in their story? Do you still want to play the villain? If anybody out there is wondering, should we play the, I don't know, what should I do? Should I play the villain, and should I focus instead of on the love of my people and protecting my people from the harm that would be done to us? Should I talk endlessly about some other group and how dreadful they are and how they harm abstractions all over society, how long they've been harmful, who all is harmful, how they're harmful, where it might go? And then if we somehow remedy that issue, then we remedy the harm to society. And as afterthought, we end up gaining some welfare or well-being for ourselves. Do you want to do that? Because if you're going to do that, this is how they're going to define you. Whereas it is unlawful for anyone in the United States to provide material listen to the words I'm saying. Share this, cut this out, share this with anyone who says that voting for this lickspittle dingbat, we'll use that because it's so apropos for Biden, whoever's saying to vote for him, we'll just read this little part for them here. Whereas it is unlawful for anyone in the United States to provide material support or service in the form of property, currency, lodging, training, advice, assistance, housing, false documents or identification, equipment, weapons, explosives, personnel or transportation to any group on the foreign terrorist organization list. So you get added to this list. White Wellbeing and Concern for Our People gets added to this list. And everything you just read there that is illegal becomes illegal for us. Do you see how your world is changed overnight? Whereas designating a foreign violent white supremacist group is designated as a foreign terrorist organization would help empower law enforcement to investigate United States-based individuals connected to that foreign group. I'm going to read that one more time, and then we're going to move on to the other document. You would have to absolutely be the most stolid, shit simple, backward imbecile to not see the threat this is to our continued work for white well-being, to your continued ability to be heretical at all in anti-white America. I'm going to read this one more time. The designation we just read of everything that is illegal, you get tacked on if the anti-whites were to get into office, who call themselves Democrats. This is the kind of thing that would move forward. You would have a Congress and a White House, and then a very weak Senate to oppose it. This is the kind of thing that would be moving forward. And as the demographics change, there would be very little opportunity to continue to do the work that we're doing to reach our brothers and sisters so that we can provide the antibody that will grow, whether we are jailed or all of this is made illegal or whatever it is. It would grow from family reunions, from Thanksgivings, from Christmas get-togethers, from family parties, from whatever it might be. It would grow whether they made this illegal and put me in jail or put Jared George in jail or whatever it was. We have to do this. We don't have the time to play around. I'm going to read this one more time. Whereas designating a foreign violent white supremacist group is designated as a foreign terrorist organization would help empower law enforcement to investigate United States-based individuals connected to that foreign group. Nothing more needs to be said. We have seen this sort of verbiage again and again in treaties and these bills and these acts over and over from these anti-whites, a record number coming through, being presented at Congress, at Senate, at the House, at the Senate, that are race-based, openly race-based, about absolutely making it illegal to be heretical in any way, shape, or form. Ladies and gentlemen, they have the hegemony, the anti-whites. They are moving in for the kill because they know that their numbers have now, because of the hubris as a consequence of the hegemony, that they don't bother with the myths of pretext, the moralization, intellectualization, sentimentalization anymore. They've given that up almost entirely in the streets, at the universities, on the talk shows. They've given up. They're openly anti-white now. There's no taking back. It's a sprint for the finish. They are going for it. And it's exactly what I said this decade would be. And this first year I said would be explosive. Did I not, metaphorically speaking, did I not say before this year, the first year of the first decade, I told, we all talked about it here. I said before it started that this was going to be the decade of two storms, one of darkness, one of light. They are going to grow in power and they're going to go for the kill. And we are going to be growing in power. And have we not? Have we not done things behind the scenes that you all saw come to fruition in your lives, those with the eyes to see? How many celebrated those days with us because they knew what was actually taking place? Have we not had victories like the world has never seen with President Donald Trump? As much as the AI, we tell the AI we don't like that president, did we not get a legitimization of the concept anti-white, the cure and antidote to the central pillar of anti-whiteism? Have we not achieved that victory, something the world has never seen? I told you all that this would be two storms. We would grow simultaneously. That is exactly playing out as it has, as predicted. And now is the time. We have to sprint for that finish line, ladies and gentlemen. We are in a race with the devil. And this proves it right here. Let's get to the other document as we're running out of time. HR 8178, to amend the Public Health Services Act, to provide for public health research and investment into understanding and eliminating structural racism and police violence. What they're doing with this bill, ladies and gentlemen, what they want to do with this is they want to connect heresy, what we refer to as heresy, to anti-whiteism. What they are going to refer to as Nazism, as white supremacy, as white nationalism, as all of these other names, what they're going to refer to as all of that. They want to connect that to health policy in the United States and say that it's a sickness, either mental sickness or biochemical sickness. It's a sickness that can then allow them, will open doors for them to quarantine those people, those populations, those individuals, those group, to medicate them, to medicate you in advance, to make sure maybe you have some predisposition. Maybe your father cared about white well-being. And so we know then that right now the anti-whites, or not anti-whites, but so many in the white positive use it incorrectly. They want to talk about the blood libel. It's not blood libel. It's about being white. They're going to say, though it runs in your veins, though it was in your father, it's going to be in you. So we're going to preemptively medicate you. All of these sorts of things are determinations and definitions that are easily arrived at. I'm not saying that anything that these documents, I'm not saying that any of these documents say anything that I'm saying right now. You all need to go onto the government website, pull all this data down for yourself, read it for yourself. If you don't understand it, make sure you go to Susan or CNN or MSNBC and get from them an interpretation of it, because you know that we're just guessing at what's happening here, or we're just making it up while we're talking. And so you want to make sure you get to those people, you find out the truth from CNN, not from speculation that we're talking about here. Documentation. I've told you all many times, we've talked about this. You have these other groups with the pants pissers that think that you can write a document for all time. You absolutely cannot write a document for all time. It is a childish thought. The human animal is cyclical. The document, even if a document that could be written that is perfect for one part of the cycle, it won't be it won't be perfect anymore the next tick we take in that cycle. It will then be cause for revolution. It will then be cause for that tree of liberty having to be watered with the blood of heroes. We need smarter people than pants pissers to come up with economy, with governance and the like that will move cyclically with our people. This is the new evolution in human thinking, not antiquity, where people who cannot even keep their weight under control are supposedly going to write you a constitution for all time. People who can't even keep their bladder in control when approached by two emaciated black males are going to somehow be able to write you a constitution for all time. Forget about it. We need right now to be doing the work that we are doing in service to white well-being to prevent this sort of thing from happening, because if we don't, it will be, this sort of thing will be amended, and your disagreement with the establishment, with the regime, will be defined as an illness, a mental illness, a biochemical illness, and you, my friends, along with me, will be medically will be treated medically for the illness of disagreeing with the anti-whites. To amend the Public Health Service Act to provide for public health research and investment into understanding and eliminating structural racism and police violence. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled, Section 1, short title, Anti-Racism and Public Health Act of 2020. Congress makes the following findings. For centuries, structural racism defined by, for centuries. Do you get that? Jennifer P. is with us. For centuries. Do you get that? It's just centuries and centuries. It's millennia. It's the anti-white narrative, ladies and gentlemen. It has always been anti-white. It's always anti-white. There's always the revolution needs to be waged. There's never an end to it. Don't you see? We have to get out of it. For centuries. This is actually a bill. I wish I could yell right now. I wish I could yell. My neighbors, I try to be polite. I tell the joke that they'll call the police. I'm going to call the police. I just try to be polite. I don't want to wake them. So I would be yelling right now. This is a government. This is not the crazy banshees screaming about this woman dying on the Supreme Court. Not even going to bother saying her name. I know she's like, why won't you say my name? These are not these crazy banshees that are doing this. This is the federal government of the United States saying for centuries. This will become law if we don't accomplish what we have to accomplish. For centuries, structural racism defined by the National Museum. Now listen to this. Where do they get the information? Where do they get the information? That for centuries, right? Where do we get the information? Where do the anti-whites get the information that centuries of structural racism, structural, it's everywhere, whether you think it or whether you do it or don't do it, or whether you, this invisible thing, it's just in the air. And because you're white, you're guilty of it. Because you're white, you need to be making amends your whole life for it. What do I say on the back of, the very back of Born Guilty? This is, I'll just read it for you. This absolutely is the mindset, the life, the fundamental substance of anti-whiteism, the way that the doctrine works, the way the anti-whites think. And here's the first sentence I open with it. Prove you aren't racist. That is how they live. That is how they want your life to be ordered, ladies and gentlemen. That is the quintessential element of anti-whiteism. If you're white, prove you aren't racist. And you have to prove it every minute of every day, every second of every minute, every week of every month of every year. It never ends. And Biden and Kamala win, and it becomes not only all of these other laws that we're talking about, but it ends up becoming medical reality. And it is a fact that it's been happening for centuries, because the Museum of African American History and Culture says so. I'm sure they're not biased in this. I'm sure they're totally honest. I'm sure they've done deep research that they'll be citing. I mean, you can imagine the kind of people that they will cite at your trial when they're going to have you executed for being a heretic if this sort of garbage goes forward. Just imagine. They're going to have, oh, you know what? They'll have something, you won't even know what it is. And it'll waddle up and it will give some sort of testimony about how 10,000 years of X, Y, and Z. And then everybody in the room, all these anti-whites will gravely nod in bovine assent. They'll moan, yes, that's true. And then they'll make some other pronouncement that makes no sense whatsoever. And they all will bow, and they bow their heads. We have to be so somber and severe because we have to be so respectable to this anti-white filth. You know that's what they'll do. And then that will be the stuff that they will march you to the gallows for. You think I'm kidding? You think that's hyperbole? You better think again. We have a way that we can counteract all of this. It's called going free. You've got to get animated. You've got to get as excited as I am. You've got to clip these portions out if you think they'll reach Aunt Betty or whatever, and you make sure it gets to them. You make sure that you have people helping you make phone calls to these senators. I know we have these two women. What is it, Collins and Murkowski or something like this? They're saying, well, we're just not going to vote at all in this. Traitors is what they are. Absolute traitors. Reducing the margin by which the Republicans have to get a nomination. We hope we can force a good one, encourage a good one, and then a confirmation of that nomination because of these two just wonderful ladies. Talk about a couple of witches there. Which one is it? The first one or the second one? But absolute scumbag traitors to the United States of America. And they should be knocked out of office at first opportunity. And if we had an organizational entity already up and running, think about it, ladies and gentlemen. If we had that $80,000 a month, if we had half of that, $40,000 a month, and we had a base of people, who knows the number, a large number animated like we are all animated here, we would be a threat to be reckoned with when it comes to holding an office. We could pick up the phone and then with the same or even more authority than groups like the NRA say, you're going to vote this way or we support the opposition and you're done. You're going to do this because this is the hour that you were voted to be a hero in, and you're going to be that hero or you're done for life. We're going to make sure that you're ruined for life. That we could already have in place. Why doesn't No White Guilt already have that in place? I would have had that in place. I would have had that in place right now if it hadn't been for all of these people pushing back over all of these years against what works. And it's fine if in the beginning you're pushing back and you say, well, yeah, I don't know. This sounds weird. It's different. I don't know if it's going to work. But at some point, after all of the success, an honest man, an honest woman says, this works. I should be a part of this. This works. I'm throwing all in with this. Instead, we still see these loser vehicles. And I say loser in that they have always lost. Even the greatest example of political vehicles that people can cite lost, didn't it? So instead of doing something that works, instead of us having here an organizational entity that could mobilize thousands, tens of thousands, maybe millions of participants, and be able to pick up the phone and say, we have 5 million people that are going free or whatever it might be by now, if we hadn't been opposed by people in the white positive sphere so long. And you better vote this way, call up a Murkowski or whatever and say, look, this is your hour to serve, or we're going to put our effort, our money, our geniuses, our talent, our art, and we are going to use it all in creative ways. None of the old school, just the old school ways. We're going to use it in creative ways to absolutely shame you out of office. You'll have the only votes you'll get are the votes of your family members, and probably a couple of them won't even show up to vote for you. We could be making changes right now when the hour calls for it. People want to write to me and say, you shouldn't get down on the other, anybody else in the white positive sphere. I'm not down on any particular individual who is trying their hardest, who believes that they're doing is the right thing or whatever. Maybe they're mired in a really myopic vision or whatever. But there are plenty of people in the white positive sphere, you all know this very well, that have warred against going free because they don't want to talk in the language the anti-whites don't approve of. And they don't want to do something original. They want to fetishize and they want to LARP as something else. We are here today because of them. We could have been there if they had not been getting in the way. We could have been there. We could have been affecting the change we want to affect today. Now we have to try to cobble together as much as we can. And still we're doing amazing things. Just imagine where we would be if these people hadn't have been undermining all of the good work that we're doing. And still today we see these people undermining them, the good work that we're doing. And now we're reading things like this. For centuries, structural racism, defined by the National Museum of African American History and Culture as a, quote, overarching system of racial bias across institutions and society in the United States, has negatively affected communities of color, especially Black, Latinx, Asian American, Pacific Islander, and American Indian and Alaskan Native people to expand and reinforce white supremacy. So you see all non-white people. I don't know why they bothered to try to delineate all of the different ones. I guess they feel like, there are going to be non-white groups that are going to say, why didn't you include us? They just should have gone ahead and said, all the non-white people are good, white people evil. Structural racism determines the conditions in which people are born, grow, work, live, and age, and determine people's access to quality housing, education, food, transportation, and political power and other determinants of health. Do you see how this plays out by interpretation? Remember what we said. You can take a doctrine that says up, and if you are clever enough, you can say the definition, you can define the document as saying down. That's why a document for the ages can't be written. That's why a document for the ages is dumb, not only for the cyclical reason, but because the person or the people in power, the power structure can interpret it to mean whatever they want it to mean. Can you imagine, with the power of interpretation, how easy it would be to take this sort of verbiage and make it into absolute hell on earth? Structural racism serves as a major barrier to achieving health equality and eliminating racial and ethnic inequities in health outcomes that exist at alarming rates and are determined by a wider set of forces and systems. Due to structural racism in the United States, people of color are more likely to suffer from chronic health conditions. Oh, so you know what that's going to mean, ladies and gentlemen? More taxes for you. Free health care for them. Easily interpreted. I'm just saying that can be pulled out of this. I'm not saying it's in it. I'm not saying it's ipso facto. I'm just saying, can an anti-white person look at that verbiage and then interpret that to say that white people need to pay for the healthcare of non-white people in whole because the non-white people are suffering more from health conditions as a consequence of white evil? Yes, I think that's really easy to see, but look to CNN for the truth about whether or not that's going to be the case. Chronic health conditions such as heart disease, diabetes, asthma, hepatitis, and hypertension, and infectious diseases such as HIV, AIDS, COVID-19, compared to their white counterparts. Don't you see, when you're white, when you get AIDS, it's somehow not as bad. When you're non-white and you get AIDS, it's much worse. When you're white and you get COVID-19, it's like when you're white and you're sick, you're not really sick. When a non-white person is sick, they're really sick. When a white person is poor, they're not really poor. When a non-white person is poor, they're really poor. Due to structural racism in maternal health care in the United States, Black and American Indians and Alaska Native infants are more than twice as likely to die than white infants. Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white. And it couldn't be because of decisions that these communities are making. See, this is the kind of thing that if you stay in the anti-white narrative, you can't compete. You can't. They won't even bother to give you data. You could say, well, I got data right here. I've seen the conservatives do all the time. They're like, look at all this data I got. Got it from the FBI. I got it from the CDC. I got it from all of these official organs. Look, I'm going to cite some of the great leaders from your movement. And don't you feel bad now? No, the anti-whites don't feel bad. They don't give a damn. They'll lie straight through their teeth. And they'll say, nope, we say it so So therefore, it's not the decisions they make. It's not whatever. It's not the alcoholism they decide. No, if they've made bad decisions, they don't have any agency. Their bad decisions are because you caused them because you're white. Oh, you were born 5 minutes ago. Still your fault if you're white. This is how anti-whiteism works. Due to structural racism in the United States, non-Hispanic black women, the highest rate of 22 to 25 severe morbidity indicators used by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. Due to structural racism in the United States, people of color comprise a disproportionate percentage of persons with disabilities in the United States. Due to structural racism in the United States, black men are up to 3.5 times as likely to be killed by police as white men. So all of these sorts of things. And 1 in every 1,000 black men will die as a result of police violence. Policing has adversely affects. So all of these sorts of things, they take that data and they love to massage the data. The anti-whites do. They redefine things like we were looking at that New York Times article. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen, when they decided that they were going to define when a non-white male kills or is killed by a police officer. And how did it go again? It was they were talking about, they reduced it only to taking the police officer's firearm or weapon from the police officer. When in other cases, that the individual became deadly for any number of other reasons. They had their own weapon. They got into a car, which of course a car is a giant metal missile to kill people with, and on and on. They took all of that out of the data that they were going to share with the public so that they could massage it to arrive at an anti-white conclusion. Why? Because that's what anti-whites do. That's why you don't stay in their anti-white narrative. And then they're going to take that massage data and they're going to put it into bills and in acts that will then be passed into law that will then govern your life. Things you'll have to obey, things you'll suffer from, things your child born 5 minutes ago will be guilty of. Things your child born 5 minutes ago is branded just like this, ladies and gentlemen. That's why our babies are looked like this. This is why I made the cover like this, because if you are white in the anti-white narrative, you were born guilty. Are they not saying that? Is this not true? Are they not proving what I'm saying about them? There needs to be 100,000 people going free right now. If it weren't for all of these two-bit no good losers, these bums holding back the success of going free, the ridiculing because they're dickless wonders and they don't have success to point to, and they want to ridicule, they want to mock. I get it. You're a child. You want to have like a moment of tantrum. You can be redeemed from that. You can be a man. You can do the right thing. You can say, you know what, this is actually working. And, you should shut your mouth on the ridicule and the mocking, and you should allow something to work that's working, right? You loser bitches, I swear. Again, those kind of folks, you're holding back something that is saving lives. You're holding back something, the good work that we're doing. And if you would like to stop ridiculing you, or you want to continue to ridicule, you want to continue to hold us back, you want to continue to try to muzzle what we're doing, let's make sure we get face to face. Let's make sure that we get face to face, because I want to give you the opportunity to try to ridicule and try to mock person to person, away from law enforcement, away from where you can be saved, away from where, because I'm going to tell you what, there is nothing but fire in my heart for anyone who's going to get in the way of me stopping the anti-whites from doing what they're doing to our children. We have all come up as a consequence of anti-whiteism, suffering the blackest child abuse the world has ever known. You're going to come with some little snarky fighting bullshit, and I will fight you with the fire of 10 million fathers defending their children. And I'm going to tell you what, I probably won't be alone, because righteous fathers out there will stand side by side with me. You want to stand against what's working? One of these days is we're going to be fed up with it, and we'll start shutting shit down. Due to structural racism, older adults of color. So let's move down and see, they got some great points here. And I want to make sure that we touch upon these before we move on. Declaring racism a public health crisis and naming racism as the historical and present threat to the physical and mental health and well-being of the United States and the world. You like that, ladies and gentlemen? How do you like that verbiage? There is established within the Centers for the Disease Control and Prevention a center to be known as, now this is what would be created when this becomes law, if anti-whites, Biden and Harris and the rest, it becomes a runaway train. This will become law. This department will be made in inside the CDC. There is established within the center, not saying it already exists, it will exist because of this. I hope you understand the way they write this. There is established within the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention a center to be known as the National Center on Anti-Racism and Health, referred to in this section as the center. How about, you like that? You'll have someplace called the center deciding whether or not you're unfit, whether or not you're a heretic. Sounds a bit scary as hell, doesn't it? Maybe somebody, if you had to go to the center, they would have like nails coming out of every portion of their head and face. That's what you would imagine to see there. And with the way, the anti-whites, they allow just about anything, or they encourage just about every mental illness, I wouldn't be surprised that there would be somebody with piercings like that working there. The director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention shall appoint a director. And here's the scary thing, too. In this document, I might not be able to find it right now, but they're talking about giving millions and millions and millions of our dollars, both to new departments in the government, but also to private enterprises, enriching anti-whites. And what do anti-whites do with their dollars when they are given millions and millions and millions to think up anti-white things and just spin anti-white yarns? They do those things, plus they give giant sums to anti-white endeavors, don't they? So it'll be your tax dollars funneled right out of your back pocket or your purse through the government. They have a gun pointing in your face if you refuse it, and then it goes through the government and it goes right into the hands of these workers. This director, you guarantee this is a 7-figure salary job. There'll be other private institutions with more 7- and 6-figure salary jobs. It goes into their pockets, right? They then pay for a great many things. And one of the things they'll pay for is the anti-white organization down the street, more lobbyists, more anti-white efforts to make your life a living hell. That's how this works. The director for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention shall appoint a director to head the center who has experience living in and working with racial and ethnic minority communities. The center shall promote public health by declaring racism a public health crisis and naming race a public health crisis. What have they done to you? What have they done to the economy? What have they done to your life, to the lives of your children, to the lives of your family members, to our entire society because of the public health crisis of COVID-19? What then will they do to you because of the public health crisis of racism? As a historic and present threat to the physical and mental health and well-being of the United States and the world. Talk about some turgid, nonsensical, anti-white, big-talking Bravo Sierra. The whole world. It's a threat to the whole world, these white heretical people. By aiming to develop new knowledge in the science and practice. In the science and practice. Aiming to develop new knowledge in the science and practice of anti-racism, including by identifying the mechanisms by which racism operates in the provision of healthcare and in systems that impact health and well-being. Oh, don't you just want to have anti-whites who are saying that it's scientific what's gone wrong with you, heretic? And we have been conducting studies now in laboratories funded with your tax dollars to find chemicals that will take this heresy out of your system. It's just a little pinprick. It's just a little pill that you'll have to take. It's just a little lobotomy that you'll have to undergo because of your heresy. Because it's science. Transferring that knowledge into practice, including by developing interventions. Oh, don't you want to have an intervention by the federal government in your life because you're a heretic? Interventions that dismantle the mechanisms of racism and replace such mechanisms with equitable structures, policies, practices, norms, and values so that a healthy society can be realized. So they are going to define for us. There's something unspoken there, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps you missed it. They are going to define for us what normal is, what's healthy, what's a healthy practice or a healthy policy or a healthy thought. And then they're going to have interventions when you are heretical to make sure you don't think anything that's unhealthy anymore. You see, it's scientific. He's got a white lab coat on. So just submit, or you're going to go to jail for the rest of your life. This is what the anti-whites are thinking about doing. This, I think, if there's going to be some sort of debate about whether or not you should be voting for Biden, this is the kind of stuff that should be wielded against such an insane person who is trying to harm every single one of us, because this is going to be the outcome. Maybe such people have the money to try to escape it. I don't think so, because I think the anti-whites, I feel quite confident, even if you decide, oh, this has all gone bad, I'm going to flee, and I'm going to move to another country now, the anti-whites will set up very easily policies of extradition, and there'll be no country that will protect you. They'll just go in there and pluck you out. Because why? The United States has the biggest arsenal of nuclear weapons and probably chemical and biological weapons. They're not supposed to. And I'm sure it's not true. These are all just rumors, and none of it's real. And ask Susan and get your view, get the other side of the story from elsewhere. Remember, you have to get both sides of the story. We're not saying anything is absolute on this channel. Nothing is absolute. You have to get the other side of the story to make sure that you have the whole picture. But let me tell you this, that the United States has the ability to inflict significant harm on other countries around the world. No country is going to prevent you from being extradited for the United States for your heresy as someone who cared about white well-being in one shape or form. Maybe you played the villain. Maybe you were honest in some other way. Maybe you were a good guy or whatever it was. They're going to say, oh, you mean we have one of those evil people that you want? Well, we'll grab them roughly, by the way. We won't handle them with the normal procedures that we accord to, and we yield to normal human beings, because these heretics, they don't really have souls, right? There's something biochemically wrong with them, you're saying, in the United States. So we will just roughly get them, and then we will provide them to you like a wild boar that we captured in the wilderness, and then you can do with them what you like. There'll be no moving away from this. So these people who are saying, oh, I know I have the money to flee, good luck to you. Now is the time we have to work together for the love of God. I don't know that there's much more to hear. I mean, there's so much more to hear that we could look at. I'm not going to look at anymore. Let's see. I'll just close those. We got to keep rolling. And I know we're losing audience. Make sure that hey, those who are here all the way through the show, if you see something you like, you write down the timestamp, you cut this out, you share this in your circles of influence. You have to be making these calls. Now, I wanted to say to you all, this is what's so very important right now. You have to know this. And I mentioned it at the very beginning of the stream, something like 5-6 hours ago. This is the thing you have to know. Even if worst case scenario takes place, all things bad take place, even if that happens, if we reach enough people with the lexicon and dialectics of going free, just what we have now, if we reach enough people with it, worst case scenario, people like me and the rest are jailed, and you are silenced because you can't say any more publicly. There's no more talking online. There's no more talking out at church. There's no more talking out in public square. There are no more getting out with placards about white well-being. Even if all of that goes away, if we get this a remedy, this antibody of going free into the body politic of our people, it will spread, ladies and gentlemen. And even if it takes much longer than we would like it to take, our descendants will recapture our destiny with that lexicon and that dialectics. You need to be man enough. You need to be woman enough to realize we all have to stand in front of that abyss and speak into that darkness, that we will take the step. We will engage in the activity, even if we have to take that step into nothingness and disappear. We will take that step, because it is the hour for heroes to act, and we will be those heroes. It is the moment when the giants step forward. and say that they will step into the void and dissolve into the nothingness, so that at some point, what we have bequeathed to our body politic, to our people, to Western kind, will spread in those holiday get-togethers, in those private moments when the government can't listen, when the government's not there, when the anti-whites aren't on top of you. It will spread in those sweet moments when new white babies are brought into the world. It'll spread in all ways, in all private events and moments of our people's lives, until it gains that traction, that foothold, that we again can recapture that torch of our civilization, and we again can lead our people towards something healthy. We have to be ready to do that. I'm ready to do that if it comes to that. I'm ready to work all the way up to that moment when they bash the door in, because all I'm doing here is sharing with you love for Western kind, for Western civilization, not breaking any law that any healthy human being would write down, but would be breaking the laws, the new laws, these new anti-white laws of heresy. I would be guilty of that, for standing up for white well-being, for caring about our people, for sharing a love, for talking about redemption, for saying that I'll get between white children and the anti-whites so that they can continue to harm them. If it comes to that, that's where we will take this struggle up to that very last moment, so that our people, so that our children can smile again on a new future when that sun truly rises in the West. But we are going to try our hardest, ladies and gentlemen, to prevent it from coming to that. And one of the ways that we're going to do that, we're going to continue working behind the scenes. We're going to continue working with the real Patrick Henrys of the world, with those who have actual clout. We're going to continue making things happen that those with eyes to see out in the field will see, my God, it's happening. And I can tell you more is coming that will surprise and amaze you. I'll say no more. And we need to be in the foreground. We need to be taking this to our brothers and sisters in our circles of influence as quickly as we can. One of the things that we have just wrapped up, ladies and gentlemen, and I would scream at the top of my lungs with glee, because I have waited since graduating from junior high school. So 7th and 8th grade, 11, 12, 13 years of age. I went to that anti-white junior high school, that true story that I write about in Crucible. And you'll read the story about what I went through there. And I decided, when I had finally realized, while I was there at that junior high school, and when that final bit of the year was coming up, when I knew I would be moving on, the next step would be the high school, leaving that place, that I would write a book one of these days. I would write a book not only to strike back at the anti-whites who were in that school, who caused me so much harm, who I had to fight against, who persecuted me, who adults inverting reality on me. Read that story. It is your story. Every single one of you have experienced this. Inverting reality on me, to call me the troublemaker, me the bully, me the one who wouldn't allow others to speak, when in fact the exact opposite was true. I was the one who was shouted down. I was the one who wasn't allowed to share my opinions, and they were innocent opinions. I was the one who was hunted by violent anti-whites. I was the one who was physically attacked and defended myself successfully every time, I might add. And I made damn sure by the end of that stay there, and when I had declared my rebellion and I had had my victory there, that I would have a victory over anti-whiteism out in the world, out beyond that microcosm that junior high school was, out in the macrocosm of anti-whiteism. I would strike a blow at them by one day finishing a book that would stand out there for all to see about what truly anti-whiteism is and how it inflicts injury on our children. Our children. That book, that victory, all of these years later in my life, has finally come to fruition. That book will be available in days, ladies and gentlemen. That book is made far better than its original iteration by others and by Groundhog Fury. And let's get an enormous round of applause for these individuals, for the work that they have done to make this work, to make what I could do combined with what they could do, and now what all of us can do, something that will bring a vocabulary and a dialectical approach to anti-whiteism that our brothers and sisters, the vagues out there, have never seen in their lives, that will give them the ability and the thought chains to win their conversations. They're not going to be as good off as those who are going free, truly, proper. Some of them will end up going free as a consequence. But between the moment that that book becomes available to all of you, I will let you all know. It'll be a cork-popping day, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you that. The moment that book becomes available, we, all of us, on top of making the calls to these senators' offices that might be, don't bother calling a senator's office. That's absolute, unless you want to just give a call up and say, hey, heard you're going to be voting to confirm. Well done. This is the hour that you are meant to, this was where your life was to come so that you could help to save America in this hour of peril. Then the phone calls that you're going to make for the senators who might be recalcitrant, if you can go out with bullhorns and signs to these people's offices, make sure you do it. And in addition to those things, ladies and gentlemen, you need to work like we are being chased by the devil right now. We are in that race with the devil. You need to work your ass off to make sure that this text, Crucible, Child, Patriot, American Victory, reaches as many of our people, normal, just the absolutely ordinary white brothers and sisters of ours throughout the MAGA sphere, throughout CivNat worlds, throughout the old nationalism, throughout patriotism, throughout First Amendment, throughout Second Amendment, throughout the constitutionalists, throughout the libertarians, wherever you think you can reach, you need to get this book in front of them. We have to reach out. I'm going to be doing everything I can. Others are going to be doing everything they can. We're going to be reaching out. If you can reach out to big content producers right now on YouTube who have audiences that have big audiences that have anybody who thinks that they big audiences that folks might want to be interested in this sort of thing. They might be interested in this book. Let's reach out to them. Let's make sure they know about this. Let's make sure that we get to them. I want to talk to these people. I want to bring them in one way or another to get them to talk about this book, to share it with their large communities. We need to make this happen between now and as long as we can get this message out to them. It might go through the election and a little ways after. We're going to make sure that we can reach as many of our brothers and sisters with normal sensibilities, ordinary folks, as we possibly can to change their view. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the antibody. Once we get it into them, once it is released into this body politic, it will spread. It is the curative contagion. People will use what works. And as we continue to have the lexicon, more of the lexicon legitimized at the highest levels, as we continue to have that done, it will inflame this even more. If nothing else, ladies and gentlemen, if nothing else, we get this to all of those MAGA people, all of the conservatives, First Amendment, Second Amendment, etc. We do nothing else. And we will have transformed and done more for Western kind than at any period in the history of our race. I want you to think about that role now that you play, this opportunity that you have. There will never be something this glorious for you to do. Never another opportunity in this world for you to be this excited, for you to be this effective, for you to reach this many people, to do something this grand and historic. Never underestimate the kind of power that you wield by getting this information to as many of our brothers and sisters as we possibly can. No marches, no violent rhetoric, none of that other stuff is going to come even a fraction of the distance. Now is the time to give up the nonsense. Now is the time. Everything we were talking about earlier today. Now is the time to give up the nonsense of bunkers or surviving collapses or militia nonsense or civil war nonsense or separating nonsense. None of that is possible. None of that is achievable. All of that ruins your lives. All of the anti-whites are going to roll over all of it. All of those arguments have been proven wrong. There isn't going to be any rewrites of constitutions that will magically, no more magical thinking, as I was talking about 6.5 hours ago, where somebody writes a document. They have this misunderstanding of how the United States was founded. Somebody wrote a document. It looked very official, and it cited a bunch of philosophers or people from history or whatever, and it had very fancy cursive on it, and a bunch of people signed their names at the bottom. And then voila, magic happened, and we had the United States of America. We saw the belief in magical thinking, credo qui absurdum. We saw the belief in magical thinking take place in Richmond when all of these people, many of them good intentioned, but trying nonetheless to buy themselves an excuse to do nothing, giving their faith to magical thinking that if you just have a document and you sign it, things happen. The document was totally irrelevant to the revolution of the United States and the existence of the United States of America. Heroic men with power, and heroic men with just the power that a man who has decided to give himself, to give his life in a cause and for a cause that has meaning and purpose and will create safety and harmony for his people. Those types of men came together and said, this is what we will do. This is our will, and we, by God, will make it happen. The document was an afterthought, for Christ's sake. It means nothing. It is the act. It is the blood of deeds that writes in the real document of the ages, ladies and gentlemen. It's not something that you can roll a scroll open or open a book to and see. It is the blood of those deeds, of people who in their individual lives have made the decision again and again and again. I will go out one more time. I will suffer another time. I will endure another indignity. I will spill my blood another yard. I will cover another acre. I will drop more tears so that we can have the glorious destiny that we all desire back in our hands. It is that blood of deeds that these documents are written in the pages of history, not in some lame scroll that they try to preserve at some building in the United States. Certainly not in some lame document or computer Word document in somebody's home up in New England somewhere. It is heroes that the age calls for, not people trying to buy excuses. This book, Crucible, will be available in just a matter of days, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you for the applause and the recognition for others and Groundhog Fury and the magnificent work that they have done to make this far more than I was able to make it. I put all my efforts into it, and they have made it into something truly glorious. You all will see. It will touch the hearts of MAGA people. Yes, some are going to reject it. Yes, some are anti-white in the who are First Amendment people or who are Second Amendment people or who are MAGA people. You know, we've all met those anti-white people who are in those groups. Yes, others might see even the slightest deviation from anti-whiteism as something very scary, something to run from. That doesn't invalidate the massive success that we're having. You're talking about the exceptions. These are small minds. These are people with midwits or midget wits who are looking at the record of time, the record of struggle, the record of success and failure, and want to grab at little things for confirmation bias. They already start off with a conclusion that they want, don't they? They say, we already are going to come to this conclusion, and then they go out there and they say, well, look, this person is still going to say that this is objectionable because you were not you were not as anti-white as the anti-whites, so you might as well be this group. You know, there are people out there that actually say you might as well be group X because the anti-whites are going to call you group X. Well, what are you going to be when they call you pedophile, idiot? It is time that we be heroes of our age, so that in generations to come, they'll look back on us and say, those were the people who did the right thing. I'm going to take a look to see if you all have any questions or comments, financial gifts. We're over 6 hours. I meant to be out of here by like 4 hours. We have so many stories to look at. How about this story? Again, Pelosi doesn't rule out impeachment to block SCOTUS nominee. These are the beasts that the Republicans that we are. Again, Republicans don't mean that they're white positive. Remember, don't get confused. The human brain has two hemispheres. I have, and probably others have as well. I haven't read it elsewhere. Have hypothesized that this is why we always think in this binary, up, down, right, left. And so don't think that because we say Democrats bad, that Republicans are good. It is a failing of human perception when you do that. The Republicans are up against this sort of demonic anti-white behavior. They are going to do everything, the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, everything underhanded, every form of depravity, every form of chicanery. You know this. You know that they are busily working away in the dark to figure out how they can undermine everything that is good or reasonable or stands in the way of them inflicting harm on Western kind and Western civilization. You know that. That's why those of you who are in the Republican Party and have an opportunity to be a hero in this age, that's why you're going to do the right thing, even when they say, well, it wouldn't be quite moral or it wouldn't be quite ethical to do that. We have here, let's see, Trump saying something about Supreme Court nominee to be picked, and it's likely to be a woman. Why should the sex of the individual matter? I mean, I hear that cotton is great. I know that I know the woman that they're looking at is anti-white, and even though she might be better than some others. So I just had some, I don't know if I should quite say, well, yeah, Carlisle has reached out. Thank you, dear lady. Let's get a round of applause for Carlisle. Reached out with some information that I was asking for earlier in the show about Australia, and it's some news. And perhaps some other of you were mentioning that as well. I know we had a mention earlier. Pre-crime law would give Australian authorities power to arrest COVID, quote, conspiracy theorists. So this is I guess, a bill that is potentially moving forward through in Australia, the Australian government. Thank you for reaching out with that. And okay, so there is, yeah, and a big round of applause to Carlon. Thank you. Also, the individual reaching out to me with some more information about that situation. Thank you very much for letting me know. And I will look into that as soon as we're done here today. Looks like we're still going there. And I'll take a look over here, see if we're not blank over here. I want to make sure we don't miss anybody. We have some other stories. I think we covered the huge success behind the scenes. What can I say about that? Not much. I'll just say that what more to add to what I added before is that there are truly magnificent things that are taking place behind the scenes, and big changes, real things happening. And we can't say much more than that, but you will have the opportunity to see more. This I can guarantee you. Let's see, we talked about Crucible. We talked about going full tilt and getting this out to our brothers and sisters. We talked about why the nomination and confirmation is important. We talked about the more fanatical anti-white legislation. We talked about no more focus on nonsense. We talked about having to get going free out to our people, lexicon and dialectics, even if worst case scenario and the anti-whites shut us down, send people like me to jail, because it will be an antibody that will grow a curative contagion that will deliver us to our destiny at some point in the future, even if we won't be there to enjoy it. We have to be willing to make that sacrifice for our people. We talked about, I guess it was cotton being a potential good choice, and mentioned this on your phone calls. We talked about you having to get out, as I say, full tilt to get Crucible out to as many people as you can. We're going to make these phone calls. We're going to get to these people's offices where we can. We're going to be behind the scenes doing as much as we can to bring about these things we need. And most importantly, as I say, getting this nominee confirmed and therefore the presidency, if you are wont to do things like make robocalls for the presidency, especially if you are in, or even if you're not in a state that could be, go one way or the other, for example, like Pennsylvania, make robocalls for them in Pennsylvania. We need to ensure that this happens. We need this time. We do not like Donald Trump. The anti-whites in the Republican Party will not do what Biden and Kamala will do. Use your brain. Not every anti-white act is equivalent. Anybody who wants to argue, but Trump works for and then they cite some weird group, the global puppies or whatever it might be. He wants to talk about that. You tell him to go straight to hell. What matters most for you is the well-being of Western kind. And if what matters most to that individual you're having a conversation with is some sort of harm to the global puppies, well, then they just need to get the hell out of the white positive sphere, get out of our way. They have some sort of psychological aberration that has put them on this fixation instead of love for our people. And guaranteed that these same people, ladies and gentlemen, who would put harming some other group before protecting us from harm, guaranteed that those people, when we recapture our destiny, will be against you and I. Guaranteed that they will be against the well-being of our children, because they clearly have some sort of something that's amiss, that wants to put harming someone else ahead of protecting our people from harm. For God's sake, that needs to come first. So we've talked about all of those things. Now let's have a jump over. I'll tell you what we'll do. We will very quickly, we'll listen to a song and listen to one more song. And then what are we going to listen to? I think we will listen to For Null, one of our great heroes. And then we'll listen to a For Null piece. It's one of his Promethean pieces, Prometheus Rising. Then we'll come back here. We'll take a look at your final comments, your financial gifts. I don't know if I'm going to be taking calls tonight because I've got so much to do, and we've been going for so long already, over 6 hours. But let's do this really quick, and then I will be back with you.
Is it home? Though amazed he can't ignore her face frowning. Not the only sleepers waking. Abandoned long ago, the sentinels decide. Programmed to hate by the dark, ancient, forsaken. This fair-skinned threat must be denied.
And how is the audio, everybody? Let's make sure that that's working properly before we proceed. I don't need to be giving a oration, a soliloquy when the audio isn't working properly. All right. Audio good? All right, that's good to hear. I want to say a big thank you to Andreas as well, once again, for that video that we played at the very beginning. That was Final Blossoms recording. Then he put it to music and the video. I had to reduce the video quality to be able to put it on this platform. Looks better where he has it, much better. And we thank him for that. We thank everybody for the hard work that they're doing behind the scenes. As you all know, there's a great many. Let me touch metal. And Nordic Iron says the sound is great. I haven't been able to really look very much at you guys tonight. I apologize for that. We just had to get so much information out. We're so excited. Some other things that are coming up too. You will see very soon. Very soon. So let's go ahead and have a look over here at the activity that is going on and make sure we didn't miss anybody. Oh my God, get a round of applause going, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get a big round of raucous emojis. Break them out. Break them out again. This is like dog fights. The Great Sloths has financially gifted another $50. Another $50. Thank you, dear brother. What an absolute commitment. What a testimony. That is the tale of heroes. I mean, this person, Sloths, is giving. He's in the trenches. He's doing the yeoman's work. One of the real heroes of our age. And for that, we are most grateful. Thank you, dear brother. I know that each one of these dollars that you've given today, we're dearly acquired with blood, sweat, and toil. And thank you for that. It's truly inspiring to work with heroes like you all. There's nothing I would do, nothing different I would do with my life. I love every single one of you. And I can really feel when we come together and the real energy gets pumping. I can really feel the spirit of the West moving among us. There is no bounds of space or time that restrains the spirit of the West. So we can feel this. We can be infused and empowered with it. We can come together and do great things, even though there is whatever distance between us, even whatever time there might be between us, because you might be somebody watching this in replay. You might be somebody watching this a year from now in replay. I hope that you are, and I hope that you then go out into the world and you make a great difference in the world where you are. So we have a number of stories, ladies and gentlemen, and it's up to you with the time that we have remaining. I have to. There's some big things going on that I got to attend to, so that we're ready for the book and we reach as many people as we possibly can. I'm gonna be putting the price very low, so that there'll be no reason for the MAGA people and the others that we have iterated to say, oh, it's too much or what have you. Be making it as low as I possibly can, and we're going to get it out to as many folks as we can. So I've got to get to work on all of those fronts as well. It's just like one thing after another you have to attend to. So let's see. We have here a financial gift from Ross. Thank you so very much. Dear brother, $5. I love all the work you do and the solidarity I have felt with my people since I started watching your show has given me a new purpose and responsibility. Very well written, and thank you for that, Ross. That is fantastic. Since I started watching your show has given me a new purpose and responsibility. Absolutely. There's no way I could do better than what you just wrote there. Thank you so much. $5 and wise, sagacious words from Ross. We have the great Irish Ice here. Great to see you back again, brother. $5. I put up a whole bunch of No White Guilt flyers in the city today. I also had numerous non-white and white people agree with me that our countries need laws to protect us from white erasure. Wow, fantastic. Irish Ice getting better and better at discussing white well-being. Now you have him to the point where he has non-white people who are agreeing with him that there need to be laws to prevent white erasure. Once you discuss the reality of our dire situation, most people agree. Precisely. Thank you so much for that testimony, for sharing that. How different is this, ladies and gentlemen? How different is this than the methods you used to use in the past before trying going free? When you tried to talk people out of a belief in this or that historical belief in a situation that occurred. Oh, you don't want to believe that situation. You don't believe it. No, please just don't believe it. No, oh, I know you can go to jail if you don't believe it, but don't believe it. And you thought that you were doing something good for white well-being, for our people, right? It's okay to be wrong. I'm wrong all the time. And then when I find out, I go right. Irish Ice. I'm not saying Irish Ice had it wrong in the past. I'm saying Irish Ice is demonstrating with his great testimony and his financial gift that he is improving on his ability, as we all can, and me as well, that we can all improve on communicating white well-being to those around us, white and non-white, and get to the point that Irish Ice is having here, where he has people saying, yeah, we absolutely need laws to prevent white erasure in the country you created, your people created. Here we have the great Tall Kevin, ladies and gentlemen. What a great hero he is in our community. And there was an email I emailed you, brother, and then I've got to go back and find it. I asked you if you needed any help doing something. So I will take a look back. I just remembered it. And regrettably, with the deluge of messages, things often get buried. But this is the Tall Kevin, for which we sometimes say it's the Tall Kevin widget. $5 from this hero. Can you give any advice in dealing with family issues where it's a possibility of a divorce and a child is involved? Okay. What is the best way to bring up a child white positive in a separate household? I appreciate the advice. Been stuck in a rut recently. I understand, brother. I understand exactly what you're saying. And I'll tell you this, you're not alone. There are, and I'm talking to, let me just make sure I didn't shock okay. Make sure I didn't shock myself into silence. There are, regrettably, and this is done by Antiwhiteism. Remember this, ladies and gentlemen. When a couple ends up in a divorce, when their marriage, in fact, there's a phenomenon that nobody has really put a name to yet. I'm kind of surprised that a name hasn't been given to it yet. Maybe it's the Trump divorce syndrome. Trump ended up, by getting elected, the past election, he ended up highlighting the underlying or unspoken racial views of people in relationships, people everywhere. But we're talking now about marriages, and I guess or other relationships that are maybe engagements or people heading toward that sort of a thing. And they were together. They both held a certain attitude towards society, sociopolitical sociopolitical activities, economics, etc. When Trump came into office, there was something that a wedge was revealed between many couples, and that was that one of the partners liked or agreed with the sociopolitical positions, etc., because they were more superficial. They were economically advantageous. They sounded good to them. They bought peace. It was better than what the Democrats had to offer, whatever. And then the other partner is talking about, hey, I think maybe this Trump guy, whether they were right or wrong, I think they're wrong, that Trump at any point really was white positive. But they thought that maybe he cared about white people too, that we're just not, in his mind, we're just not here to be steamrolled and abused, persecuted, exploited, etc. And they began articulating that. And the other partner, who was superficial, held the beliefs maybe superficially or more focused on the economic side, they suddenly are like, whoa, why are you going to talk about these racial issues? Everybody is going to dislike us. Don't you know everybody, because you learn this from the anti-white narrative. Everybody's going and so these breakups, they're happening because of Trump getting into office, because it highlights this actual divide that people had, but they didn't really realize it. There wasn't enough conversation. There weren't enough issues to really focus on that divide. Trump comes into office and changes all of that so that you now have all of these disagreements. The question then is, and there have been many divorces as a consequence of it. The question then is, and this is the result, again, focus on the fact that this is anti-whiteism responsible for this. Anti-whiteism is causing these breakups. Trump wasn't causing it. It's the fact that anti-whiteism has infected so many white people and has caused them to feel such white noir that any mention of the well-being of our people is terrifying, disgusting, whatever it might be for these people. That's how sick they are with MPs. It's anti-whiteism's fault. Now, when marriages break up, and they're going to be, understand this though, there are going to be breakups, but there are also going to be new marriages. Just like there are going to be a loss, people are going to lose friends, right? And then they're going to they're going to get real friends. They're going to get new friends. Let's see if I can find this. And I want to speak to Tall Kevin's. Oh boy, is this it? Okay, let's see. Oh, how can I find that particular? Wait, here we go. I don't know if I can show these. This it's a post of a bunch of beautiful, happy, white positive white women, and the owner of the account writes here, I lost all my friends in the culture war and then found way better friends. And I wrote and I said, this is just so beautiful. And I asked if I could share, and I don't recall whether or not she said, she says, I'm not worried about my name being shared. I love your show, by the way. Got red pilled 4 years ago. And then let's see. Oh, she's in the white positive sphere, found herself a boyfriend. Now I guess they're going to be getting married, and now all of these ladies are having children, and they have now these new beautiful friendships because they've come together. So they're going to be, and thank you so much. I'm just writing back here that sharing the message that she shared. Beautiful, just absolutely. I don't know if I should. Maybe did she say that I could share the picture? There's lovely, beautiful women. I mean, this is magnificent. This is absolute. So Kevin, they're going to be divorces. Now, how do you? But they're also going to be marriages. So don't things will lose those who are problematic, who are anti-white, who are going to make our lives miserable, but we're going to gain those. As long as we stay on this track, we're going to gain those. We're going to gain better people. We'll gain better friends, gain better partners. Remember, there are only so much room for true friends, only so much room for family members that you can be close with, because there are only so many minutes in a day. If you go beyond that number, then you can't have those genuine bonds, those genuine relationships. It becomes superficial. So you don't want people in your life that are going to be problematic, that are not going to be genuine friends. You want people that are going to be good for you and you good for them. Now, when it comes to raising children at white positive in a household that is now divorced, it's essentially depending on the activity of the partner, because you're going to run into potential differences here, but you're going to follow essentially the same tact you would with teaching the children, inoculating the children with going free, telling them what they're going to hear out in the world, telling them what the anti-whites are going to tell them. The only thing that's going to be different here is that you need to either you need them to know, depending on, because I'm trying to answer this without knowing exactly what the partner is like, but they need to know in so many words that the anti-white ideology, anti-whiteism, anti-white people can be anywhere, so that they can conclude that the other parent, if the other parent is anti-white, is indeed anti-white. You are offering love, dignity, a purpose, a history to be proud of, a people to be proud of, that the children are valuable because of who and what they are and the decisions they make. They will choose that. If the partner is not offering that, if the partner is offering the typical anti-white nonsense, if the partner is offering the anti-white narrative, that is ugly. They have no value in that narrative, and they will choose quite readily your direction. They will come with you. Now, of course, your objective here is not to, and there's no implication here whatsoever that you're trying to demonize the other person. We know that this happens in divorces, and where they weren't even married, but they have children. They try to demonize. You don't have to do anything like that. You are bringing love to the children. You're bringing them a beautiful future. Celebrate with them traditions from our ancestors. Create new traditions with them. Give them all of this value. Teach them the same way you would teach them, even if the birth mother or whoever it was is still in the picture, just as that person was still there. And then be ready. The real difference is, when the other parent is not in the home, it could still happen with the other parent in the home. But the real difference is that you're going to have the children back and forth. And so when the children come back, you're going to have these moments where you have to ascertain what kind of anti-whiteism were they exposed to. Maybe the children, if you are inoculating them properly, they will say to you, "My gosh, Father, I learned, Mom played this movie that had this in it, and then you can speak to that. You can also speak to your ex, and you can say, look, they're going to be, I know you have a different viewpoint or whatever, but we have to reach some kind of a middle ground where you don't expose them to the worst elements of anti-whiteism or whatever it might be. Since there are so many scenarios, I'm trying to keep it a little bit open-ended, and then you can apply what you know on the field depending on those circumstances. So it's not the easiest thing in the world, but what you maybe need to end up doing, and what men and women need to end up doing, they get rid of, and that's really what it is. I mean, you're like shedding dead, sick skin if you're shedding somebody that's anti-white. Could you imagine somebody who's so anti-white that they're just like, I can't be in a relationship with you any longer if you're going to love and want to defend our children? It's just like, are you kidding me? What is wrong with you? Well, we know exactly what's wrong with them. So you're going to discover, and a lot of people are. In fact, I was a lady told me just the other day how much less stress there is in the house, how much more relaxing it is in the house to not have this hostile anti-white element roving around, just waiting like a tripwire to suddenly start barking out anti-white mean pathogens. Just, I guess that's redundant, just mean pathogens throughout the house. You don't tell the children to love them. Don't talk about our people. I mean, we had people who were telling me that their spouses have said they're not allowed to say anti-white, the phrase anti-white. Why would that be? Because they're so white guilted. They're suffering from so much white noir that they know if they object to any harm inflicted, just think about that. If they object to any harm inflicted on our people, that they know that they're defined as evil. That's a sick people. Those people are ill as all hell. And then, of course, the president legitimizes the phrase anti-white. And what do these people have to say now? So I know it can be painful. I know the change can be hard. I want you to look at it as an opportunity for growth, an opportunity to do things that, you know what, if you had the anti-white element sort of roving around the house, you wouldn't have been able to do. You would not have been able to do in the past. Now you're going to be able to provide something far more rich by way of going free. And I would say get right down to business. Start inoculating, especially if these children are very young. And I hope this is as smooth for you as possible. And you never know what the waters are going to be like ahead. You might end up with a wonderful white positive stepmother who sweeps into the scene, and together you all can be like that cloud nine, as they say. And when the children are with you, and then they got to go over to the other parent's house where everything is disgusting and yelling and anti-white and who knows what else is going on. They'll make the right decision. And then when they get the decision, when they say, I don't want to go over there anymore, then you can cross that bridge. William Runner, $25 financial gift. Thank you so much, dear brother. Keep standing strong, brother, and being a mighty force for White Wellbeing. I absolutely will. There's nothing stopping me, at least at the moment. I'm so excited for all of the big gains that we're having behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, the folks out there who have talents I couldn't imagine having, better looking, better education, doing fantastic things. I could not be more excited. And you are one of our great heroes. You're here week after week after week. You've got great words. You've got great testimony, financially gifting $25 a day. Thank you so much. Stand up guy. Let's get, ladies and gentlemen, another round of raucous. We're gonna have to find out. This is like the going free of raucous emojis. We're gonna have to really break them out, break those chains on the raucous emojis and the applause for the great Promethean promulgation. Ladies and gentlemen, who writes here, please take a second to honestly assess what you are doing at the most critical moment in history. This is the question that Promethean promulgation wants you to be asking yourself right now. Please take a second to honestly assess what you are doing at the most critical moment in history. All of your life, ladies and gentlemen, up to this point has just been warm up to now. Promethean promulgation asks you this most poignant question, and does so with a financial gift of $100. God bless you, my dear brother. God bless you. Thank you so very much for everything that you are doing. You know, we were talking earlier about Promethean promulgation, and where there's a weakness, there's a great strength, and there's a lot of wisdom right there. Thank you so very much. $100. We're going to make it. This is, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a bunch of people shouting. It's not a bunch of people shouting a name that's going to make the difference. It's not a bunch of folks who are mired in the idea that there's going to be a political this or political that are somehow votes are going to do or something. That's not going to make the difference. What's making the difference are people like right here, Promethean Promulgation, who has seen the success of going free and is saying so with $100. You know who else is once again showing right back up? Keep those raucous emojis going, ladies and gentlemen, because Mrs. Jess Horst just financially gifted another $50. Another $50. This wonderful woman in the white positive sphere. What an absolute hero this woman is. I see these posts. She's always taking care of the kids. Oh, I touched the mic. I hope that didn't change things. Okay, seems like I'm okay. She's got the posts going of making the, excuse me, she's making these meals from scratch. She's canning things. The kids always educating them, and I got activities going on. She is a diehard. We love you so very much. $50 more from Mrs. Jess Horst. Thank you so very much, dear lady. That is magnificent. And she writes here, I'm so proud of this community, NWG. We have the best community. This is the honors roll. This is the advanced placement. This is where people are getting things done. No doom documenters, no doom dissectors, no playing the villain, none of that nonsense. Just heroes, just regular folks coming together and making the decision to be heroes with their lives. And we have the great, another one of those heroes coming back again later now in the stream, Sakis, with another $5. One more financial gift this week in the name of our fallen brother, Simon Harris. Well, that's splendid. Thank you so much for doing it. He's a dear friend, and he was going free. And we inspired him, a conversation Mr. Jordan and I had with, her name just slips me right now, but he watched one of our shows. Ooh, I almost just had her name again. And inspired him to do that video that of a song he made up when he was, or a tune he made up to the song in, what is it called? The Hobbit. He sang that and is now immortal for all time. Simon Harris, we miss you, brother, and thank you for everything you did. And Sakis, good on you for financially gifting in that hero's name. Thank you very much for that. And our thoughts and love go out to his family. I know he had a daughter that he had just been reunited with after a divorce. And the mother had stolen her away, and he wasn't going free then. There's going to be a big difference for those who are going free with their children. But thank you for that, Sakis. And we have Carl right here with $10 financial gift. Thank you so very much, brother. God bless. From a fellow Virginian. All right. That's fantastic. A fellow Virginian showing up here. I am a young man about to finish school, and I'm excited to tackle the world fully armed with white positivity. I have had similar problems with my mother recently, entering into a relationship with an anti-white. Stay strong, children of the West. The future is ours. I can tell right now just by reading that the future is in part going to be recaptured by this young man right here. Well said. And thank you as a fellow Virginian, from Virginian to Virginian, fellow Southerners, thank you. It's very meaningful. Sorry to hear about your mother, but thank God that we are empowering you with the lexicon and dialectics of going free. It's going to be a different world for you. Everybody out there has so many times I've heard, my God, I wish I had learned about this 2 decades ago. I wish I knew about it when I was a teenager. I wish I knew about it when I was coming out of school. So you're there, and we're looking forward to seeing you do great things. And thank you for showing up. And with that powerful words, with those powerful words and that great financial gift of $10, we know from a young man, the kind of job you're getting paid at is not the kind of job that's paying much. So it's going to take quite a little while for you to earn $10 net. And thank you so very much for that. Let me jump on over to the question widget. Sloths is here. There is a gift. There is a gift on Skype for you. All right. I didn't know that they could give gifts on Skype, but I'll have to take a look. let's see, what do we have here? Oh, we do have a Volkish warrior. It says Urban Dictionary, a culture vulture. This was from earlier in the show, wasn't it, ladies and gentlemen? And I didn't know. I hadn't heard this before. A culture vulture, that some young people are being called. I also just want to point out for a second, this Carl is going to be a man. And how many of the males do we have? How many males do we have? 50s, 60s, 70s are still boys. What a difference. When the white race produces men, and remember, there's only one thing out there that can give birth to a white man, and it's a white woman. When the white race produces white men again, men of the West, there'll be no problem sweeping aside everybody who wants to victimize us. It'll be a quick order sort of a thing. Culture vulture is someone who steals traits, languages, and or fashion from another ethnic or social group in order to create their own identity. So I see. So they're certainly, these people sound like those who are being called culture vultures are probably culture vultures underneath that definition. They're probably listening and dressing like, and the girls doing their makeup like, or their hair like non-white groups of people. And they absolutely should not be doing that. Why are they doing that, ladies and gentlemen? They are white flighting away from their identity as a white person. Why would they do that? Because they have been taught over the course of their lives that a white person and that identity is evil, it's reprehensible, it needs to make amends, it's endless every day, every minute, and they try to white flight away from it. We see numerous people who have feigned to be non-white. They do so because they are white flighting from who they are. They want to get away from the guilt. They want to get away from the white guilt. They want to get away from the shame. They want to get away from having to make amends. They want to get away from that ugly identity. So it sounds like, so your original question was, do I have any tips for how to deal with being called a culture vulture? My tip would be to those white children to take up the identity of the West. Be a proud Westman, young man or young woman, and don't ever allow any anti-white of any race to shame you out of that. You put your chest out, shoulders back, stomach in, as they say, and you walk proud in that identity as a member of Western kind. That's what I would say to do. Let's see. Popcorn Power is here. Great to see you, brother. Based Ballard has a good illustrated NWG clip on BitChute entitled "How to Flip the Anti-White Narrative." Perfect to share on forums filled with people stuck in the anti-white narrative. Well, that's fantastic. I don't know that I know this was based. Can one of the mods that are left, a big thank you to the mods and all the hard work they're doing. I've got to wrap this show up because this is on their time. This is, they are contributing, and as we all are, and we're deeply grateful for them and all the work that they are doing for White Wellbeing. This being not an easy job, because it's easy to become invidious to people in the community when comments sometimes they have to be deleted, and then of course troublemakers have to be kicked out, so we don't have a misrepresentation of who and what we actually are. So maybe if one of the mods could find this Base Ballard, and it's on BitChute, and it's titled "How to Flip the Anti-White Narrative," and maybe share that link. Popcorn Power says it's a great way to share. Folks, you can grab this URL and you can go right out. Almost all of it's being done for you. Think about it. If you think about HB 2014, I know that so many people have, this guy is an absolute epic hero, epic proportions. He has made hundreds and hundreds of clips of yours truly, and then many more of George and others out there, hundreds and hundreds of clips of me, because I am just, what was the word I used earlier? Multiloquent. And you all need to be, though, next time when we have calls, you all need to be breviloquent. He's going to love this. You all need to be breviloquent when you call, but I can be multiloquent because I can't help myself. And he does a great job cutting out the best pieces Sometimes he has to splice things together. It makes me sound better than I am. I love him for it. I mean, trust me. If you're out there doing something and somebody else can come along and make you look better than you actually are, he does it regularly. That's a special talent, and I am indeed grateful to him for that talent. Folks are taking his clips, and you should be doing this. He is at _ HB 2014 on Twitter. Everyone should follow him. _ HB 2014. This is on Twitter, and follow him. You could just go back through those timeline. He's done hundreds of clips, and then share those. Somebody has already put the time in, watching hour after hour after hour after hour of the work that we do here. He's snatching. Of course, he doesn't get. He's a human being. Of course, he doesn't get all of the best parts. Other people catch some of great parts as well. A great many of you. He goes through, he catches a bunch of the great parts. He cuts them up. He puts them on Twitter so that people can see them. Go grab those, save those, share those. He's already done all this work. All you have to do is share them. We've got to be doing this. You know what you can do? You can share HB 2014 _ HB 2014's clips when you are sharing Crucible American Child Patriot American Victory with all of these different groups that you're going to be sharing them with, right? So you can say, hey, you should really read this book. And here's a 2-minute clip of this guy. That will work. That will bring folks over. Make sure this happens. I'm so busy. I had HB send me a file with hundreds of these that he's made. I want to get them all put up, I guess maybe on the website so people can have access to them. Maybe I have to get one of you to help me. I've got to build some way, maybe some other page that doesn't necessarily give you access to the website, so that somebody can start loading all of these on to that page that my website can then attach to. If anybody knows how to do that, reach out to me. You can do so. You might be able to do so on my website right now, the contact, the form on the website. You might be, and you can also reach out to me on the nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com website. I would like a page that is connected to my website that somebody can have access to, that won't have access to the website, and that they can begin loading up hundreds of HB's clips to this page, and maybe by one of those mechanisms where they give a link to, like Jared George does with the afterparty.tv. It's not going to be a simple chore. I mean, this is going to take a lot of time and effort, but these are the kind of things that when people see them, they can say, oh, that's the one I want. Snag that, drop that right into their MAGA group, drop that right into their Second Amendment group, and here's Going Free guy, he the No White Guilt guy. Here's the Crucible book that you all will love the cover. You'll identify with the cover. You'll identify with the verbiage of the description. Get that book, go free, get empowered, and it will make all the difference in the world. Let's maximize who knows how many hours he's put into this work. Big thank you to Promethean Promulgation, Mrs. Jess Horst, Sakist for that $5, and Carl for his $10 financial gift, and Popcorn Power mentioning this great clip by this based Bollard guy. And we have Joseph here, the great Joseph, ladies and gentlemen. This person is one of the greatest. Working class guy, came forward, biggest financial gift, single financial gift, gave us access to for White Wellbeing that has ever happened. Joseph right here, ladies and gentlemen. And he writes, Jason, can you please repeat the HR bill numbers you were reading from? I was in and out of this stream and missed it. I will absolutely do that for you, dear brother. Let me make sure my mic is still working. Let me turn back around, and let's see, what would be the easiest way to do? I think I got to go back to where I grabbed them in the first place. And while I take a look, remember, ladies and gentlemen, that you all can tag me as No White Guilt on that channel. If you have a question or comment and I missed it, you can post it again. And you can also, you can also post your questions here on Entropy. The first one was HR 8178. And the second one was House Resolution 884. That is House Resolution 884. All right. Now let's take a quick look over here. And we're going to keep moving with this. This party just doesn't end, ladies and gentlemen. The balloons are up. The flag is up. We're making a difference in the world. God bless every single one of you. I'm going to have a quick look at this gift on, let's see. I received a gift over here. And it looks like it might be a video. This is a video. I'm going to have to save this. Oh, how can I play this? This is fantastic. Sloth's made this great video. We have to somehow play this. Let me see how I might be able to do this. Because on the software that I'm on, I tried to play the other day. And we will watch this together if we can. Thank you so much, dear brother. It's this guy. What a champion. Let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we can figure if it will play on. And I appreciate, I'm receiving as we're talking, ladies and gentlemen. This is like, I don't know if you all ever heard of that silly TV show. There was a silly TV show for a while called Turtle Man or something like this. He would jump in and grab snapping turtles, great big ones, and wrestle them out of the water to save them, of course. And he would repeatedly say, live action, live action. And I saw these commercials for that show, and it made me laugh. And I saw a couple of segments online where talk about this guy. They had a raccoon trapped in a car, and they said, you got to go get the raccoon out of the car. And he went, he said, once I'm into the car, shut the door. Talk about a good old boy. Jumped inside there with his bare hands, and the raccoon, of course, messing him up in the process. And he was able finally to get it by the scruff, and they got out with it and put it into a bag, and then they relocated it someplace. But let's see if we can play. Did anybody see if Al Robot came around? We have to find out whether Al Robot meant to financially gift what he did. We have to find out. Maybe he'll be in the thread, and will give us his words. Okay, let's see if I can play. This would be fabulous if I could play. No, not from there. It doesn't look like. So let's do that. And well, where did it go? That's not it. Not seeing it. Let's try that again. All right, we will put it into there. I hope it's not a file that I can't see for whatever reason on this computer, on this machine. All right, there it is. Maybe we will be able to, play this. What's the volume at? Okay, 100%. I don't know how it will come across to you all. You all will have to tell me about whether or not, a bit of an experiment that we're doing here together, how good the sound is on it, if the sound comes across at all. Let me try to, I'm going to mute myself. We're going to see if this will work. How was the sound? Could you all hear that? No sound on the clip. No sound, everybody's saying. Okay, so, well, we learned from that there's no sound. Let's see if we can do it one other way. And maybe this will work. If we can't get it to work this week, I'll definitely get it to work by next week. Some way we'll make it work. No doubt about it. But we'll see. Hopefully this will work. And, well, maybe it'll work. But let's have a look, ladies and gentlemen. Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says. What exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. That is splendid. Thank you so very much, Sloth. So it worked. Everybody could hear the audio. Sloth says it's perfect. A big salute to you. What a heroic night you have had. Let's get a big round of applause. Sloths, as I cannot laud this guy enough, all that he is doing. And on top of all of that, he made this great clip for us to be able to use. I love it. Very well done. Very well done. This drives people. You know, there is stories. And of course, we always object to brother on brother wars. No more brother wars between our people, unless, you know, it's anti-whites on the other side that happen to be white, but no more brother wars. Having said that, we do celebrate our heroes on both sides of every conflict. Wherever a white man or woman has stood up and done what they thought was the right thing, and they did it with honor and courage and dignity, we celebrate that. And both sides of the conflict. And so I was just thinking there that there were soldiers, and of course I'm a Southerner, and I hardly call them soldiers. So many of them were children. So many of them were boys. So many of them had never been in the military. They were just called. They just came from their farms to defend Virginia when Virginia seceded, joined the Confederacy, and the United States invaded. And they came out, and a lot of these guys ended up in with General Stonewall Jackson, a Virginian as well. Of course, where he was from eventually was illegally carved off. You can look into this. Maybe that's not the case, as West Virginia. But so a Virginian himself. And there are numerous stories I read about that would just wet my eyes about how the men, just seeing this guy, what he represented in what he represented for Virginia, what he represented for liberty, what he represented for the Confederacy, the heroism, the virtue, the manliness, the glory of what it means to be a white man. Just seeing him, it didn't matter how much privation they had endured. They could be starving. They could be barefoot in the cold or in the heat, bloody feet. They could have not enough ammo. They could be sick. Many of them were often sick. You couldn't get well living out in the wild like that. And just seeing that man, he would ride so that they could see him sitting atop his horse, every single one, looking them all in the eyes. Just seeing that man inspired every single one of those men to give more than 100%, to give more than who and what they had ever been, so that we have these stories that come down to us. And again, heroism on both sides, but we have these stories that come down to us time and again, where, like at First Manassas, in the first major engagement of the war in the South, the war for Southern independence, and I think it was General Bernard B. Was with, I think, the South Carolinians, and they were suffering grievous defeat at the hands of the United States forces who were marching into Virginia, and they kept falling back. And there's a marker there on the battlefield, not very far from where I live, where General Bernard B. made his famous statement that has now lived on forever and will live on inside of me and everybody I can touch for the rest of my life. When the battle was lost, was all but lost, and the Southerners, who didn't have a military, they were just had people running up from their farms coming out to say, I'll help defend Virginia. And we had those great South Carolinians I think that's what they were, who had marched all the way from South Carolina all the way up here to help defend Virginia at the beginning of this invasion. And the South Carolinians, obviously outnumbered and having come so far, they were being defeated. And just as the battle was lost on this battlefield, hard to talk about, they have kept at the battlefield in Manassas the pine forest cut the same way it was back then. At least so far they have. And that was the pine forest that General Stonewall Jackson, before he had his name Stonewall, he had ridden out into the countryside, rallying the Virginians to come and defend their state. And he came with what few he could rally in time, and they came through the forest. They came through that limb of the pine. Virginia pines is what they're called. They came through the limb of that forest, that dark forest, this mass of bodies and rifles, no uniforms, only Stonewall Jackson in a uniform, but him not hiding like is done so often in warfare. But as the Confederate generals showed, they led from the very front. He sat up high and tall and proud so that all could see him, even though the United States soldiers could see him and were trying every pot shot they could to take him down. He rode out at the front. And when Bernard B. saw them come through at this hour when all was lost, he climbed atop his horse, and I understand he shoved his hat through his saber and raised it high in the air so that all could see. And and he said, "There stands Jackson like a stone wall, rally behind the Virginians." And the Virginia came forward and pushed the United States from the battlefield in hand-to-hand bloody combat. And so that it ended up being a rout. The Southerners grossly outnumbered, but outnumbered like we are here in all that we're doing, but filled with a passion for their leader who represented the best of Western kind, who rode out at the front and who put his life on the line for all of them time and again. This is what inspires us to the greatest of feats, not just in warfare, but in medicine and in science and in exploring the unknown and all of these wonderful things that we have done, which of course is not to say that non-white people haven't done wonderful things, but we are proud of the wonderful things that we have done. We make no apology for that. And if anybody finds any offense with that, well, then that's their problem and they can get the hell out. But that is what motivates us here today. And I thank you so much, Slots, for making that video for everybody to share. It is there's a wonderful tribute. Thank you for that gift. I was wondering, gift on Skype, how does that work? But we'll have to talk with you. We'll have to talk with everyone else who wants to have a conversation. We'll have to do that next week or perhaps during the week, because if we have Crucible become available during the week, we're going to have to throw some kind of a party. If you guys are available then, maybe we'll talk to you then. And if it takes until next Sunday, we'll talk to you on the phone then. But really, I have so much to do, and we've been here so long. But we're touching on so many important things that we have to get to. And I want to make sure before we wrap up that we have covered all of the bases. I hope Joseph has received those, the House resolution and Act numbers. And let's make sure we didn't miss anybody over here. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to break out the raucous emojis and the applause again. Slots just financially gifted another $100. A proper salute to you, my friend. That is what heroism. Slots, ladies and gentlemen, what a hero. Thank you so very much for everything you are doing for White Wellbeing and all of that testimony that you give. I applaud you. I salute you. I laud you, brother. It is an honor to stand beside you in White Wellbeing. This is where the true heroes come. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much from the bottom of my heart. Well done. Well done, good sir. I see we have so many heroes in the chat. I wish we could speak with every single one of you. every single stream. You know how busy we are. Great Western Crusader is here, another great hero. I see Dio Vindus in there. That was the motto of the Confederate States of America. God will vindicate. Yonash is still around. Thank you for being here. Maybe you came back. Maybe you got some sleep and came back. Carl's asking about November. What is it about November? Please tag me again and ask me again, and I will speak to it. The great Elaine Sabatino is still with us. Joe is still with us. Sterling Price, Ezra saying, well, of course, all of these heroes. Hansa is here. Sakis, I created a Twitter account on Friday to tweet Born Guilty at Kevin Sorbo. I don't know much about Twitter, but why can't we all just tweet Born Guilty at or to President T-Rex? We can, but of course, he's going to have so many people tweeting at him, and I don't know exactly how much of Twitter he sees. I presume he is being shown and then making all of his. I know he's making the decisions, but I don't know. I mean, maybe we would need thousands and thousands of us to do the same thing, to do that. Harder to reach him, and that's not something to take off the plate, though. Something we can absolutely do. And we can organize that. Everyone make Twitter accounts. Everybody tweet the exact same thing at a particular person. We can do this right now with Kevin Sorbo, who has just tweeted something that is mentioning that you're essentially born guilty by being white. He came up in a household that had both a mother and a father, and he's otherwise an ordinary person. And so, ergo, he's guilty. Well, now's the time. Everybody should be tweeting at Kevin Sorbo, Born Guilty, so we can get this book to this guy. He has connections. He is friends with people in these communities. He is a guy with more money than working class folks like us. Not to say that I'm sure he paid his dues, but he obviously is a TV celebrity and the like. So this is the kind of person, communities we want and need to reach. And this is an in. If you have a Twitter account, make it today and make it tomorrow. Tweet this guy several times, Born Guilty. Let's make sure he sees and finds out about this book and then gets himself a copy. So thank you. So it's a great point, Sakis, coming up with some great ideas. And we can do that. Organizing a giant project for all of us, those who don't even have Twitter accounts, to get a Twitter, even if just for this process. And we can begin focusing. This person, everybody tweeted this person, everybody tweeted that person. That's brilliant. Thank you. Actually, a really great idea. I hadn't thought about that before. So thank you for coming. Sakis, again, coming up with another great idea, ladies and gentlemen. That's how we're going to win. Ezra St. White, he's got a heart, and he's saying, we are on Promethean time. That we are. Oh my God, it's been 7 hours. We can't be going 8 hours. So K. Max McDonald is here. The energy is just firing through me. This is the love of our people. This is the desire to protect. This is the kind of energy that you feel when you know that nature has called you to your best. We've talked about this before, ladies and gentlemen, where you go to the zoo and you don't see the tiger at its best because the tiger is not in its element. It's in a cage. Western civilization is a nursery room we've created. It's a wonderful nursery room. We want our children and our wives and our vulnerable members to be in a nursery room. We don't want them exposed to the law of the jungle because they'll be harmed by it. They'll be frightened by it. And we don't want them to have to experience that. Having said that, by being inside that nursery room, there is something that makes us less human. By accepting the reality of the state that we are in, we become human. We access our real talents. We access our real abilities. We know that there is an omnipresent threat, this omnipresent threat of anti-whiteism. Maybe you become something by realizing that you are in the jungle and that there is a persistent threat in this jungle. Maybe what we define as human today is not really what human is meant to be. So maybe we can accurately say that it's more than human to realize that you're actually in, and then let your genetics answer all of those questions for you. Tap in to all of that you are capable of in the world. Energy will come from places you couldn't even fathom. Your DNA will provide that. Pieces of you will wake up that have been asleep because you have been in this torpor. You have been in this cage, and you see that Bengal tiger, and as pretty as that coat is, you see something most significant is missing from that animal. And that thing that's missing is that will to live, that will to survive, that will to go another day. We don't have it in Western civilization because of this nursery room. But when you realize that you are hunted by anti-white predators, that power will come to you again. All that you are capable of will rise to the occasion, and you too will find the energy to go the extra mile for yourself, for your family, for our children, for all of our vulnerable members, and the totality of our community. Let me take a quick look at what's left here. Let's see. Heidi says, great stream, Jason. I was able to see most of it. Well, thank you so much, dear lady. That's wonderful. So many heroes are still here. New clips every week from HB 2014. Raymond Van Buskirk is sharing there. Make sure you click on those to follow. And I will stroll through the live chat to see what else we have here. Great idea by Sakis. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to implement that. Joe says, is all this anti-white legislation on your website? No, I'm afraid it's not. We have talked about much of it here, and I actually did have a listing in the descriptions of the streams of which of the anti-white legislation I talked about on those streams. But then I got wise, because I know that the AI is going to be looking for that sort of thing, and then determining whether or not it's been positive or negative, and then deciding whether or not to get rid of the content producers. So those things had to get 86'd. We can't be telegraphed to the anti-whites, hey, we're telling people something unappetizing about what you would like to do to them and us and our people. Jason, let's see. I don't know what that means. By Mr. Vast. You'll have to tell me. Explain it. K-Max McDonald was asking how much Joseph gave us access to. And Joseph had given us access to $2,000, ladies and gentlemen. That was the testimony that he had to share about the success of going free, what he's seeing in his life, what he is seeing in the work that we are doing here, the things that are happening behind scenes. And for that, we are eternally grateful for that princely sum. All right, sliding through here. And if you have a question or a comment, you have to make it now, because we will be wrapping up. Let's see. Greg says, Jason, you are amazing. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the compliment. I'm one of the other. This is how I think we all should see this. And thank you, Greg. I'm not diminishing your comments. Fantastic. Thank you for saying that. I deeply appreciate that. I very often, when it comes to this sort of thing, we really shouldn't say team sport. The human animal functions as a team. We're not meant to be. I mean, we are supposed to work as a team. Husband and wife are supposed to work as a team. Family unit as a team, and then the totality of our community as a team. We do all of our little bits, and then it comes into something that is beyond every single one of us. Something that could have never been realized by any smaller faction, and certainly by any individual. So teams by nature is the nature of the human animal, and that's why we have obviously team sports, and that those team sports speak so readily to us, and they get used so often to describe the sort of scenarios that we find ourselves in and how to find our way out of those scenarios. And I am with you, Greg. I'm another guy on the team, and we can all work together to make sure that we reach that destiny and recapture it for our people. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you very much for those kind words. Raymond says, anti-white is up to, this is over on the Urban Dictionary, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not gone over to the Urban Dictionary and upvoted Final Blossom's comment or definition of anti-white, You should do so. It's a little thing that'll make a big difference. It's something you could do right now, not just get, I certainly can't be entertaining to you. A guy that's just loquacious and talking endlessly just can't be entertaining. So make sure you get involved. It's something simple. You can upvote. And Raymond has shared with us that the likes are up to 154 likes, 154 likes. And thank you for sharing that. That's splendid. We can reach a number that the anti-whites will find absolutely inviolable. When they show up and they say, oh, geez, it's a real thing. We're not going to be able to downvote enough. We can't take it down. Let's see. XD. How do we donate to White Wellbeing or No White Guilt? I love the content. Well, thank you so very much, Mr. or Mrs. XD. You can financially gift on Entropy. The link is in the description below the video that you are watching. You can, and that's at 15% cost to you, or you can financially gift free on Cash App. That link is below in the description. I don't believe that Cash App is available internationally yet, but it is available in the United States, perhaps Canada as well. But our Canadian heroes maybe can either confirm or deny that. And very easy to transfer that way. We just had the glorious hero Sloths financially gifting $100 more. We just talked about that moments ago over that platform, on top of the other financial gifts that he's given over the course of the night, on top of getting out there and telling people about White Wellbeing, engaging folks, and then getting over here, making this splendid video that I shared tonight. We'll share it again. First Lady on the American Theater says, Jason is so amazing, still going. If I only had $1 for every time a woman said that. Seika says, what about just trying to cold call some of these celebrities who may be sympathetic to our cause? Well, maybe if you think that you could pull it off, then give it a go. I mean, if you can find out their number, I'm sure their numbers are all hidden. It's worth it if you can make it happen. And if you think you could pull it off and you can engage them, you know they're going to need something. It's going to be like you receiving a telemarketer. People don't really like that. They don't necessarily answer those calls. If you left a very brief message, perhaps on their phone, that would be good too. And then they would say, "Ooh, I got a message from somebody saying something about this going free business," and then I got 50 tweets that I noticed of 300 that came through, encouraging me to have a look at this Born Guilty book that seems really intriguing. Maybe I'll have a look at that. And then you know what happens, ladies and gentlemen? Magic happens. That's what happens, because then one of these people, they see it, they read it, they see the community, and then you know who their friends are. It's not us. They're not hanging out with us. They're going to drive their Jaguar or whatever down to the $100 a plate restaurant, and they're going to sit with their buddies, and they're going to say, hey, folks who make movies and TV shows and commercials, and who also have quite a bit of money, you know what? There's this really interesting community, and I read this book. You all should maybe take a look at this. And then things really begin to move. It's a beautiful thing. It's what we can see, reason, logic, and evidence. And I assure you we'll be seeing it come to fruition with great ideas, with great thoughts, and that Sakis and many others are having, and with the kind of dedication that you all show in service to White Wellbeing. I know it will happen. Thank you very much as well. I had to do many cold calls in my life at different jobs that I've had. What fun. What fun. People just want to hear from you. Okay. I know there are folks out there who can do it a lot better than I can. Art Acrobat says, I suggest including nowhiteguilt.org when you tweet at Kevin Sorbo about Go Free. That's a great suggestion as well. Make sure that folks know where to go, where they can get more information. They can find out that, look, this isn't the ne'er-do-well and the anti-white narrative. This is something completely different. Because remember, they're all going to be looking for that. Where's the signs? Where's the stigmata on them? Where are the sores of the villain in the anti-white narrative? And we don't have them. We are not those people. When our healthy brothers and sisters, when they're looking for those sores and they see them on folks who started off in a good place, but now they're in a bad place, when they see those sores, they run. They run. Embers of the West says, I just finished going free. Thank you for all your hard work. Western kind will prevail. Promethean hails. Amen to you. Embers of the... It got a great name, too, in the state that we're in. A great visual. Just finished reading Going Free. We have iteration 2 coming out in the next couple months or so. We will have a Crucible in the next couple days. Iteration 2 of Go Free is far more powerful than we have second edition iteration 1. We got more that we can include now. There are also contributions from the community. And we'll be marching forward, folks, using the scientific method and employing those things that work for us, discarding everything that doesn't. Sega says, I recall there being a chapter in Tim Ferriss's book, The 4-Hour Work Week, where he explains how you can find these people's phone numbers. Wow, really? Oh, well, maybe track that down. That would be something interesting, wouldn't it? The 4-Hour Work Week. I assume by that what he means is 4 hours of sleep, because you're working the rest of the time. That's more like my life. I guess that guy's a lot smarter than I am. And he can do a whole week's worth of work in 4 hours. I'm not. I haven't reached that stage yet, but and I don't know that I ever will be able to. Isn't it amazing? We've had the stream going. It's actually up and running on this new piece of junk YouTube streaming platform. Hey, maybe it'll get better. People will complain and they'll make some adjustments. But for right now, it's a bit, as they say, clunky. Not a favorite word of mine, but some people say that. And you know what I'm going to do? Even though we've been together for 7.5 hours, as soon as we're finished here, I'm going to be rolling hard into, well, I'll get something to eat, of course. I got to get something to eat. And then I'm going to roll right hard into working on prepping to get more of this information, more of these veins that we can access to enable Crucible, to facilitate the process by which Crucible goes from just a book that remember this story about having a good product or a good service. Remember this story, ladies and gentlemen, because of Ethernet, because it's not about creating just a good product or service. That is a prerequisite. You need to have a good product or service, but that's not what made Ethernet a thing. What made Ethernet a thing was the guy who invented Ethernet driving in his car from coast to coast, selling it in person again and again and again and again, so that his product would eventually be out there. And now everybody knows what Ethernet is because of it. This book, it wouldn't matter how good it is, how bad it is, or whatever it is. We think it's a quality product. We think it's going to do what we needed to do for the majority of our brothers and sisters in these different spheres that we have articulated over the course of the night, and we've talked about on other nights. We need to do the next crucial step. We need to facilitate this process by making sure that the product and service that is inside this book gets to those brothers and sisters out there, the vagues, who need to know. We need to stop seeing them. You're taking every single person who just happens to care about the First Amendment and putting them on the stage and worshiping them like gods if they happen to be non-white. We need these people to stop behaving like fools. We need them to stop being inside of the anti-white narrative. They don't want to be there. They don't want to be foolish, and we don't want them to be foolish. We want them to be heroes in their lives, heroes for their spouses, heroes for their children, heroes for themselves, heroes for their communities, heroes for this United States of America. But in these last days, if they end up being such that are taken away from us, we are going to step into that void, and we're going to grab both sides of this. We're going to grab the past in one strong arm on this side, and we're going to grab the future in one strong arm on that side, and we're going to hold it together so that we can make sure that there will be a brighter tomorrow, that America as a Western civilization, a product of the West, the spirit of the West inside of all of us, of Western kind, doesn't cease to exist, doesn't become a pure engine for anti-whiteism around the world. It'll be because of all of you that this takes place. Let me take a quick look here. Looks like we're good over here. Joseph says he got the numbers that we were looking for. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolutely magnificent evening going free with all of you. This is Sunday, Monday morning. In fact, we're Monday morning here now, very early Monday morning, 12:30 a.m., on the East Coast of the United States, the once great state of Virginia, outside of Washington, D.C., where there's a White House and an orange man. We are fired up, and we are going to make sure that the rest of this week bodes well for us in every way that we possibly can. We're getting started right now, ladies and gentlemen. We will get down to work. I love every single one of you, and let's go free.